Password changed right now.
Oak Ridge High School basketball coming up in about 4 minutes. Hello again, everybody. My name is David Clary, along with Alex Myers, getting set for Wildcat basketball. The Lady Wildcats taking on the Jefferson County Lady Patriots as we broadcast 4 ball games here from the Wildcat Arena. Let's turn it over to Alex Myers, who has more about this ball game.
Testing, Dave. Testing. Let me know if you can hear us. I think we're trying to figure out a mic situation really quick. Test. There we go, David. You got us now? Is that better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Alex Myers with you live at Wildcat Arena. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
David Clary back here at the Wildcat Arena getting set for Oak Ridge High School Lady Wildcat basketball. The Lady Wildcats taking on the Jefferson County Lady Patriots. Now, Alex, I think we've got your mic going. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about tonight's game?
Thank you very much, David Clary. Oak Ridge White Lady Wildcats come into this one 1-0 on the season. Jefferson County, this is their first game of the season. They're 0-0, obviously. Today will be a long day and evening of basketball for both of these teams. For the Lady Wildcats as well as the Wildcats in this Hall of Champions tournament. It features 4 games involving the Wildcats and Lady Wildcats, 2 apiece. We've already seen 4 games today featuring Fulton taking on Oak Ridge opponents Jefferson County and Anderson County. The Wildcats and Falcons will not play each other tonight, as they will play each other typically at the end of the season. Our first game, we just mentioned it, will be the Lady Wildcats taking on Anderson County. Jefferson County, followed by the guys taking on the Jefferson County Patriots. Then at 6:30, the Mavericks, Oak Ridge will play the Lady Mavericks, and then the Boy Mavericks at 7:45. The last time Oak Ridge played multiple regular season games on the same day was way back in 2008 at Bearden, when the Wildcats played Bearden and Carter, and the Lady Wildcats played Catholic. The girls played at Catholic at the same time. Today there will be hopefully a breeze for us, since they're all here inside the Wildcat Arena. The Lady Wildcats are coming off their first win on Tuesday against Grace. It was a big, decisive victory. Jefferson County also won their opener against Volunteer, so I correct myself from earlier. They are 1-0. The two teams have a rich history playing one another, with Oak Ridge leading the all-time series 15-6. That dates back to 1982. The Lady Patriots won their first of 5 meetings of the series before the Lady Wildcats ever won. The Patriots won the last meeting in the championship game of the Andrew Johnson Bank Ladies Classic in 2020. Last season, Jefferson County went 18-12, losing the region semifinals against Sevier County. And earlier today, as we mentioned, they played Fulton, and their girls were victorious 46-33. We appreciate you tuning in today, and of course we'll be with you all season long here on YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel, Prep Radio, Oak Ridge Schools channel 1082, prepradio.com, and most away games on FM 92.7 and FM 94.7. We'd like to announce our season broadcast sponsor, which includes Tin Bank of Oak Ridge, the Oak Ridge Utility District, Jamie Brooks of Anderson County Chancellor, Laura Lynn Green with State Farm Insurance, Washboard Wash and Fold, Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty, Main Street Lofts, and the Fox Insurance Group. We'll also be asking for individual sponsor games, to sponsor games, as a way to contribute to our broadcast. If you'd like to help us, please contact us at dccatvoice@aol.com. That's David Clary at dccatvoice@aol.com, or 865-310-7207. That's 865-310-7207. As always, we appreciate your support. We couldn't do it without you. Stay tuned for Lady Wildcat basketball here on YouTube, our YouTube channel and Prep Radio. And David Clary will get the starting lineups announced here momentarily. If you don't mind, we'll just stay right here with me for just a moment, and then I'll toss it back to you for the call. For the Lady Wildcats out there, for the starters, they're not announcing the starters, so it will be Jenna Johnson. Nice to see her back. Still working her way back after that knee injury last year. Number 34, Jenna Johnson. Number 15, Evelyn Eubanks. Number 12, Elisha Mitchell. Trying to get a couple other numbers here. Number 22, which is Janiyah Pippins. And the last player is number 3. That's Demetria Strickland. Tip is off, David.
And the ball. Yeah, we're underway here from the Wildcat Arena. Thanks a lot, Alex. The Lady Wildcats with the basketball, wearing their all-white jerseys. The Lady Wildcats are going to throw the ball away. Jefferson County is a team that traditionally, as Alex said a moment ago, has been really, really tough. The Lady Wildcats lost the last time the two teams played. It's a very young team, 2 freshmen, 1 sophomore, a junior starting today. Two sophomores, and Jenna Johnson being that other one. Only 1 senior, and that's Demetria Strickland. The basketball will come Jefferson County. With it will come Maddie Hawk. She's a 5'10 senior player. Works it over to Loveday. They drive the paint. Here's a shot up. Good. Jefferson County takes a 2-0 lead. Here comes Oak Ridge down the floor. Demetria works it into Jenna. Spinning shot is up, and it is no good. Rebounded by the Lady Patriots. They're moving right to left, wearing their red, white, and blue, as Briley Lindsay works the ball along the wing. This is the first of 4 Oak Ridge games. They launch at 3. It's up, no good. Rebounded by Jenna. Jenna Johnson coming back the other way. First of 4 ball games we're going to broadcast on YouTube today and on Oak Ridge Schools. Here comes the 3-point shot. It's up, no good. Rebounded by Demetria. Demetria along the baseline puts up a shot. Missed it. Rebounded again by Jefferson County. Wood comes down the floor. They'll set up their offense. 2-0 our score. 6:46 to play. Following this game, we'll have the boys game against Jefferson County. And then the girls and guys will take on Anderson County. Lady Wildcats 1-0. facing this Jefferson County team. They get a shot up, and it's good. Count it. And a foul is going to be called against Oak Ridge. Alex, this might be the youngest Oak Ridge girls basketball team I can remember in a long, long time.
Yeah, they're very young, Dave, and this is a team that it seems like they've been young for several years in a row. But hey, that's what the Lady Wildcats are dealing with right now. They're young, but don't mistake it. They are very, very talented. And, unlike a lot of Lady Wildcat teams we've seen in years past, David, one of the things that stands out when you see this roster, they've got some height.
Most definitely. Evelyn Eubanks, here's a three-point shot on its way. Good. Three-point shot by Ulisha Mitchell, the freshman, and the Lady Wildcats trail it now by a score of 5-3. They try to get the ball across the time stripe. They do. They work the ball along the baseline. Oh, great play there by Oak Ridge. Picking the pocket. The Wildcats push it up the floor. Not enough on the pass to get it up the floor, but what a beautiful steal on the other end of the floor by the Lady Wildcats. Seven-3 our score. Lady Wildcats wanting to push the tempo. Out it goes once again to Mitchell, cross court. With it comes Pippin. She tried to get the ball down low. The ball is kicked off the foot of Jefferson County's number 5. And it'll be Oak Ridge basketball on the kick ball. Live at the Wildcat Arena, first of 4 games, as I mentioned. Broadcasting here from the Wildcat Arena. And it comes once again. Jenna's got it outside the line. Goes inside, a wild pass, and going to be taken away. Lady Wildcats have tried to force it inside. And Jefferson County has the ball coming down the floor, and they should have a layup here. Turning, spinning shot. They're going to call it travel. It's a good call by the officials. 7-3 is our score. The Lady Patriots of Jefferson County High School in the lead here at the Wildcat Arena. Got a full crew here. We've got Titus Fetters. We've got Caleb Riker. We have John Ulrich with us. My name is David Clary along with Alex Myers. 7-3, Jefferson County in the lead. Oak Ridge going to take a 3. That's Demetria. She missed it. Great rebounding for the Lady Wildcats. Pippins with it. Works the ball in the left side. Gives it up once again. And a pushing foul is going to be called against number 20. That'll be Maddie Hawk, the 5'10 senior.
David, we talked about the new camera guys we've got. Same from football, but a lot of these, it's kind of one of their first experiences in basketball. I know John is not a big basketball guy. He doesn't have the most experience as Oak Ridge throws the ball away and Jefferson County will get the ball back. He's doing something that I haven't seen before. He's got a new strategy, David. He is sitting in a chair behind the baseline. So I don't know if that's lazy or maybe he's just smarter than I am because I've never thought of that.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. He's a baseball guy, so you know that maybe a little bit of laziness there. And he's a Mets fan, so that probably should tell you everything about it.
Well, hey, he's sitting down just like they were sitting down this postseason, Dave.
I'm not so sure about that deflection. They give the ball to Jefferson County. Lady Patriots in the rear court have the ball ripped out. Demetria had it for a second. Then the young lady from Jefferson County, they call it jump ball, although she was on the baseline with possession. It should have been Oak Ridge's ball, in my humble opinion. But that's not the way it goes.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was, they were a little bit away from their official that call. That was a little bit away from the play. There was a scramble for the ball, and they kind of went away, drew the action away from the official, and I think they just kind of tried to call that fair as they could and said it was a jump ball.
Jefferson County facing a lot of pressure here. They get a wide open 3, though. It's up no good. Jenna's got the rebound. Pulled down, and a foul is going to be called against number 33, Adeline Armstrong. They will list her at 6'1". She is a senior. It'll be Oak Ridge basketball. 4:52 to play first quarter. 7-3 our score. We're on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio. We're also on Oak Ridge Schools Television, channel 1082. We're on prepradio.com today. Oak Ridge ball. Jenna Johnson with it. Swings it around to the horn to Demetria. Takes a 3. In and out. No good. Good rebound for a moment there by Jenna. She saves it. Goes right back up with the shot. And it's no good. Another foul is going to be called.
Yeah, and I said yes because I love what I saw. Jenna on the last possession, a much taller, kind of more, appears to be a little stronger girl down low that you would think would automatically get that rebound, but she didn't. Why? Because Jenna had position and she fought for it. This time on the other end, she fought for the rebound, out-hustled the other girl after it was deflected to get to the ball. And then I'm really big on kind of the James Michael effect from back in the day, if the Wildcat fans remember him. Hey, you're a post, and you fight for an offensive rebound, go back up by all means. Be aggressive. You earned that extra possession. Go up and finish it. Jenna did that by hitting a couple free throws right there.
And we got a 2-point game now. Jefferson County still facing Oak Ridge's pressure, which has been very tenacious. Ball knocked out of bounds by one of the freshmen. Ulisha Mitchell and Janiah Pippins combined for 32 points on Tuesday in the win over Grace. And, we've had some great freshmen come in, but here's a deflection, nearly a steal by Evelyn Eubanks, saved on the floor by Oak Ridge, and a steal. They come down the floor. I don't think as Oak Ridge drives in, right block shot is up, off the glass, good, count it. One official is going to call the bucket good, the other called the offensive player control foul, and that'll give the ball to Jefferson County.
Well, David, it took me almost half a quarter to complain about officiating this basketball season. That's just a bad call, a missed call. The girl was running backwards. If you're not set, how can you call a charge if the girl's not set? So missed call there. It should have been an and one opportunity, but instead Oak Ridge is going to turn them over.
And like I said, Oak Ridge's pressure is going to be, I think, the deciding difference in this game. Jefferson County does not like it. You can tell. Lady Wildcats are tenacious all over the floor, except right there. Jenna might have gotten beat. They get a shot up. Good. It is 9-5 the score. Here comes Oak Ridge down the floor. Oak Ridge got to slow down just a little bit on offense, though, as Oak Ridge sets it in and fires the pass. It's intercepted. Demetria tried to force it in. Like I said, I think they need to slow down a little bit on offense.
Yeah, I think you're right. They're speeding Jefferson County up on offense, but Jefferson County's really not doing anything to speed Oak Ridge up. They're forcing the issue themselves. Nice block that time by Jenna Johnson as she came over help side defense. The guard was beat, and Jenna was there for the rejection. Jenna, you can tell, David, she's not back yet. I mean, she just doesn't – she's favoring that leg that was injured. She's not quite got her quickness back, and she doesn't look quite comfortable. But, boy, just her presence out there, she's making a big, big difference.
Sakari Stewart comes into the ball game for the first time. Evelyn Eubanks checks out. Might have been a hand check there. No call. Jefferson County, might have been a walk there. They get a shot off inside the paint. No good. Rebound Oak Ridge. Pulling down the board, Janiah Pippins. Here comes Oak Ridge once again. Lady Wildcats driving in. Here's a shot off the glass. Nice look. Shot is missed. Rebounded right back up by Jenna Johnson. And we got a 2-point game once again.
And again, Jenna Johnson right there for recovery, just making those extra plays, hustling to getting her team an extra opportunity with an extra possession.
Here comes the three, though, by the Patriots, and they nail it. 3-point shot by Jefferson County. Here comes Oak Ridge wanting to run again. Demetria, a little bit out of control. Ball knocked out of bounds, though, by the Jefferson County Lady Patriots.
I think what I'm looking for right here out of this inbound is, if it's something you got a quick hitter, if there's something underneath that's there, by all means go for it. It's not going to be there just based off how Jefferson County's defending that, although they do get a quick outside look. I would just like to see Oak Ridge run a little offense as we get closer to the end of the first quarter, Dave. They're playing way too fast as there's a foul on the other end.
They're going to say it's on the floor. Personal foul against the Lady Wildcats. I think it's going to go against Janiah Pippins. And it'll be Jefferson County basketball underneath the goal. Lady Wildcats about to substitute. Jenna had to go and retrieve the ball. Lady Wildcats going to get into the ball game for the first time. Paige Lawing, another tall player for the Lady Wildcats, tall young player. As the Lady Wildcats back on defense here. They work the ball in. Nearly a turnover there by the Lady Patriots. Good defense, Oak Ridge. Jefferson County dribbling out the midcourt circle around the right side. Almost picked up her dribble. Gives it off in the corner. Lady Wildcats reach in. And they're going to call a jump ball in the alternate possession area. This time we'll go to Oak Ridge. Oak Ridge is really putting the clamps down on them defensively. And I don't think the Lady Patriots really like that.
No, you can just see by their facial expressions, and I'm a big body language guy, especially in basketball, where you can see facial expressions, you can see slumped shoulders, and Jefferson County is not comfortable with it. And they're in a zone right now, and Oak Ridge is going to have to figure this out. But the thing about a zone, you don't have to rush. What's there will be there. Another rebound by Jenna Johnson.
She missed the shot, though, and the rebound pulled away by the Lady Patriots. They're going to call a foul against Oak Ridge.
And David, that may have been a foul, but 24 for them. Riley Lindsay, she has gotten they called a jump ball earlier on the last possession they had the ball, and I thought she threw an elbow. Well, she did throw one, but they called it a jump ball. That time, there was probably a foul, and they called it against Oak Ridge, but right after that play, as Jefferson County throws the ball, Oak Ridge will get it back. Right after they called the foul, she just took her arm and shoved the Oak Ridge girl off her. She clearly does not like her space being impeded upon. I think that's a girl you continue to put pressure on. Like you said, if you sense weakness, if you sense a player doesn't like the pressure, as a head coach, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to continue to put that gas pedal all the way down.
Here's a wide open look. She didn't pull the trigger. Lady Wildcats down 12-7. Wildcats dribbling in. Over it goes left side. Oak Ridge shoots a three again. It's on its way. No good. Jenna comes down with the rebound. And did they call her over the back? I think they did.
They did. And here's the thing. It's misconstrued. Over the back is not a call. That's not a call in the rule book. Coaches, fans, they always want it. It's not. The call is a shove. You cannot be called for a foul because you're quote-unquote over the back unless you're fouling the person, right? So unless you're leaned over and got your body weight on that player. Jenna didn't do that. She just rose up and got it over her. There was no foul there. It looked like an over the back because she jumped over her. But to me, that's just not it's not the right call. And Jenna showed some frustration. She's got to be careful. She slammed the ball after that. I think she agrees with me. I think that as an official, I think that's a bailout call, Dave, and that's just my opinion.
I think we have the C team officiating here. I guess the others are watching the Tennessee-Georgia game. Haven't seen many of these officials before. Free throw is good.
I've seen one of them, and we're not going to start calling guys out here, but I've seen one of them, and he's a fairly regular guy, I think, in our area. But the other two I do not recognize.
13-7 the score. Lady Wildcats, they get another free throw, and Lady Wildcats are down by 7, 14-7. Lady Wildcats have kind of struggled to get into their offense. The Patriots, credit them. They're a big team. Lady Wildcats are going to shoot a wide open three. No good. Wildcats track down the rebound. They work it in. They try to get it in. The ball's knocked out of bounds. And let's see. They're going to say it'll be Oak Ridge basketball underneath the goal. We've got 1:03 to play in the first quarter. It's going to be one of those long days of basketball, Alex. We kind of getting geared up for 4 consecutive games.
Yeah, thrown right into the fire. Welcome to basketball season. But, hey, there's a lot of long days in life, whether it's work, whether it's, long drives, whatever you got to do. But if your version of long day is long because you're watching 4 basketball games, say that's not a bad way to spend a day.
Freshman Ulisha Mitchell to the free throw line, fouled in the act of shooting. The first toss is good.
You know, David, one of the things I would like to see for the Lady Wildcats to do as we go into this second quarter momentarily, just because they're playing a zone, the weakness of the zone is the three-point shot. Everybody understands that. But just because they're playing a zone as the second free throw is missed doesn't mean you have to settle. And I think right now Oak Ridge is just jacking up too many three-point shots. Just because they're in a zone doesn't mean you can't get good inside shots.
Paige Lawing pulls down a rebound. Let's see, there's a big scramble. The ball, Page had an opportunity to be Oak Ridge basketball. Oak Ridge down 6 here, 51.4 seconds to play. First quarter, live on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio. Lady Wildcats dribble in, pass. Wildcats trying to force a little bit too much. When they get the post player on the blocks open, they're trying to force it in. I think probably that time she probably should have pulled up and shot it because she had a wide open look, but there's a wide open look for them. They don't take it. But Oak Ridge trying to force it inside. There's a missed shot, rebounded by the hustling Lady Wildcats for a second. Ball goes out of bounds. And anytime I see Jenna going after a loose ball like that, I think, I hope she doesn't mess up that knee. She's just about a month off of being cleared from that injury she sustained at Powell last year. Jefferson County ball, 27 seconds to play first quarter.
Yeah.
Lady Patriots backing it up, 20 seconds to play, 14-8. Good defense, Oak Ridge. Demetria all over the young lady. They come back door, and they're going to call, was that 5 seconds?
It will be a 5-second, and before Oak Ridge takes this last shot, I want to mention there was a lot of 5-second calls against in this preview. We'll talk about this before the second quarter, David.
11 seconds to play here. Lady Wildcats playing for the final shot here. Jenna with it. Here's a long-range three. It's up. No good. Jenna hustles for the rebound, fires it, grabs it. We're down to 1. She can't get a shot. She was fouled. They're going to call a foul? I don't think so as the first quarter comes to a close. There is indeed a foul called against the Lady Patriots. She got knocked over, and they're going to say it's 1 in the bonus, and Oak Ridge will have an opportunity to shoot free throws with no time on the clock.
Yeah, and I don't know why Jefferson County is going out there for the rebound. First off, on the scoreboard, we only have 5 fouls, so it shouldn't be 1-1 unless they're off.
There's a new rule in high school this year where they reset each quarter.
And what is the number that gets them into that? 5?
5.
Wow, interesting. Well, you can clearly see one of us did our homework before basketball season started. The other one showed up about an hour beforehand. I'll let our listeners guess which one of us that was.
Dimitri missed the first shot. She'll have another one here. Toss is good. And that should do it for the quarter. 0.3 seconds to play. They do get the ball in, and the quarter comes to a close. 1 quarter basketball. We got a lot more to go. 14-9. Jefferson County on top of Oak Ridge. We'll be back to the Wildcat Arena in 60 seconds.
Missed the first, made the second.
Hello, this is Margo Davis with the Old Town Inn, a hidden gem nestled in the secret city of Oak Ridge. Be it a holiday event, a birthday, a baby shower, a family reunion, or your intimate wedding day, we at the Old Town Inn want to celebrate these magical moments with you. Keeping with elements of historic charm, this slightly modified Oak Ridge, Tennessee original Manhattan Project home has been refurbished to accommodate up to 75 in attendance for your special gathering occasion. We're located in the shadows of Blankenship Field at 110 East Tennessee Avenue, and we invite you to come by and see for yourself. Personal tours are available by contacting us by phone at 865-206-0874 or email at oldtowninn@gmail.com. Come celebrate with us soon.
David Clary back here along with Alex Myers. We're also joined by Titus Fetters, John Ulrich, Caleb Riker. They're all doing camera work and stats for us today. It's going to be a long day for them as well. Lady Wildcats will get the ball first as we start playing the second quarter. Alex, you want to continue your thought?
Yeah, talking about the 5-second count. So everybody's familiar with that where, if your player is quote-unquote closely guarded, you can get a 5-second count. Oak Ridge was the beneficiary of that. They got that call and got a turnover off of it late in that first quarter. One thing, the Anderson County boys coach was complaining about the amount of 5-second calls that they had been called as Fulton was pressuring them on the offensive end. And the officials said, hey, we've been told it's a 6-foot rule. And I'm thinking in my head, what is this, a COVID? What are they talking about? And I realized they're talking about the officials apparently have been told if they're within 6 feet, that counts and constitutes closely guarded. I don't like that. That seems a little generous, to say the least. I didn't know if you were aware of that. That was the first time I was aware of it. It was the first time the Anderson County coaching staff had been made aware of that.
I haven't either. As Jenna comes all the way down the floor and a blocking foul is called, she has an opportunity for a three-point play. And that looked like Jenna Johnson right there.
Yeah, it did. Explosive off that leg, going up off the backboard, and then before it even went through the basket, starts waving her arm saying, and one. Jenna's a confident player. Nobody cares, but I had her when we were in summer camp when I was a counselor and she was a youngster, and she was dominant as an athlete, run around there, and she was very confident and not afraid to show it. And Jenna hasn't necessarily looked quite as confident, but that time that looked like vintage Jenna Johnson as she takes a tumble here and she pops right back up.
Ball's knocked out of bounds, they say, last touch by Jefferson County. The Lady Wildcats are without their leading scorers, Yana Stewart, who also had a knee injury during the summer. They hope to get her back. She told me the other day on the TV show that she hopes to be back by tournament time. And, sometimes, obviously, nobody wants an injury as a three-point shot ties the game and gives Oak Ridge their first lead. 15-14 the score. Really nice shot there by Oak Ridge.
Yeah, the good-looking form shot. I don't know her percentages. She's so young, but I tell you right now, if you shoot the ball and your form looks like that, you're going to make a lot of shots.
Back to what I was going to say here, Alex. I mean, injuries are terrible. We've had our share of them for sure, but the youngsters are going to get experience while Zay is not with them. And if she comes back, this team could be very, very dangerous by tournament time because they're not going to be freshmen anymore and sophomores. They're going to be upperclassmen with a lot of experience.
Yeah, and, just one of the girls that's out there right now, this is my first opportunity seeing her as a high schooler, Paige Lewing. You mentioned her earlier. She's kind of, how I would describe her out there, she's bouncy. She's young. She's tall. I know she's going to get stronger as she's in this program for several more years, but she's got a little pep in her step, a little bounce to her on the offense and defensive end as another three from Strickland. The Wildcats starting to heat up and settle in, looking a little more comfortable lately, David.
And that's what happened on Tuesday. Grace kind of hit them early, and then the Lady Wildcats just kind of rested a bit, and then all of a sudden, boom, they started knocking down shots, playing better defense. And you know as well as I do, there's another foul on Jenna. And I don't know if Caleb's keeping up with the fouls there, but that's going to be a personal foul against them. It'll be Jefferson County basketball underneath the goal. 18-15 the score. Lady Wildcats trailed at one point by 7, 14-7. But it's been all Oak Ridge since that time.
And it looks like that's Jenna Johnson's second foul, so she will come out to a small ovation here. And into the ball game, the Lady Wildcats will get a substitute in.
We only have 2 seniors. Jefferson County drives in, got to take a charge. Man, I was hoping she was going to take a charge. I think they might call a foul on Janiyah Pippins, but Oak Ridge only has 2 seniors on the entire roster. And that is Demetria Strickland and Bella Boone. And Bella's been hampered with a little bit of a hip injury. So this is a very, very young team.
Very young. And like I said, for whatever reason, I don't know if there's been some attrition or what, but it seems like we've said that for 2 or 3 years in a row now. But, hey, the pipeline is strong, and you can just see some of these freshmen. They're a little raw, but they're athletic. They're tall. They got some length, and they've got some skill as well. It's an exciting time to be a Lady Wildcat fan, no doubt.
Both tosses good. Back to a 1-point game, 18-17. Here comes Oak Ridge down the floor. Lady Wildcats has substituted freely. We have another game to go against Anderson County. That was not the best pass in the world. Page got it, though. Works the ball left side. I wish they would quit forcing the ball inside. Oh, man, long range 3. It's up, no good. Great board, and what a reverse layup. She missed it, though. Great looking opportunity by Ulisha Mitchell. She almost had that thing fall.
Yeah, she did. I'd like to see her use, and I'm sure Paige would agree, I'd like to see her kiss that off the glass versus just kind of tossing it up. It's a much easier shot when you can use the backboard as your friend.
Good defense again by the Lady Wildcats, just kind of harassing the Lady Patriots everywhere they go. Coming into the game once again for them will come Camry Boland. That's a 5'8 senior. This is a senior-dominated Jefferson County team. 18-17, Lady Wildcats, 5:22 to play. So they work the ball in. They've got some height on Oak Ridge. And nearly a steal, and indeed a steal by Oak Ridge. Left-handed layup off the glass. She missed it. Kind of rushed it that time. And here they come back down the floor. Lady Wildcats had a transition opportunity, but Demetria couldn't get it to fall right there, and the ball's knocked out of bounds. The way Paige just threw the ball back into the official. She's a little disappointed in that play, but
that's not while I was giggling. I giggled because I looked at our former head football coach, now athletic director, and when that ball went out of bounds, you could just see the disappointment on his face too. And I'm sitting here going, this is as there's a jump ball on the floor, Oak Ridge will get the ball back. This is a mid-November Saturday basketball game as a part of a quadruple header. And Coach Gaddis is down there just is into it as if this was the final game of a region. We're down to the last minute for a region title.
Oak Ridge basketball coming down the floor, 4:58 to play. Our next ball game, the boys will play the same Jefferson County Patriots. Not the same team. It'll be boys on boys. But then after that, the girls will play Anderson County, and the guys will take on the Mavericks as well. Oak Ridge ball leading by 1. They've trailed by as many as 7. Page with it out to the right. Dribbles right side to Demetria. Right corner, slings it out to a wide open player. Pulls up, cannot shoot at the free throw line. Probably should have. She's passed up a couple shots. Lady Wildcats had the ball ripped away and knocked out of bounds, they say, by Jefferson County. There was a wide open look there by, go ahead.
Well, yeah, when you get a wide open look against a team you're struggling to get looks against, you can't hesitate. You got to be a confident shooter. Even if it doesn't go in, you've got to show the defense, A, that you're willing to take that shot. B, when you've got the ability to get offensive rebounds like Oak Ridge has shown the ability to do in this one, hey, you're giving yourself an opportunity to go get one of those.
Missed 3 there. The Lady Wildcats incidentally have Honesty Thompson in the ball game right now. Lady Wildcats substituting quite freely here with all their youngsters coming in. Trap set at the midcourt line. Jefferson County works out of it outside the line. 4 minutes to play. We're in the second quarter. Appreciate all of our sponsors. We'll talk more about them as the broadcast goes as they drive in for a shot. Good. And they retake the lead. Oak Ridge slowly walking the ball up the floor. Demetria Strickland, 3:41 to play second quarter. 19-18 the score. The boys' game with Jefferson County will follow here on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio. Oak Ridge ball. Pittman's thought about shooting. Swings it out to Demetria Strickland. The Wildcat, well, they try to force it in again. They continue to try to push it in there, but that has just not worked all afternoon for them.
Yeah, well, and just because you get the ball into the post doesn't mean that person has to then turn into a scorer. They can turn into a facilitator because it sort of forces that defense to adjust and forces just kind of creates some space. So I'm okay with them putting it in there, but you've got to make smart passes, and you've got to, as the bank apparently is open on Saturdays, deep three that Jefferson County knocks in there.
And they're up by 4 once again. Lady Wildcat lead, biggest lead was 3 at one point, but now they trail again by 4, 22-18. Little different kind of a team with Jenna out of the ball game as play is halted and the timeout is asked for. We'll take it with them. Lady Wildcats down 22-18. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Now back to the Fox Insurance Group Oak Ridge Wildcat football live stream on YouTube. Come in, discover the difference of an independent insurance agency. Fox Insurance Group Oak Ridge.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community to do what you do, enjoy life, and thrive in historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Enjoy the lifestyle you deserve with amazing amenities and stunning modern features throughout your apartment home. Enjoy the 24-hour cutting-edge fitness center. Take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling stations. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. It's time to love where you live.
Welcome back once again to the Wildcat Arena. Lady Wildcat basketball, 2:40 to play, second quarter, 22-18. Lady Wildcats in the lead. I was going to say a moment ago, Lady Wildcats are kind of a different team with Jenna out of the ball game right now.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Dave. I think his quick pull-up shot here is no good, and Oak Ridge is not getting those. They don't look as confident in the post, and I think they've missed her help defensively down low as well.
Jefferson County outside the line. Now they drive in. There should have been a foul there, and it is a reach-in foul called against Oak Ridge. Lady Wildcats are not as experienced inside. They're with Paige Lawing. I think she's the one who commits the foul. They're just not as experienced as they go to the free throw line trying to extend their lead, and they have taken the lead back over since Jenna has come out of the ball game.
Yeah, and it's kind of the age-old question. You get 5 fouls and there's 4 quarters. So a lot of times coaches, kind of depending on the flow, they'll sort of feel it out. It looks like Paige is going to say, hey, if Jenna's got 2 fouls in this particular ball game, we're going to let her sit and make sure she has 3 to play with in the second half. But you almost want at a certain point, would it be worth that risk putting her back in?
Really nice shot there from the free throw line. Lady Wildcats stopped the little scoring drought they were in, and it's now a 3-point game as they work the ball in. The Lady Wildcat defense not quite as tenacious as it was as we play the final 2 minutes of the first half. We'll have the stats at halftime. Hope you'll stay tuned for that as the Lady Patriots work their offense. The Lady Wildcats took a nasty tumble. They're going to call, I think, an illegal screen against the Lady Patriots.
Yep, that's exactly what they're going to call. They said that Camry Bolin just kind of, I guess she was moving. I don't know if she stuck her leg out or her hip out, what happened, but as the Oak Ridge Lady Wildcat tried to battle through that, she kind of got tripped and knocked down, and that was that's a call that I don't remember 10, 15 years ago that illegal screens were called that much unless it was blatant. But now you watch at pro level, the high school level, the college level, you just see that call a lot more now than you used to.
Maybe a quick shot there by Lady Wildcats with such little time left in the half as the Patriots work their offense. They'll drive in. Here comes a shot from 3. Clang off the iron. No good. They get the rebound back up, and it's good. They go crazy. I don't think Coach Taylor wanted him to shoot that so quickly, but that's a freshman as Demetria drives in. Oh, what a move. Great drive there by Demetria Strickland.
Yeah, really beautiful Euro step there. Got the defender going one way, took one extra step the other way, cleared a path for a wide-open bank shot, a little layup, kiss it off the glass.
3-point game, 25-22. Here's another 3 by them. No good. Rebounded by Oak Ridge. The Wildcats need to slow it down. Take one shot here. 35 seconds to play second quarter. Here's Paige driving in, and she is fouled, and Paige Lawing is going to go to the free throw line. Good look there by Paige.
Yeah, and it was a good entry pass there by Mitchell into Long. And I tell you what, I've said it before, but I'm really impressed. This is my first time seeing Paige, just a sophomore, with some real game experience here. And she's, again, she's young. She's obviously a little bit raw, but the potential is there. And a lot of times in high school, you see these taller players that just don't have the mobility. Maybe that some of their, Jenna Johnson's pretty tall, but she's not huge, right? But she's pretty quick. But then Zayana fits that mold as well. But Paige is tall, but she's also pretty quick for her height, and she's kind of springy. I just really like what she could become here the next couple of years as a Lady Wildcat.
27 seconds to play. Paige hit one of the two. 25-23 the score. Lady Patriot basketball. Demetria working hard defensively. She's got the steal. Lady Wildcats going to try to tie it here. Bounce past left side. The Lady Wildcats will set it up. They're working into Paige. She swings. Here comes Demetria. She launches the three. No good. Rebound to the Lady Patriots with 6 seconds to play. Lady Wildcats had a couple good looks at it. Kind of a frustration foul there. Lady Wildcats had a good look at it. Alex just wouldn't fall for them.
No, and they're going to actually say instead of a foul, they stepped out of bounds. So Lady Wildcats will get one shot with 4 seconds to go with a chance to tie or take the lead, trailing 25-23 before half.
4 seconds. Lady Wildcats working in 3, 2, 3 at the buzzer. No good as the first half comes to a close. Alex, not a bad half of basketball for the Lady Wildcats. It's a senior-dominated Jefferson County team. Lady Wildcats trail it 25-23. Your thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, it was a really good first half just from a basketball standpoint. Entertaining, hard-fought half. Wasn't the cleanest basketball. I mean, it looks like we're, a week or so into the season, kind of some fresh legs, but also some just some plays and the style of play. You can kind of tell that these two teams are still kind of trying to figure some things out. That's what these games are for and should be used for. I don't want to come out here as much as I'd love to see Oak Ridge hang 100 on somebody and whoop up on them by 30 points. That doesn't help Oak Ridge, right? And so playing a game like this, a tightly contested game, especially as we go into half, this is a team. You look at Jefferson County, this is a game that's going to benefit them as well, right? Because they may not see pressure like this until they get to the tournament. But they're going to be able to have and lean back on this experience and say, hey, we were able to kind of fight that early storm and that onslaught against Oak Ridge. We were able to have a halftime lead, and now who knows what happens from here out. We've got 2 quarters left to play, but certainly I'm glad to see a very well-contested game, a tightly contested game, because these early season games like this are hard to find where you're really challenged, and ultimately they help you 3 or 4 months down the road.
We need to take a break here. 25-23 the score. I'll take a 3-minute break. We'll come back with the scoring. Lady Wildcats down 25-23. Back in 3 minutes.
3-minute break. Will you?
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community to do what you do, enjoy life, and thrive in historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Enjoy the lifestyle you deserve with amazing amenities and stunning modern features throughout your apartment home. Our community is sure to please. Enjoy the 24-hour cutting-edge fitness center. Take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling stations. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour of your new home today or visit us 24/7 at themainstreetlofts.com to view our floor plans and amenities. Our website has our current availability, and you can just apply for your new home from our website. It's time to love where you live.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service is designed to assist customers providing a cost-effective means to having their clothes cleaned and processed. Our wash and fold attendants strive to meet the trust placed on them using a variety of fabric cleaning products of the customer's choice. Our customers have the choice of same-day wash, dry, and fold, or another date that fits their schedule. The Washboard Wash and Fold drop-off service is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're located at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. After hours, the drop-off box is available for the customers who work late or need to be to work before 8 a.m. We offer our services to an array of the Oak Ridge community, working parents, persons working extended hours, and local businesses. We are proud of our service to ORHS and other local schools and associations. If time is not an issue, stop by and use the self-service laundry at Bob's Washboard Laundry at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. Call our staff at 865-951-3237 for any questions you may have.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 State Championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at betsycolemanrealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
Come in, discover the difference of an independent insurance agency, Fox Insurance Group, Oak Ridge.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena here. Alex Myers along with Caleb Riker is doing stats for us. Caleb, thank you for doing that. You've got the first half stats from just the Lady Wildcats as this is a shortened halftime.
Yeah, it is a short halftime here. Our leading scorer, Janaea Pippins, with 9 points. Then Jenna Johnson with 7. Demetria Strickland and Ulisha Mitchell both with 6. Honesty Thompson with 2. And Paige Lawing with 3.
Thank you very much. As Titus, this is your first go-around with us doing top camera for basketball, right? Yeah. What's your thoughts on it so far? It's a little easier than football, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit easier. It's not as much zooming in and out.
There we go. As Nick Suttles, L. Ray Suttles himself has graced us with his presence. Great to see you, Nick. He's a long-time, 20-year veteran of Prep Radio, something like that now. He wasn't able to join us very often this fall football season because of his work schedule. We appreciate he's helping out Oak Ridge with what he does for work. And we'll get back to the action now. As again, shortened halftime for all of these games here today. The 5 on the court for Oak Ridge: Jenna Johnson, Demetria Strickland, excuse me. Also out there is Ulisha Mitchell, Eubanks, and Pippins. So into the ball game. Inbounding the ball is Jefferson County. They've got it across half court. They now move left to right as we see it from our perch at the top of the Wildcat Arena press box. They work it around as Oak Ridge is back into their man-to-man defense. Shot goes up. There's a foul. The shot was no good, but Oak Ridge is going to get called for the foul, I believe. We'll check to see who that was on. I think they said 12, if I'm not mistaken, which would be Ulisha Mitchell. And to the line for 2 free throws will go Jefferson County's Maddie Hawk. First free throw's up and good, and the score at halftime, I hope you wrote this down, Caleb, it was 25-23, Jefferson County with a 2-point lead. And after Hawk hits 2 free throws, it's 27-23, a 4-point lead now for the Lady Patriots. 7:43 to go here, just a few seconds into this third quarter. Lady Wildcats with their opening possession on offense. 3 is no good. Jenna Johnson back in there battling for the rebound, and she couldn't get it to go. And racing on the other end is Jefferson County. I thought they hit the ball out of bounds last. They do not, so Jefferson County will retain possession underneath the Lady Wildcat basket. David, it's important how you start these first and second halves as well. Just as important as you end them is how you start them.
Most definitely. I'm sure Paige Taylor did some kind of readjusting and kind of telling them exactly what she wanted them to do. I thought one of the keys, I think the Lady Wildcats just were too fast on offense at times, especially in the first quarter. And you and I both noticed that, when Jenna was out of the ball game, Lady Wildcats weren't getting those rebounds and didn't look quite as confident as they did when she was in there. It's good to have her back to start the second half. Down by 4, 27-23.
And the other thing I think is if you make shots versus just kind of clanging threes off the iron, you're able to set up your press. And I think that's when Oak Ridge was at their best defensively in that first half, when they could set up their press and kind of make Jefferson County uncomfortable. Speaking of uncomfortable, there's a pass, an awkward one, out to the wing, goes inside, back out to the wing, and Jefferson County's just going to toss it back up to Hawk, who's heading things out at the point guard for Jefferson County. To the wing it goes, left side, that's Bolin. Bolin tries to find a cutting player, but can't. It's tipped away over to Jenna Johnson. Johnson up to Strickland. Strickland against Hawk. She's fouled. Shot was no good, but she'll earn herself a trip to the free throw line. And I think that's the opportunity, David, where you see Oak Ridge. Yes, that's when we want to push the pace. When you use your defense to create that offense, absolutely. By all means, at that point, then push the pace and use your speed.
Yeah, that's typical Lady Wildcat basketball ever since the beginning of the program. That's what they've liked to do. They've liked to use their defense to create some offense. Had a good transition right there. Good recovery, honestly, by the Lady Patriot. She did commit the foul, but I agree with you 100%. Transition buckets sometimes kickstart things. Is one of the 2 free throws good?
The second one was good. 6:23 to go here in the third quarter. Oak Ridge sets up their 2-2-1 press. Jefferson County breaks it with some relative ease, and they're going to try to push the tempo momentarily. Strickland battling for it. Should it be a jump ball? It should be. Will it be? It is. It's going to stay this way, though, in direction of the blue. That's Jefferson County, and no, now they're going to change it on me. And I'll take that change. I'll gladly be wrong if they're going to change it and say the Lady Wildcats will get the possession. So Jenna Johnson will throw it into Strickland, 94 feet away from the Jefferson County Lady Patriot goal. 6:10 to go here in the third quarter. Oak Ridge trailing Jefferson County 27-24. Strickland walks it gingerly across the half-court stripe. She's going to set things up. Oak Ridge has got 3 guards outside the three-point line, 2 posts inside. Eubanks and Johnson the posts. It's going to try to go into Eubanks, and she was double-teamed. That pass never really didn't have a chance, and they tried to force it in against a tough Jefferson County defense, kind of like they did in the first half a little bit. Patriots, Lady Patriots, that is, back working around the arc on the other end. So they are facing, I guess that would be the northwest end of the Wildcat Arena. To our right as we sit up here in the press box is a scramble for the ball. Jump shot is no good, but the rebound is put back up. It's also no good. Strickland comes out of there with it for the Lady Wildcats. She's going to push it up to Jenna right side, back to Strickland. Thought about a 3. She's going to launch a deep one. Drained it. She drained it, and it's a tie ball game. 27-27, 5:14 to go in the third quarter. Oak Ridge has finally tied this game once again. The press is
most definitely. It was last tied when it was, I guess, 15-15. Here's a steal by Oak Ridge. Lady Wildcats can retake the lead. Here's a layup up, and it is good by Demetria Strickland.
And you see right there Jenna Johnson's presence on the defense. She's not doing the scoring, but is an excellent facilitator as well as what she brings on the defensive end with her length and her rebounding ability. So trailing now 29-27. Jefferson County trying to do something with it, and Oak Ridge is going to get called for a hold. That will be the Lady Wildcats' Janiyah Pippins, who gets called for. Number 22 for the Lady Wildcats, Caleb, as she's going to take a seat. Check on see how many Janiyah has, how many fouls she has. That's 4 fouls on Pippins, so she will take a seat. Coach Paige Taylor talking to her, and into the ball game will come Sakuri Stewart. Jenna Johnson now guarding Hawk out on the wing, and Hawk's going to just take a couple steps back and launch a 3, and wow, she nails it. Pretty shot from Hawk. You don't see too many high school girls basketball players with that sort of range, David Clary.
Most definitely. She's a 5'10 senior. Has been doing that for a while for Jefferson County. I remember watching her play as a sophomore up in Greenville, and she just nailed that with a lot of confidence. Here's a little floating shot, no good. Rebounded, knocked out of bounds, last touch by Jefferson County. Nope, it's going to be last touch by the Lady Wildcats. I think they got it right.
Eubanks is going to take a seat, and into the game will come once again Paige Lowing. 29-30. The score is 30-29, I should say. Pardon my French there. As Jefferson County, Lady Patriots have a 1-point lead with 4:07 to go here in the third quarter. They break the press easily, and then they're going to force a shot. It was maybe agitated by Jenna Johnson, who gets kicked on the other end. There's no call, but the Lady Wildcats had the ball momentarily and then turned it over. Jenna Johnson got kicked, David Clary, but it was not called. And so now Lady Wildcats are going to try to make a steal of their own. Strickland thought she stole it. The referee thought otherwise. They're going to call Strickland with the foul. And boy, that was a little bit of a circus act of a chain of events there. Did you see what I saw with Jenna Johnson getting, they would call that a high sticking in hockey.
I did. And by the way, that was Evelyn Eubanks who blocked the shot on the other end of the floor, I do believe. But what I saw, and I've said this, several times during the course of this game, Lady Wildcats are trying to get the ball inside when they're not really open. And most of their turnovers, I would guess, have been when they've tried to do that, as that free throw is up and good. When they've just tried to get it inside to a post, whether they be down low or in the lane someplace. I would guess that most of their turnovers have been there. As that free throw's missed, Jenna's got the rebound.
She's going to push the pace. Oak Ridge had numbers for a moment, but Jefferson County really did a nice job of getting their girls back, and they're settling back into that zone now. Inside it goes to Lowing. She's going to get it deflected, and Strickland comes out of there with it. Fires a layup off the right side. It's good, and it's a 31-31 tie with 3:28 to go in the third period. Jefferson County shaky with it, but they get it across the half-court line. Driving right side is Loveday. Loveday is going to kick it back outside to her post player who traveled with it. Nice defense from the Lady Wildcats. The closest defender was Mitchell. Mitchell on the court with Strickland, Johnson, Lowing, and Stewart. And forgive me, listeners, family and friends, and David, if I mispronounce, when I mispronounce names tonight, because I'm a lot of new faces for me here at the Wildcat Arena. Wildcats on offense, trying to work against this zone. They're going to find Strick on the right side. She's off the back rim, no good on the three-point attempt, but there is Mitchell for the rebound. She puts it back up, it's no good, and then there's a tie ball underneath, and it should be a jump ball, not a foul, and that is the correct call. They get it that way, and they're going to point to Jefferson County for possession. This is a little bit physical, David.
Yeah, and that's something that Coach Taylor was talking to me about. She wasn't sure whether her team, as young as they were, would want that style of ball. That's the way Jefferson County typically has played for years, and I think the Lady Wildcats are responding a bit, and the Lady Wildcat defense has been tenacious for sure, but I've kind of been pleased with they've been able to handle that, as that three is good. They've got some really nice shooters.
They do. Ella Moore wears number 3. That time she scores 3. It's 34-31. Another 3 as a 3-point lead with 2:30 to go here in the third quarter. That's a lot of threes in one run-on sentence by me. As Strickland has it at the top of the key, she's going to work it left side to Mitchell. Mitchell thinks about passing inside and said she's going to have a little 10-foot put up a floater. It was a pretty looking shot. It didn't fall, but I like the shot. As Jefferson County comes out of there with it, going to push the pace now a little bit. Up to Hawk it goes. She's guarded by a post. It's a little bit of a quickness mismatch. She's going to go all the way in. Driving layup, no good, but Lowing comes over there and gets the rebound off the backboard. Oak Ridge now pushing it. Mitchell trying to drive baseline. She's cut off. She's going to get it back out to Strickland. Left side elbow, 3, nothing but net. And it's a tie game again, 34-34, 152 to go here in the third quarter. Oak Ridge sets up their press. Jefferson County, again, doing a better job this half of getting the press broken, and now they're into their half-court offense. Strickland closely guarding. They had the 5-second count on, but they broke it, and now it's Hawk. She's driving against Johnson, and this is good. Tough shot there as she got it over the shot over Jenna Johnson. It's a tough basket right there. We've seen some nice skill offensive players from a skill standpoint from Jefferson County in this one.
Yes, most definitely. That's a good-looking team. Like I said, they're senior-dominated. And here comes another long-range 3. This one's no good. And they knock the ball out of bounds. Should be Oak Ridge ball. 36-34 our score. A minute 14 to play in the third period. I'm pretty pleased with the way the Lady Wildcats have fought hard against this physical, senior-dominated team. And Caleb, how many points does Demetria have right now?
He's going to calculate that up as here is Strickland. And, well, whatever she had, add 3 more to it. It's a lead for the Lady Wildcats, 37-36, 52 seconds to go in the third period. Here comes the press. Jenna Johnson nearly tied a girl up with Strickland, and they're going to get it to Hawk. Thought about a 3. She's going to drive inside against Lowing, and they're going to call Demetria Strickland with the foul. It was the right call. It was a tough play, though, because you thought Oak Ridge had forced Jefferson County into a bad shot. And I don't know if that shot had a chance to go just because of her positioning on the floor. She had almost driven underneath the basket, but they will call the foul as Demetria Strickland with that 3. David, she has 20 points through not even 3 quarters.
Yeah, I kind of thought she was approaching the 20-point plateau. She's playing with a lot of confidence, and Demetria's had a really good year last year, led the team in three-point shooting. Second free throw, no good. We remain tied.
40 seconds to go here. Tied, as you mentioned, 37 all. 35 seconds and counting here in the third quarter. Oak Ridge working with it. Around the arc they go. Mitchell, right elbow. She's going to drive left towards the middle of the court. Goes on left side, and she's going to throw a shot up. It was an air ball, but for good reason. She was hacked. So she'll go to the line for two with a chance to give her Lady Wildcat team a lead. Oak Ridge had trailed and had tied and had trailed some more, tied it, finally took the lead a couple of possessions ago, but then as you can see by the score, 37-37 on your screen, it's tied once again. The Lady Wildcats have retaken the lead as Ulisha Mitchell, the 5'8 freshman, hits the first of two free throws. Mitchell in there with Jenna Johnson, Demetria Strickland, Sakari Stewart, and Paige Lowing. Second free throw from Mitchell is off front rim, no good, and it's nearly going to be a turnover, but Jefferson County will have it. 23 seconds to go. They're rushing a little bit. Into the front court they go. Their post player gets it swatted away that time. Jenna Johnson battling with Lowing down there, and it's going to be touched out of bounds. They say it's off of the Lady Wildcats. There was two Lady Cats down there. Jefferson County all of a sudden looking like they're the ones rushing a little bit. 17 and a half seconds to go in the third quarter is a long, long time in high school basketball. Clock starts, and we're underway here as the ball is inbounded underneath the Lady Wildcat basket. Maddie Hawk now with it, standing in the hole of the interlocking OR near midcourt. She's going to drive right side. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, swatted away by Jenna Johnson, and she's going to talk her stuff. She is talking her stuff, and Maddie Hawk, whose shot got thrown into the baseline, did not like that. So she kind of jaws back a little bit, and with 3.5 seconds to go, the inbound pass is swatted away by Paige. Great defense. The Lady Wildcats are playing with confidence. Somehow they're not a tenth of a second tipped off the clock. 3.5 seconds, ball goes in. They're going to have to get a three up. It goes to Hawk. Her shot is off the mark, air ball. Didn't hit a thing until the clock had already wound down. Jefferson County is not happy. And I understand why, David Clary, because they're losing. It's 38-37 as we head to the fourth quarter. Let's take a 60-second timeout, and we'll be back to wrap this one up.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena. As David, we head to this fourth and final quarter, and boy, we got some sparks flying. We got an exciting ball game on our hands.
Yeah, most definitely. It's a very senior-dominated team, very physical game. And I like the fire. And Jenna's always been a player who has obviously a lot of ability, but she's a very competitive player. I mean, she is a competitive person in life. And that was just such a pretty clean block. I think what Jefferson County's upset about I think they thought that last three-point shot might have been a foul. They didn't get the call. But either way, it'll be Oak Ridge with the basketball. And you've got the final quarter.
10 seconds into this one, Strickland launches a three off a little bit left, hits the rim, no good, and Mitchell has a rebound. Into Paige, back to Strickland. Strickland, skip past the left side to Stewart. She's double-teamed, trying to find somebody to do it. She finds a cutting Strickland who's going to be hacked. She hits the deck. The ball does as well. Shot was no good, but they're going to be a foul called, and Strickland will go to the line for two. And as you mentioned, David, I think it's interesting seeing how a young team responds to this physicality. And really, there's only two things that can happen in sports, whether it's football, whether it's basketball. When you kind of take a punch, right? Not a literal punch, but when somebody kind of stands up and tries to bully you a little bit with their style of play, you either rise to the occasion and that fire burns from within and you kind of strike back, or you fold. And these Lady Wildcats certainly have not folded.
Yeah, they were down early to start the game, and you know, they've actually lost the lead by 6 at one point. They've got it back now by 3 with about 7.5 minutes to play. And you wouldn't know these girls are young because they're playing very, very well, I think, especially on the defensive side. They get a pass inside to the big girl whose shot is blocked, but they're going to call a foul against Paige, and that's going to send them to the free throw line. But I agree with you 100%. They're playing with a lot of confidence, not knowing that they're sophomores and freshmen for the most part.
Yeah, and that's what these games are about. We talked about it earlier in the night, and we'll continue to, I'm sure, is these games, these early November games, they're about experience, because these games are ones you look back in 2 or 3 months and go, how have we grown since we were tested early in the season? And certainly whoever wins this game, both teams had been tested. First free throw was good. Second free throw, just as pure. 40-39, the lead down to 1 for the Lady Wildcats with 7:22 to go here in the fourth and final period. Strickland's going to drive, and she tried to pass it inside. There was 4 Lady Patriots in the way, and of course they come out of there with it out the turnover. Hawk up top to Bolin. Bolin going to drive right side against Strickland. Pivots, may have got away with the walk. It was deflected out of bounds by Page, and again, Paige Lowing just really making an impact on the defensive end tonight.
Yeah, most definitely. I think she's getting a lot of playing time that she didn't expect to get this early with Bella Boone out of the game, but she's earning herself some more playing time for sure.
She is, and these young players, the more they get, the more confident they get. We're talking about confidence a lot in the sport of basketball, and it's just can't be understated how big it is as you're a young player to kind of get your confidence and feel like, hey, I belong. And certainly Paige has belonged in this one, and not going to see quite the post presence through region and a lot of the schedule that you have tonight. So that's a good sign for Coach Taylor and the Lady Wildcats. Long three off the mark, no good. Jenna Johnson comes out of there with the rebound, says, my bad, pats her chest as she missed an open player. She doesn't miss Mitchell there. Left side, 3, no good. Strickland with the rebound, that's Stewart. Fighting for the rebound is Stewart. She's going to find Strickland up top. One dribble inside, free throw line, jumper, good. 42-39, a 3-point lead for the Lady Wildcats. 6:20 to go here in the fourth quarter, and there's a turnover. Listen to the Lady Wildcat faith. 6:20 to go here in the fourth quarter. Lady Wildcats lead it 42-39. The Lady Patriots of Jefferson County. The boys matchup will be these same 2 teams immediately following this game, and then we'll have another Lady Wildcat game followed by another boys Wildcat game. A quadruple header here for Wildcat fans. As with 6 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter, Lady Wildcats kind of one of their longer possessions of the game, not trying to rush anything, and I agree with this. Against this 2-3 extended zone from Jefferson County, they're going to get into Johnson. They're going to be a dive on it, battle for it on the floor. May have rolled around a little bit, but the Lady Patriots come out of there with it. They're going to push the tempo. 3-on-2 break to Hawk for the left side. Way off the mark, long on the 3. Here comes Mitchell. Stolen away from her. Jefferson County inside with it. Jenna thought she blocked it clean. I think she did, but David, the problem is, from the official's vantage point, he was behind Jenna, so he didn't see she blocked it clean. What he saw, her arms went down, and you got to teach the players, hey, even if it's a clean block, if your arms aren't straight up and down vertical, if you start to get horizontal with your arms, whether or not it's a foul, they're going to call it that 9 times out of 10. I think that's what happened there as the first free throw was missed.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It was a clean block from my vantage point as well. But, just a really nice play, actually, by the young lady shooting free throws right now to get the ball away after Oak Ridge had seemingly gotten away from it. 3-point lead just a moment ago equaled their biggest lead of the night. Oak Ridge led at one time 18-15. Got 5.5 minutes to play in the ball game, 42-40. And let's see what the Lady Wildcats can do. They slow it down just a bit.
Yep, 5:22 to go in the fourth quarter. As you said a moment ago, leading by 2. Here comes Mitchell, wide open on the right side. She's going to try to kiss it off the glass. It's no good. Jefferson County comes out of there with it. Oak Ridge in the backcourt guarding 93 feet away from the basket, and Jenna Johnson forces the turnover as Caroline Loveday just could not contain the ball. She lost it momentarily, tried to get it back, and she couldn't. 42-40, Lady Wildcats in the lead. 5:09 to go as the clock starts. You would think it has not started yet, and there's a turnover. Clock did not
just
move.
A mistake there.
Yeah, what'd you see?
Yeah, just a mistake. I think Sakari, or I guess it was Demetria, thought the pass was going to the other, and they just let it go. And turnover there. And let's see what the Lady Wildcats can do on defense. Good drive here, and the Lady Wildcats watch them. That should have been a block shot. It was. Their rebound, they'll set it up once again.
Jefferson County with the inside floater, no good. Jenna Johnson with the rebound. She's got to be up near double-digit rebounds. She's done a great job all night for the Lady Wildcats. 4:46 to go in the fourth quarter. Oak Ridge leading 42-40 over the Jefferson County Lady Patriots. Stewart, left side to Mitchell. Thought about a 3. She's going to take one dribble inside. Pretty jump shot is off the mark, no good. Stewart gets the rebound, and she's immediately fouled. Good sportsmanship shown by both teams there. Maddie Hawk reached down to assist Stewart up, It was not intentional, but she did foul her, and so it's on the floor. That will be Jefferson County's first timeout of the game. Let's keep it here, David Clary. 30-second timeout as you want to get some commercials, but I want to hear your thoughts on what Oak Ridge has to do the final half of this fourth quarter.
You know, we're going to see just how young this team is. The pressure, Jefferson County, it's only a 2-point game. We're going to see if the pressure falls on them just a bit because I think the Lady Wildcats, obviously, they haven't played but one game already. Senior-dominated Jefferson County team. I'm more eager to see if the Lady Wildcats can deal with their pressure and just the pressure of the entire situation. Lady Wildcats, it's not in their DNA to hold the ball. It's not in their DNA. They've got to continue to attack, but they have to make every possession count because, we've turned the ball over way too many times. That's something that Coach Paige Taylor is going to talk about, I'm sure, when we talk to her after the Anderson County ball game. But we'll just see if they can handle the pressure they're about to get with the pressure of just, being ahead against a good team.
And the Lady Wildcats get it in the inbound out the timeout. 4:28 to go in the fourth quarter. Strickland driving right side against this zone. Finds Stewart, stripped away momentarily. She retains it, can't dribble, and she finally has to find a teammate. There's Mitchell, one step inside the three-point line. Shot is good for two, and it's 44-40. That's the largest lead the Lady Wildcats have had all game. Quickly, there's the other end. Turnover. 2-on-1 break. 3-on-1 now. Jenna Johnson, Euro step, and she's fouled on the pass. It will not be a free throw shot. And a scary moment there as I paused. Jenna Johnson, I think she kind of got run into, and a lot of these times, I don't want to say it's that she's not in pain, but a lot of times when you come off these leg injuries as an athlete, David, it's so mental, just kind of trying to feel your way and get confidence back, and you can tell she gets that leg hit, she's thinking about it.
Most definitely is kind of a scary moment for sure. Here's a three and a big lead. No good, but the Wildcats get the rebound back up with it. No good. Again, pulled away by the Lady Wildcats. 3 straight rebounds there for Oak Ridge. The Lady Wildcats have a wide open look. Jenna launches the three. It's on its way. No good. Another offensive rebound for the Lady Wildcats, but they can't save it. Paige goes sprawling into the bleachers, and they've got an opportunity for an easy layup. But the Wildcats did a really good job on the offensive glass. Back to a 2-point game. Slow down, girls. If Lady Wildcats take the shot, it's up. Good. What am I talking about? Just take the shot. And a whistle blows, and it looks like we've got a timeout. We're going to take it with them. It's a 30-second official timeout here as Jenna has to come out of the ballgame.
Yeah, and I thought they were going to substitute Paige. She went crashing into the bleachers, but she appears to be okay. The official checked with her, and Jenna's going to have to come out. And thankfully, Brian Leffler's right behind her, kind of just checked on her, patted her on the shoulder, and I think Jenna's okay. I think it probably scared her more than anything. Here's a turnover, the press break. They couldn't do it. Oak Ridge gets a turnover. Stewart with a shot. It was blocked. Good defensive play by Jefferson County, and now they pick up their dribble in the backcourt. They're trapped with it. 3 girls on one Jefferson County Lady Patriot. They were getting ready to turn the ball over, David. Instead, they call a timeout. It's 46-42, 4-point lead with 3:13 to go. We're going to take a 30-second timeout and be back to finish this ball game.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 state championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at BetsyColemanRealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena. Go ahead, David.
I was going to sorry about that. Welcome back once again. 46-42 is our score. 3:13 to play. We've got 3 more ball games to go. Coming up next, the boys will take on the Jefferson County Patriots, and then we've got the nightcap game, the Anderson County Mavericks and Lady Mavericks against Oak Ridge. You're exactly right. Something you said a moment ago about Jenna. She's coming off that knee injury, a torn ACL. She just got cleared recently. A lot of it has got to be mental. I think it takes a long time especially if you look at football players, it takes them a long time to get ready mentally to come back in after an injury like that. And hopefully that's the case with Jenna. Just kind of got a little bit of a scare there.
Yeah, I do think she's in some pain, though. She does have an ice pack on that same knee, but hopefully she'll be all right. We're going to have to keep an eye on that one for sure. 46-42 is the lead for the Lady Wildcats. 3:13 to go. That's the Detroit area code, 313, if anyone out there cares. That's how much time we have left in this game. As it's inbounded, they break the press momentarily. Then Oak Ridge gets a turnover. Then they nearly turn it over again. Whose ball is it? They say it's blue ball, and I think that would be the correct call. It looked like Strickland just could not get a hold of it after it was tipped away from her. So with 3:01 to go in the fourth quarter, and no, David, I don't know whose area code that is. The Lady Wildcats lead it 46-42. Jefferson County inbounding. Get it past half court now against Strickland. Drives Brooke Loveday. Loveday tried to find a player in the wing, a teammate, and she couldn't do it. She found the second row of the bleachers. So the Lady Wildcats will take possession, and I think this would be a time for a good lengthy possession for the Lady Wildcats. What do you want to see on offense right here, David?
I agree with you. Going back to the last possession, I thought the Lady Wildcats kind of rushed it just a little bit, but they got the ball back, and I agree with you 100%. They just need to kind of make good passes here. Let's see if they come out to guard a little bit more aggressively, the Lady Wildcat. Lady Wildcat passes as they've extended out their zone quite a bit.
Yeah, they really extended on Demetria Strickland. They're just kind of denying her the ball. They won't even let Oak Ridge get a pass. They're almost got one girl just playing man-to-man on her, and it's a taller, lengthy, long-armed girl. As it's 46-42, still the score. Into the ball game for Jefferson County comes Shiverdecker. That's a fun name to say. Quickly out of the inbound.
There's a wide open three.
No good was that three, but Oak Ridge, Page with another offensive rebound. She has been relentless this half on the boards, especially on the offensive end. 2:17 to go now. Oak Ridge with the 4-point lead and the ball. Inside it goes. Stewart, free throw line. Finds Paige Lewing on the right side, and she's got a layup good. Oak Ridge's biggest lead of the game, 48-42 with 2:04 to go in the fourth and final quarter of play. Jefferson County breaks the press. They get it across half court. Pass over to the left side. Thought about a three. They're going to drive. Shiverdecker, right side, gets it to Wood. Wood launches a three. That's short. And who has the rebound? Paige Lewing. She gives the ball to Strickland, who's going to walk the ball across half court. And there it is. The time's ticking away. 1:41 to go in the fourth quarter. Lady Wildcats up 48-42. Paige Lewing gets the entry pass. Beautiful move off the right side. Can't get it to fall, though. It went all the way in and finally fell out. But Oak Ridge, the Lady Wildcats, still have a 6-point lead. It could be 8 after the steal. Mitchell all the way out. Pippins, her shot is off, but Stewart is there for the follow, and there it is. 50-42, an 8-point lead, the largest of the game for the Lady Wildcats. With Jefferson County, they've seen enough. They're going to call a 60-second timeout. We're going to take one final break with them as Oak Ridge leads with 1:19 to play, 50-42.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena. Lady Wildcats lead at 50-42 with 1:19 to play. David, the offense has been facilitated by the Oak Ridge defense here late.
Oh, most definitely. And I agree with you what you said earlier about Paige. This is the best I've ever seen her play. Of course, she has limited action last year, but her offensive rebounding, her length has been really, really big. And the Wildcat defense just causing havoc all night and just eventually wearing down these Lady Patriots. We're only down minute 8 to play. Wildcats with the biggest lead of the game for either team.
Hawks going to drive against two Lady Wildcats. She gets the bucket off the glass and good. And here's a 3-point opportunity. The Patriots took longer than I would have expected or suggested on that possession. But if you can do that, if you can get the Lady Wildcats into some foul trouble, that's the third team foul. Again, as you mentioned earlier, David, new regulations and rules, the fouls reset, so no more 7 fouls to give. It's now 5 1/4, and they're at 3 are the Lady Wildcats. Free throw was no good, so the old-fashioned 3-point play is not completed. Strickland dribbles out of bounds after getting some pressure, and she was off balance. She is not happy at that official, asking or talking, saying something to him. I don't know what he said, but I'll tell you what the score is. It's 50-44 with 56 seconds to go here from the Wildcat Arena. Lady Wildcats up by 6. Inbounded to Hawk. Dribbles right side. Thought about a three. She's guarded by Mitchell. Long three is way short. Hit the bottom of the net and not in a good way. It was an air ball, and now the Lady Wildcats come racing down the other end with it. I think they can take some time by dribbling. That's what they'll do. Strickland with the ball, holds it, waits for the foul, and she is going to be fouled with 38 seconds to go. Lady Wildcats leading 50-44 Strickland was fouled. They're not in the bonus yet. That is Jefferson County's 4th foul. That was their last foul to give, so any foul after this point will send the Lady Wildcats to the free throw line. Here comes the inbound pass to Mitchell. She's fouled immediately. Less than a second comes off the clock. 37.4 seconds remain in this one, as Oak Ridge has a 2-possession lead. It's a 6-point lead for the Lady Wildcats, 50-44, with Elisha Mitchell to the free throw line. The freshman, a couple of big moment free throw shots right here. First one is off the back rim, no good. She can make it a 3-possession game by sinking the second. Mitchell out there with Stewart, Pippins, Strickland, and Lewing. Mitchell's second free throw is good, 51-44. The lead, 35 seconds to go. Oak Ridge is going to try to trap out their defense. They can't, and it's going to be a long pass nearly stolen by Paige. The post player is just absolutely elbowing Paige underneath to create some space. She does just that. She gets the bucket to go, and Jefferson County wants a timeout. So with 24 seconds to go, Oak Ridge leads 51-46. David Clary, your thoughts on what we saw and what Coach Taylor is going to say during this halftime, or during this timeout?
You know, one thing, you expect them to foul right away. What scares me is Hawk. I mean, she's able to knock down threes. They're always in this ball game, and right now it's just a 5-point lead for the Lady Wildcats. You got to make sure the Hawk doesn't get the ball wide open outside the arc, and you got to hit your free throws down the stretch. And I'm sure Coach Taylor, Coach Wright, Coach Dowdell, and Coach Sims are saying the same thing. They're going to pressure you. Don't throw the ball away. Hit your free throws. Don't panic, and don't let Hawk get free.
And here's my question to you as I guess you're playing color analyst this half, David. You know this team better than pretty much anybody listening. Who would you want to have the ball in your hands shooting free throws? Name me a couple players down the stretch here.
Well, Demetria Strickland, most definitely. She's the senior leader on the team and has been very vocal, Paige has said to me. Honestly, she probably would be the one I would want in this situation, but who knows? These freshmen have looked very, very savvy with their play in this ball game. And on Tuesday in the big win, almost a 30-point blowout over Grace. But Demetria, I think, is the one that I want. She's over 20 points in the game. She's last year hit 74% of her free throws, and she's the one.
She's inbounding it. You would like to get it right back to her. They don't. It will be Elisha Mitchell, who is double-teamed and fouled after nearly 2 seconds has run off the clock. 22.4 seconds remain. Lady Wildcats will go to the free throw line with the 1-and-1 opportunity for Mitchell, leading 51-46. Mitchell in there with Stewart, Pippins, Strickland, and Lawing.
Yeah, you've struggled with that one most of the night.
Well, hey, that's what water's wet, David. I'm struggling to pronounce a name. There was a little bit of discussion here between Jefferson County's coach and someone at the scorer's table, I believe, and that will be Hawk. So your biggest threat, in your opinion, is now out of the ball game. She fouled out. Maddie Hawk has fouled out of the ball game, and I agree with you. Very talented player, can shoot it from anywhere, but she won't be available for the rest of this ball game, as Elisha Mitchell's first free throw attempt is off the mark. 4-point game, 5-point game now. Let's make it 6 with the free throw here, and they don't. But guess who's got it? The Lady Wildcats off the miss. Stewart gets the rebound. She finds Strickland up top. They haven't fouled her yet. They need to. They finally do with 16.3 seconds to go. So the play of the moment was Sakari Stewart coming up after both free throws were missed by Mitchell. She has a rebound, wisely finds the senior point guard, who's a great free throw shooter, as you mentioned, and she runs some time off the clock before she's fouled. 5-point lead. It stays that way after Strickland misses the first of 2. So when does the double bonus come into effect, or does it, David?
It does, actually. Actually, you can see they're getting 2 almost every trip, but big free throw there. 16 seconds to play. I think the key to the game, if the Wildcats hold on and win, is the offensive rebounding by the Lady Wildcats.
Yep. Happened a bunch in the fourth quarter. Paige Lawing, I'll mention her by name, but Stewart with a huge rebound right there. Here comes Lawing. She's going to foul. She got her hand. She dropped him. She doesn't like that call, but that's the right call. As one of the players, she got frustrated early, I think, from Jefferson County. But I think she's handled herself and comported herself well here in the second half is Briley Lindsay. So she's played good on defense, and she's earned herself a trip to the free throw line for 2. Lindsay's first free throw is up and good, and that brings it back to within 5. But with 1.3 seconds to go, the Lady Wildcats should have this one in the bag, up by 5. Here's the second one from Lindsay, and it's good as well. She goes 2 for 2 at the free throw line. Jefferson County wants a timeout, and it's a 4-point lead.
Get a break in.
Oh, let's get a 30-second break.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
We're back to the Wildcat Arena. Lady Wildcats lead it 52-48. Caleb, don't forget when this one goes final to write that final score down and then start working on the tallies for the final statistics, if you will. I appreciate your help today, along with John Ulrich, Nick Suttles, who's joined us, and then Titus as well. Lady Wildcats inbound it to Strickland. She won't be fouled, and that's your ball game. 52-48, your score. Wildcats advance and remain perfect on the season. They're 2-0, 52-48 over a Jefferson County team who I think will be a factor come playoff time in this area. And David, your thoughts on the game?
Most definitely a good win for the Lady Wildcats. They, much like the Grace game, they fell behind early. One time they were down by 7, 14-7, just clawed their way back into it to take an 18-15 lead, lost that lead at one point by 4 or 5 points. And they just did what they needed to do. They made the plays defensively. They hit some big shots. I thought Demetria really was solid today offensively. We talked about the offensive rebounding, but the defense, I think, was another key to this one. The Lady Wildcats kind of wore them down. And, of course, Hawk fouling out was a big deal because I thought they were in the last 16 seconds when they had the ball. They didn't really know who to go to. I thought they looked a little bit confused. They wasted a lot of time instead of getting a good shot. They ended up getting a couple free throws. And the Wildcats win the ball game, and a good win for them. And we get ready for the boys' game. So let's take a little bit of a break here. Let's tally up the stats here. I'm going to take an extended break. When we come back, we'll have the final stats. Then we'll turn our attention to the boys' game. Lady Wildcats win it 52-48. We'll be back in 5 minutes. They say that being a coach's wife is hard, but Laura Lynn Green, wife of Oak Ridge head coach Aaron Green, and a local State Farm insurance agent, makes buying insurance easy for you. Auto, homeowners, renters, business, life, health, and much more. Laura Lynn Green's office is located at 136 Marquette Road in Oak Ridge. Give her a call today at 483-5666 or say hello to her courtside at any Oak Ridge High School basketball game. She might be a coach's wife, but she was a Wildcat fan first. For State Farm Insurance, call Laura Lynn Green in Oak Ridge.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community in the heart of historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee, offering 1, 2, and 3-bedroom newly built apartment homes. Enjoy the 24-hour modern fitness center. Take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling area. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. Let's redefine your apartment living experience.
Need quality orthopedic care you can trust close to home? Count on KOC Oak Ridge. Our experts have been serving Wildcats and their families for more than 40 years. Whether you're a high school athlete or a weekend warrior, we've got you covered for sports injuries and beyond. At KOC Oak Ridge, we're committed to providing orthopedic excellence in this region. We strive to treat our patients with the respect and understanding they deserve. And we're a proud supporter of the Wildcats since 1979.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service is designed to assist customers providing a cost-effective means to having their clothes cleaned and processed. Our wash and fold attendants strive to meet the trust placed on them using a variety of fabric cleaning products of the customer's choice. Our customers have the choice of same-day wash, dry, and fold, or another date that fits their schedule. The Washboard Wash and Fold drop-off service is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're located at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. After after-hours or drop-off box is available for the customers who work late or need to be to work before 8 a.m. We offer our services to an array of the Oak Ridge community, working parents, persons working extended hours, and local businesses. We are proud of our service to ORHS and other local schools and associations. If time is not an issue, stop by and use the self-service laundry at Bob's Washboard Laundry at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. Call our staff at 865-951-3237 for any questions you may have.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 state championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at BetsyColemanRealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
You've worked hard to build your business, and we want to help you protect it. The team at Fox Insurance Group believes your business deserves the expertise of a local insurance agent. With business insurance from Todd Fox at Fox Insurance Group and Encova Insurance, you can make sure your business stays up and running no matter what happens. If you own a business, make sure it's fully protected by contacting Fox Insurance Group. Visit www.grayfoxins.com or call 865-482-0513.
ORUD Natural Gas is proud to offer our customers a product that saves money, provides consistent service, and is a clean energy source. You can save over $1,000 on your annual utility bills when you make the switch to natural gas for heating, cooking, and clothes drying. ORUD is your one-stop shop. We sell and install gas appliances for our customers and make it easy to add your bill with our 0% interest financing. Learn more about how much you can save at ORUD.org. 10 Bank helps build our community so we can continue to win together. 10 Bank, member FDIC.
Mortgage Investors Group at the Oak Ridge office. We love our community and Oak Ridge Wildcat basketball. We pride ourselves in taking the same winning tradition in helping you find the perfect mortgage loan for your family. Ask for Norma Sheldon, Jackie Pullen, Shannon Ochiltree, Mandy Henry, or Darren Osborne at 865-482-8910 or visit us online at mortgageinvestorsgroup.com. Tennessee Mortgage License Number 109111. MIG is an equal housing lender.
Now back to the Fox Insurance Group Oak Ridge Wildcat football live stream on YouTube. Come in, discover the difference of an independent insurance agency. Fox Insurance Group Oak Ridge.
David Clary back here along with Alex Myers, Titus Fetters, along with John Ulrich and Caleb Riker, all with us today. We're at the Wildcat Arena. We've had one game played. The Lady Wildcats victorious, 52-48 after knocking off Grace on Tuesday. The Lady Wildcats come away with a big victory over the Jefferson County Lady Patriots. Not much time in between the ball games, not much time at all as we get set for the boys game. Oak Ridge getting set to take on the Jefferson County boys team, and we'll get the stats for you here in a second. Just wanted to verify we haven't had any long timeouts or any kind of long breaks in at halftime, which we normally do in a normal ball game, and things will start for real once again here pretty soon. The boys' next ball game obviously coming up, and then obviously we got the girls taking on Anderson County again, and then the boys taking on Anderson County. But one game in the book, our next regular season ball game. Well, the guys are going to the Bahamas. We'd like to go too. If we can raise about $1,000 today, we'll broadcast from the Bahamas. You can contact me if you're able to do that. It's a lot of money, we know, but anything's appreciated. But then the next regular season game will be December the 5th, boys and girls, and that'll go against the Pal Panthers. Caleb Riker has gone down to do camera work. John Ulrich has come upstairs along with Titus Fetters, and we're about to get this one underway. The Wildcats also coming off of a very impressive win this past Tuesday against the Grace Academy Lady Rams, and that was here at the Wildcat Arena. And now we're getting set to take this Jefferson County team on. Don't know much about Jefferson County. We don't play them very often. We've played their girls team much more often than their boys team. They come out in their red, white, and blue, predominantly blue jerseys. The Wildcats will start Cooper Williams, Garrett Giles, Brennan Scott, Raekwon Watson, and Caden Brightheart. We're going to check in at some point to find out how Jenna Johnson's doing. She came out with a little pain. Hopefully she'll be able to return. As we're about to tip this one off here, it'll be Garrett Giles, the junior, to jump for the Wildcats. The officials are getting set. Wildcats wearing their white jerseys. Oak Ridge has a size advantage, and the ball is up, controlled, tipped, and taken away by Big Cooper. And we're underway here at the Wildcat Arena with the basketball. Raekwon Watson, the point guard for the Wildcats, to Giles. Around it goes to Caden. Lobs it down to Cooper. He deflects the pass. It's taken away by Kip Parker. And down the floor will come the Jefferson County Patriots. They work it in for an easy shot. Good. Wildcats like that little lob pass to Cooper. That time it just didn't have enough, and they pick it off, and they take a 2-0 lead. Oak Ridge basketball. Here's a three-point shot by Caden Brightheart. It's up, no good. Tries to track down the rebound. He could not. Caden steals it, goes up for the shot. It's up, no good. Tipped and rebounded by the Patriots once again. And they have the basketball, and a reach-in foul is going to be called against Cooper Williams. 2-0 our score. Jefferson County on top of Oak Ridge. 7:20 to play in the first quarter. Boys action here at the Wildcat Arena on this Saturday, where we have 4 varsity Oak Ridge games we're going to broadcast on YouTube today. Pass worked in, and here comes Jefferson County against the press. Raekwon steals it. Ray back across the line, dribbles left, kicks it out, three-pointer. Brennan Scott for 3, good. And the Wildcats have their first lead as Brennan knocks down the three-pointer, and Oak Ridge has a 3-2 lead. Here comes Jefferson County down the floor quickly, inside the paint, throwing up a floater. Nope, no good. Ray on the rebound. Wildcats have a 3-on-2. Here's Ray once again. Caden Brightheart for 3. It's on its way. This one's no good. Ray's got the rebound, turns, spins, no place to go. Needs to go inside to Cooper. He does. Shot good off the glass. Cooper Williams scores, and the Wildcats now have a 5-2 lead, putting on the pressure against Jefferson County. 6:45 to play in the first quarter. Here come the Patriots, moving right to left with Tyler McMahon. He works the ball across the line. They launch a 3. It's up good. 3-point shot for them, and we are tied at 5. Wildcats wanting to run once again. Here that goes to Brightheart. Brightheart dribbles in, right wing, stops, swings it out Brennan. Brennan drives in, right block, goes into intending it to go to Cooper. Threw it right into the hands of the on-waiting Patriot. That's a turnover for the Wildcats, and we're tied at 5. Here's a 3-point shot. That's no good. Giles on the rebound for the Wildcats. Garrett down the floor for the Wildcats. Pulls up, gives it out. Caden thought about a 3. Dribbles in. What's he going to call? Are they going to call an offensive foul against Caden Brightheart? I don't agree with that if they did. I didn't see the official come over to the scores table. It'll be Oak Ridge basketball.
Yeah, they call that a block, and I think that's the right call. I think you're right.
Oak Ridge ball. Cooper with it. Wildcats looking inside, finding Ray right side. Pulls up, shoots the 3. No good. Crashing with the boards. Garrett Giles, the ball knocked out of bounds by Oak Ridge. The Wildcats have got to take advantage of that height inside. Wildcats have launched about 4 threes in the first 2 minutes of the first quarter. Got to take advantage of their size.
I think you're absolutely right. They tried on that first possession, but it kind of looked reminiscent of that girls game earlier when they tried to force it and the pass just wasn't there. So you got to work it around and find Cooper and Giles and some of these guys inside.
And they have a jump ball here in the alternate possession arrow. We'll give the Patriots the ball, and then a quick timeout. Didn't have a whole lot of those. 5:54 to play first quarter. 5-5 our score. Back in 30 seconds.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Welcome back once again to the Wildcat Arena. We're in the first quarter of the boys game here. 5-5 the score. The Wildcats and Jefferson County Patriots. 5:54 to play. We'll have the scoring as Wildcats get a steal. Raekwon with it, coast to coast with it. Right-handed off the glass, blocked by the Patriots. Then they throw the ball away, and the Wildcats get a rebound and a bucket, and it's good. And an opportunity, I think, for a three-point play. Wildcats using their quick hands, their quick defense, and Ray will go to the free throw line.
Yeah, sorry about those scores, David. I know we're kind of live on the air here, but yeah, I thought they were being added for me down there, and I realized they weren't. But by the time I realized that, well, I had to just take a picture of the score sheet and bring it back up. So we'll try to have those by halftime, but I'm gonna have to do some adding, which is a scary thought for everyone.
Do that right now, and I'll take over the play-by-play just for a little bit. 5:45 to play. Three-point opportunity there for the Patriots. Number 11, that's Kip Parker. He can't shoot the ball. Oak Ridge by 3, 8-5. 5:45 to play. Here's a long-range three. It hits the rim, no good. Rebound to Jefferson County. It's a big battle for the loose ball on the floor. We're going to get a jump ball, and this time the alternate possession arrow will give the Wildcats the ball. Garrett Giles in the ball game. He's a transfer from Greenback. We've got the junior. He is a junior. We got junior Raekwon Watson. Started almost every game last year at the point position. The Wildcats have senior Brennan Scott in the ball game. Junior Cooper Williams and senior Caden Brighthart in the ball game as well. Here's Caden along the baseline. Kicks it out. Brennan, wide open three. It's up. No good. Whistle blows, and I guess we're going to have a 3-second lane violation underneath. It'll be Jefferson County basketball moving right to left. You just tuned in. The Lady Wildcats beat the Lady Patriots today, 52-48. They work the ball in. Then it comes to number 24, Tyler McMahon. He's nearly stripped of the ball. Picks it up, swings it almost across the time stripe. Patriot ball. They work the ball in, then they lose it. Taken away by Cooper. Cooper wants to go coast to coast with it. Gives it up and throws the ball away. Probably should have given it back just a bit. Wildcats sloppy here in the first quarter. They were not sloppy really against Grace as they can tie it here. That's an air ball, no good. Cooper's got the rebound. And just like I said in the girls game, the Wildcats need to slow down just a bit. Ray. Right side, Caden, the lefty for three. In and out, no good. Wildcats a little bit quick as the ball's pushed down the floor once again by the Patriots. A little sloppy to begin. Wildcat defense looks pretty stout as they work the ball in for a shot. No good. Rebounded by Oak Ridge. Wildcats, Ray. The Wildcats want to go fast. Ray's got a wide open three. It's up. Good. 3-point shot. They gave him the shot. The defense collapsed off of him, and Oak Ridge leads now 11-5. Here come the Patriots, and there's a reach-in fouls called against Ray. 4:37 to play first quarter. 11-5 is our score. Wildcats in the lead. Oak Ridge fell behind 2-0. Took the lead on a three by Brennan, 3-2. Went up 5-2. Then they tied the ball game 5-5, and the Wildcats have rattled off 6 straight points since then. 4.5 minutes to play first quarter. 11-5 the score. Jefferson County ball. Left side in the paint. Reach in, unable to shoot. Here's a long-range three. It's up, clanging off the iron, no good. Rebounded by Brennan Scott. Brennan pulls up, dribbles in, a little out of control there. It's taken away by Jefferson County. Tried to split the defense, and that defense wouldn't split. He got lucky that the ball was knocked away, and it'll be the Wildcats with the basketball underneath the goal.
And we're
Wildcats
back.
will have. Go ahead.
We're back, David, and we do have the final score. Caleb did a phenomenal job. I think he was 1 basket off, which is, if you remember, it's been a while, but since I used to do stats for you, that was rarely ever the case. It was usually several baskets. So Caleb did a good job, and we've got the 52 points accounted for the Lady Wildcats.
Here's Oak Ridge with the basketball. Caden Brighthart with it. Looks down to Cooper. Or Shamar Green's in the ball game. Catches it on the right block. Goes into Garrett for the shot. Good. Garrett Giles with his first 2 points, and the Wildcat lead is 13-5. Your first look at Garrett here?
It is. He's even a little bit taller in person than you thought he was. You look at him out there next to Shamar. It's tough being up high, but I think they look about the same height. Does Garrett have him beat?
Yeah, they both list him at 6'6". He's so athletic, though. He can dunk it. We're going to have a dunking machine whenever he gets free, as a timeout is asked for once again. Why don't you run down some of the scoring? Well, no, let's take a quick break once again. We got a few to get in. Wildcats on top by 10, 15-5. Back in 30 seconds.
You pass me that should be if you open that bag, a Propel.
Need a foot and ankle specialist? KOC Oak Ridge is here to help. Our podiatrist has been serving the Oak Ridge community for 34 years. From consecutive care to surgical intervention, we treat our patients like family. We want to make you sure you're on your feet cheering for the Wildcats this season. So whether you're dealing with a recent injury or an ongoing condition, give us a call here at 865-481-2541. KOC Oak Ridge. We want to get you back to living the life you love.
Welcome back once again to the Wildcat Arena. 3:36 to play first quarter. Oak Ridge on top 15-5 over the Jefferson County Patriots. So after kind of a sloppy start, the Wildcats had built up a 10-point early lead.
They have, and, I think you'll see out of Coach Green exactly what you've seen for years out of him and what you've seen with the Lady Wildcats program under Coach Taylor as well, which is just once you get a lead, it's time to just keep that foot on the pedal and don't try to let them get any bit of breathing space, but they do right there as there's an N1 opportunity.
Yeah, they got down a little bit farther down than they wanted to. There was a lot of contact there, and they have an opportunity for a three-point play. Jefferson County's a big team, not maybe as tall as Oak Ridge, but they look like, a lot of physical players, almost like football guys in some positions. As the free throw is good, that completes the three-point play, and it's 15-8. Here come the Wildcats wanting to run once again. Moving left to right. Wildcats, Giles drives in all the way to the hole, stripped of the ball. Saved by Shamar, up with a shot, no good. Rebound, they're going to call a foul probably against Garrett Giles because he kind of had his arms wrapped around, and the personal foul's called against him, and the redhead from Greenback doesn't like the call, and he's coming out of the ball game. The Wildcats will substitute, looks like Brandon Hayward in the ball game along with Price Davis. So two of the football guys coming into the game now in a 15-8 ball game.
Is this their first action, or were they able to get in on Tuesday?
Price was able to get in on Tuesday, actually scored two. Brandon did not dress out, although he was on the bench. As that shot is up, no good. It'll be Oak Ridge basketball coming back the other way. Brandon is a unique player. When he was at Robertsville, he was just talent beyond belief. He's done well, obviously, the all-time leading receiver at Oak Ridge history. Elected not to play the last two full seasons for the Wildcats, and he brings some leadership back in as the Wildcats turn the ball over. But you would expect Brandon and Price to be a little bit like football guys. I know Price on Tuesday made several tackles out on the floor, and you kind of see that. But Brandon is going to bring a lot of energy and some really good defense. He can score, but I think what they're going to get out of him mainly is defense and ball handling.
Well, that should be exciting as a three-point shot goes in for Jefferson County, and you look up, you blink, it was a 10-point lead, and it's down to 4 with 2:35 to go in the opening quarter.
Here comes Oak Ridge down the floor. Brennan had a three. He's going to wait to the top of the key. Ray's going to shoot one. It's on its way. Good. Ray plays with so much confidence. Last year, that confidence was not there as a sophomore point guard, but playing just about every single ball game as the starting point, he obviously is feeling it this year, and he looks so comfortable out there. Good block by Shamar. As ball's loose, and here's a steal. We might have a dunk. Brennan to the hole. Good. Brennan Scott scores. He had one dunk last year, missed a dunk on Tuesday, and the Wildcat lead is back up to 9.
Yeah, and hey, I would rather him, instead of trying to go for that dunk that was contested right there, just make the adjustment midair and make sure the bucket goes in. It's exactly what he did. A little mismatch inside on Price Davis, but they're going to wisely get the switch.
It must have been a reach-in foul. The Patriot number 3, Zach Coffey, 6-foot junior, kind of ridden out of bounds there as the Wildcats trying to get Caden back in the ball game. Wildcats also looks like Justice West coming into the ball game. So Justice getting some playing time here as a freshman. So Wildcats going to get a lot of fresh bodies in. This might be the deepest Oak Ridge team we've seen in some time as they work the ball in. And nearly a steal by Caden. They've got some scores. They've got some length. They've got some height. I was talking to Dyron Birdwell today, head coach of the Oakland Patriots, and he thinks Oak Ridge is going to go to the state tournament. I said, I don't know about that. We'll see. As might have been a foul called against Brandon Hayward. The buzzer sounded anyway. Alex, at 95 seconds to play, 20-11 the score.
Yeah, and it's just a nice little response here after Oak Ridge. Jefferson County got the lead down to 4, and they've sort of extended it back out a little bit. So some new faces on the floor as well for the Wildcats, and some faces that we haven't seen in a couple of years, as you mentioned. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy. I'm not sure, what they could be doing. Coach Green told me before the game, he was nice enough to let me know that there was a roster change. So number 4, Malik Howard, and number 12, Justice West, as you mentioned. So perhaps there was just a little bit of a question on who was on the floor. I'm not sure exactly what, but we're back in action now as Jefferson County's looking to inbound.
Sometimes if you've got a mistake in the scorer's book, those are technical fouls when a player comes in, as that ball is almost ripped away by Brandon. There's a walk. He slides on the floor, and a timeout is asked for by Jefferson County. I remember, this is a funny story. You wouldn't have thought this with Coach Pruden. For sure, her name's on the court there. We went over, I think it was Carnes one time, and back in the old days, you're way too young to remember this, but the away games were odd numbers. The home jerseys were even numbers. Somebody entered, we were at Carnes, somebody entered the home numbers into the book. So before the game started, as soon as we took the floor, Carnes got to shoot technical free throws because of a mistake in the book. And in order not really honestly to really have each substitute player, who came into the ball game, forced Carnes to shoot another free throw, she didn't substitute that much until the game was out of hand. Very seldom would you have ever thought Coach Pruden would have a mistake like that, but it happened for sure.
Well, as you would tell me, David, details.
Most definitely. 20-11 our score. Justice West guarding the point guard. They kicked the ball to the left corner. Caden went airborne, but there's a football move there by Brandon Hayward. I told you. And he comes up kind of favoring his ankle and is going to come out of the game, and Garrett Giles is going to come back in. Those football guys, for one, they all told me on the show, conditioning, none of them were in shape. I mean, none of them. They were all just dying out there. And, our football guys tend to, for the most part, just be a little overly physical as that free throw is missed. 1:10 to play first quarter. By the way, we'll have some radio games this year. We'll hope you'll tune in on FM 92.7. We'll be on our YouTube channel most of the games where we're allowed to, as that free throw is good. And we're on prepradio.com and Oak Ridge Schools Television Channel 1082. Have you gotten used to that one yet?
No, I have not. Not at all.
Justice West with it. Left side of Garrett Giles for 3. On his way, good. Garrett banks it in, and the Wildcats have their biggest lead. It's up to 11 at 23-12. And Garrett looks a little bit more comfortable today than he did on Tuesday. You got to figure, coming from Greenback, and he told me on Wednesday that things were not quite as competitive over at Greenback, and playing in front of a big crowd and in a big arena. He's played big basketball games before, but I thought he was a little bit nervous, to be honest with you, in the ball game on Tuesday. He looks much more comfortable here today. It's tough coming from a single-A school to a 4A school.
It absolutely is. It doesn't matter the sport, but especially basketball, where it's such a physically demanding sport. Jefferson County gets a bucket there, but he's only going to get more and more comfortable, kind of like these football guys we've talked about, as the season goes along. So this is a great kind of repetition type game for him.
7 seconds to play, 23-14 Oak Ridge. Wildcat basketball, 2 seconds. Caden Brighthart for 3, good at the buzzer as the first quarter comes to a close. Big shot by the senior. Oak Ridge heads to the second quarter, leading 26-14. We're going to take a break. We'll be back to Wildcat Arena in 60 seconds.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community in the heart of historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee, offering 1, 2, and 3-bedroom newly built apartment homes. Enjoy the 24-hour modern fitness center. Take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling area. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. Let's redefine your apartment living experience.
Saying.
You've worked hard to build your business, and we want to help you protect it. The team at Fox Insurance Group believes your business deserves the expertise of a local insurance agent. With business insurance from Todd Fox at Fox Insurance Group and Encova Insurance, you can make sure your business stays up and running no matter what happens. If you own a business, make sure it's fully protected by contacting Fox Insurance Group. Visit www.grayfoxins.com or call 865-482-0513.
David Clary back here along with Alex Myers, Titus Fetters, along with John Ulrich and Caleb Riker. Wildcats in the lead, 26-14. As a shot is up from the baseline, hits the rim, no good. Jefferson County with the rebound, a long-range three, short, rebounded by Cooper Williams. Here come the Wildcats down the floor, 7:41 to play first quarter, or the first half, as Brennan puts up a shot, no good, knocked out by Jarrett Giles. And Alex, I'm going to let you take it for about a couple minutes while I do some bookkeeping here.
Sounds good. 7:35 to go here in the second quarter. 26-14 the score. It was kind of a long, lengthy first quarter, it seemed like to me, as they finally change it over to the second quarter on the scoreboard. Oak Ridge gets the inbounding. They're moving left to right as we see it from our perch atop Wildcat Arena. Caden gets it into... they're going to flip it right back out to Ray Ray into Cooper. He's going to fake pass to cutting Ray Ray. Now he's going to pivot, turn, finds Garrett Giles up top, and he finds Caden into Ray Ray. Now Cooper with it on the block, creating space with his body, and he puts a layup up off the glass, and it's good, and Oak Ridge has now more than doubled him up. Oh, no, they just doubled him up, 28-14. They were quick on the score change. A missed shot from Jefferson County sends Oak Ridge flying back the other direction in transition. Caden Breitharp's layup missed, but Garrett Giles is there for the follow, and Oak Ridge is now leading it 30-14. Trouble in the backcourt for Jefferson County. They're going to try to break the press. They finally do with 6:50 to go here in the second quarter. 3-point off the mark. The 3-point shot off the mark. Ray Ray gets the rebound, saves it from going out of bounds, and finds Garrett Giles, who's going to take the ball across half court. Sends it back over to Ray Ray right side. Shot fake, passes over left side. They're going to find Brennan Scott. Shot fake. He's going to find a cutting Breitharp in the middle of the lane. His turnaround floater is no good, but Ray Ray has the rebound. Out to Scott. Brennan Scott for three. Brennan Scott, it's good. 33-14. The Wildcats finding their rhythm even more here early in the second quarter with 6:20 to play. They lead it by 19. Jefferson County with it, working right to left as we see it, and they're all blue uniforms. They get a pass to the right side, and it's going to be knocked away, batted away by Ray Ray, who daps up a friend on the sideline as the officials waiting on the ball to get back in. They're going to inbound it is Jefferson County underneath the Wildcat goal, trailing 33-14 with 6:11 to go here in the first half. Second quarter action here for the Wildcats as they're in their man-to-man defense. Count is on. They try to get it in. They don't because Caden Breitharp comes out of there with it. He doesn't have the numbers, but he's going to push the pace anyways. His shot is deflected out of bounds, but he was fouled. So Breitharp will go to the line for two. And, Nick Suttles, as Dave has taken a moment to do some bookkeeping, Oak Ridge, it doesn't matter the year. It doesn't matter who's out there. Coach Green wants to push the pace offensively, doesn't he?
He does. He definitely does. He just wants to keep on, pushing the pace, get the ball in the goal, and just keep on playing at a high rate of speed.
And they do that, and it starts on the defensive end, and that's exactly how that possession started. Breitharp got the steal. Thank you, Nick. And Breitharp's first of two free throw attempts is good. 34-14. The Wildcats have opened up a 20-point lead. This is a team that got beat 81-42 by Fulton, did Jefferson County earlier in the day. Coaching staff seemed nice when I talked to them, though. And they trail this one 21 here in the second quarter. 35-14 the score. Breitharp's free throws were good, and on the other end, Jefferson County is going to find a layup. It's sort of a pseudo transition bucket there as they found Cooper Williams is going to be the one called for the foul. And Jefferson County's Tyler McMahon, the 6'2", 180-pound junior, gets the free throw. John Ulrich corrects me. It's McMahon, excuse me. McMahon missed the free throw as here comes Ray Ray with it off the rebound from Cooper. Ray Ray's scoop shot off the glass, good on the left hand. Really good shot, impressive shot. Somehow got that one to go over the defender. 5-second count is on. Will they call it? Ooh, they're going to call a warning on number 5. That's Garrett Giles. They're going to say it's a warning It's not a warning.
Almost a delay of game.
Yeah, well, I thought that's what it was going to be called. Are they going to call a foul? Or did the PA announcer, Parker Jarnigan, Jarnigan, that's on you. You fooled me, buddy. And it was what we thought originally. It was just a warning because he stepped over the line. David?
Thanks a lot, Alex. Had to do with some tweets. I know you hate doing my tweets. I hand you the phone all the time. I know you hate that. I had to catch up a little bit as the Wildcats lead it 37-16. A nice little flurry as they get a shot up good. The Wildcats currently playing with Garrett Giles, Raquan Watson, along with Shamar Green in the ballgame. Brennan Scott, Caden Brightheart. Brennan kicks it out to Garrett, swings it around the left side. 5:19 to play second quarter. Your Vols are down 31-10 right now. As fadeaway jumper by Garrett is up, no good. Rebounded by Jefferson County. Ray a little slow to get up, and they're going to bring the ball down the floor. The pass very close to a walk there as they work it in the paint. There's a walk right there, and they're going to call it. It'll be Oak Ridge basketball coming back the other way. You know, I talked about it. I know this is your first look as Malik Howard's going to come into the ballgame. Got another freshman playing. I've talked about this game, about this team. Alex, I know this is your first look at them. They can bring so many different people into the ballgame. Youth, size, speed, quickness. This is one deep basketball team, and I think they're going to be a deep run as Brennan knocks down another three.
Yeah, I think you're right because it's not just, hey, we've got a lot of guards or we've got a lot of shooters we can bring off the bench. No, they've got several posts. They've got a lot of different guys. I mean, if somebody gets banged up, heaven forbid, or if a big gets in foul trouble, you don't have the issue that the Lady Wildcats have had in the past when, you know, hey, Jenna Johnson goes out and all of a sudden you're going, who's going to rebound the ball? Just as they have more depth this year, this Wildcat team does as well. And it's like you said, it's not just height, but it's strength, it's speed, it's shooting. And speaking of shooting, there's another three from Brennan.
Yeah, Brennan over 100 in his career, hit 77 threes a year ago. Hit three the other night against Grace, and the Wildcats just all over this team from Dandridge. Another missed shot, bodies all over the floor, rebounded by Oak Ridge. You haven't even seen Charlie Taubenheim come into the ballgame. Here's another three. Good. He is on fire, Alex.
He's heating up.
And here comes the Patriots down the floor. We haven't even seen Charlie Taubenheim. He's another post player that's, stands about 6'5" or so. Ooh, that's a pretty shot by the Patriots. But, Malik Howard, he was dunking the ball when he was like in 6th grade down at Jefferson. So I'm telling you, they've got so much talent. And the freshman team is incredibly loaded as well. So Oak Ridge basketball is going to be good for some time right now. As Shamar drives in, pulls up, shoots off the glass. Will they count it? No. And I feel bad because Shamar was, shut out on Tuesday in the Grace ball game. And right there, it's a 50-50 call, iffy, but they call it on Shamar Green. The Wildcats turn the ball over on the player control foul. 3:18 to play first half. At halftime, we'll have the scoring of the girls' game. We'll have the scoring of the boys' game. Looks like Cameron McCullough has checked into the ball game along with Gavin Johnson. The Wildcats, Malik Howard is in there. Jefferson County bringing the ball down the floor. 3:16 to play. 46-23 the score. Our second ball game as there's a shot missed, rebounded by Malik, pulled down by Cameron McCullough. Works the ball to Howard around to Brennan. He's on fire. He takes another one. He knocks down another one, but underneath there was some pushing and shoving. And let's see, they're going to call the foul against the Patriots. I think Shamar was the guy fouled, and they'll not count the bucket, and it's 46-23, but the Wildcats have the ball.
Yeah, and they're going to call a timeout, a 30-second. When you want to keep it here, or do you want to send it, David?
Now let's keep it right here.
Okay.
Earlier today, the Lady Wildcats won 52-48. What happened in that ball game?
Well, Oak Ridge, it was a back-and-forth ball game. Both teams were tested. It was highly competitive, and at the end, Oak Ridge just a little too much. And without Jenna Johnson late in that game, Paige Lawing really took over on the offensive boards and throughout the game. I think that was the big difference we talked about, is just how many second-chance opportunities the Lady Wildcats have. Davis, we turn back to this boys game. A couple of guys I'd like to see be more aggressive. One is Shamar Green. I would love to see him really take a step this year and become a more aggressive player. He's got the body, he's got the skill set and the athleticism and the ability to be dominant at times this season. And I think offensively in particular, I want to see him continue to work on that confidence, become more aggressive. And then another guy, you said Camo a moment ago, Cameron McCullough. He's a guy I saw in some JV action last year, and he's not the biggest guy, but he is really smooth and a really heady player when he's handling the ball and kind of running floor general for the Wildcats.
Here's Brennan, another three off the inbounds. That one's missed, rebounded by the Patriots. I agree with you. Cameron's going to be, and Camo's Ray Ray's backup at the point position, and he's got a good shot. He's very aggressive. He likes to drive as they work the ball down low, and I like all of these guys, and we're going to have to get Camo a lot more playing time to get Ray Ray a break as they've pulled it within 20. But this one's been all Oak Ridge. The Wildcats have pretty much played the entire roster that's available right now. I think in terms of the varsity, as Shamar goes in again, this time they're going to call a foul against Jefferson County, and that'll send Shamar to the free throw line. Shamar's a good player. He had a really good summer for the Wildcats, had a good AAU. He didn't start playing basketball organized till the 8th grade, Alex, so he's got a lot of upside to him. Tall, rangy kid, smart, very nice kid, and he's got a lot of upside on him.
And do you know why? Because usually as a kid who's 6'6", usually you're not just 5'5", and then all of a sudden one summer you grow a foot. I mean, that happens, but my guess is that Shamar's been a taller kid for most of his life. Is there a reason that he didn't play growing up?
I should have asked him, and I will when I get a chance to ask him at some point on the television show. But I knew that he had not played. I knew that he had not played until late, but I didn't know it was 8th grade. I mean, that's crazy. And here he is out here in a big time program playing. But he's got all the tools. And here's a steal by Shamar. And I expect him and Cooper just to dominate as Gavin Johnson comes down the floor, kind of put a layup over the back of his head, and the personal foul is going to be called. Gavin Johnson, I think it was Gavin. It looks like Garrett, actually. My apologies. Gavin's in the ball game. Garrett's going to go to the line. Gavin's a guy, Gavin Johnson, who had 8 points the other day. That he's always been a shooter, but he looked good. And like I keep saying, and I don't want to be like a broken record. They've got so many different weapons. They can do so many things. And one thing that we're not accustomed to seeing much since the Milloway days, at some point they're going to try to get Cooper and Shamar or Charlie out there and have double posts, and the Wildcats will be dangerous with that size inside. They don't do that much. He's more of a guard-oriented kind of coach, but he's going to hope to get them out there, and that's going to be some big-time trouble with 2 6'6" guys in there, very athletic.
Well, and I was going to say, if you've got Cooper in there, you can almost throw Malik or somebody else in as the other post, and just watching him play, and from the highlights I've seen from the summer, I think you could almost play Garrett at the 3 offensively.
Yeah, I would agree with that because he's a really good shooter. He's a good three-point shooter. Here's a steal by Oak Ridge, and Malik Howard's going to take it. Off the glass shot, good, and the freshman has his first 2 varsity points. Great play.
And those were a smooth 2 points. I mean, layups aren't often just wow you plays, but to take it kind of coast to coast like he did, Euro step, avoid the defender, and then kind of hang in the air and show a little touch and finesse game at the end there. Really impressive. He was really impressive all year for the Wildcats on the football field as well.
Here's a missed shot rebounded by Jefferson County. We're down to a minute 18 to play. Just to warn you a little bit, we're going to take an extended break at halftime and be ready for the boys and the girls' stats. Going to take about a 5-minute break as they work the ball down low. Here's a steal by Malik, saved on the floor by Price, picked up by Jefferson County. Camo battling. Minute to play, first half. Scoreboard says it's 51-26. Then all Oak Ridge. At one time, I guess the only lead there, Jefferson County had was 2-0, but it has been all Oak Ridge since the first quarter.
It really has, and this is the part where you would rather a game be a little closer, but it's also good getting these guys, these younger guys, these sort of bench guys that need to be able to be there for you later in the season to get them some value experience. That's priceless as well.
Price is out on the floor. Here comes a shot. It's up, no good. Rebounded by the Patriots. They go back up with it, and Camo steals it. Camo comes away with it. That's Cameron McCullough going coast to coast, kicking it out. There's Price Davis for 3, up, good. Three-point shot for Price Davis, and big shot for the senior.
And that's what I love is about Cam's game. It's offensively. He just makes the right decisions, and it was crowded inside. Instead of forcing a shot or forcing a pass through a crowded defenders, he just found the open guy for a three.
Garrett Giles just picks the pocket with two, pulls up the three. It's up good. Three-point shot for the junior. And the Wildcats, will it count? They say no. And did he walk? I didn't see it.
They said he walked.
I didn't see it. But this is the C team calling this game today. They've got 1 second on the clock. I did not see that at all. Gary didn't like the call. He missed that. He did not walk.
I don't know.
And
but
Coach Green arguing about it now.
Yeah, that's tough. You almost never see anything like that, especially at the end of a half like that, especially when the game is what it is statistically right now.
And the final shot of the game is on its way. It's up, and it is no good as the first half comes to a close. Oak Ridge on top of the Jefferson County Patriots, 54-26. We'll be back with a look at the stats in 3 minutes. They say that being a coach's wife is hard, but Laura Lynn Green, wife of Oak Ridge head coach Aaron Green, and a local State Farm insurance agent, makes buying insurance easy for you. Auto, homeowners, renters, business, life, health, and much more. Laura Lynn Green's office is located at 136 Marquette Road in Oak Ridge. Give her a call today at 483-5666 or say hello to her courtside at any Oak Ridge High School basketball game. She might be a coach's wife, but she was a Wildcat fan first. For State Farm Insurance, call Laura Lynn Green in Oak Ridge.
ORUD Natural Gas is proud to offer our customers a product that saves money, provides consistent service, and is a clean energy source. You can save over $1,000 on your annual utility bills when you make the switch to natural gas for heating, cooking, and clothes drying. ORUD is your one-stop shop. We sell and install gas appliances for our customers and make it easy to add your bill with our 0% interest financing. Learn more about how much you can save at ORUD.org.
Looking for a new place to call home? Main Street Lofts in Oak Ridge, Tennessee has you covered. Offering newly built 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments, Main Street Lofts is a top-tier place to call home. Within walking distance of shops, restaurants, and entertainment, our community is convenience at its finest. Enjoy the 24-hour state-of-the-art fitness center, take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or make that perfect steak at our grilling station, and then relax by our fire pit with friends and neighbors. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Give us a call today to schedule a tour of your new home or visit our website at themainstreetlofts.com to check out our availability and apply for your new home. It's time to live the lifestyle you deserve.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
For personal, professional, and affordable accounting services, call Tracy Larrabee, CPA. Tracy's a 1978 graduate of Oak Ridge High School and can help with business, individual, estate, interest, tax accounting services, payroll processes for businesses, small business bookkeeping, tax planning, plus management advocacy services. Call Tracy Larrabee, CPA, 425-7736, or stop by 683 Emory Valley Road, Suite B. Tracy Larrabee, CPA.
Come in, discover the difference of an independent insurance agency. Fox Insurance Group, Oak Ridge.
Welcome back to Wildcat Arena. Alex Myers, John Ulrich with you as well. And while he's finishing up telling the boys' first half stats, John, don't hand that to me. You, sir, are going to have to get out of that seat, and you're going to come over here on the microphone. And no pressure, as Coach Free, your baseball coach, is right behind you. For the girls' game, Oak Ridge won 52-48, and the scoring summary: Sakari Stewart had 2 points. Honesty Thompson had 2. Paige Lawing had 3. Janiyah Phillips had 3. Jenna Johnson left the game early, had a bunch of rebounds, but she finished with 7 points. Second leading scorer for Lady Wildcats was Ulisa Mitchell with 10, and then leading all scorers for Oak Ridge, Demetria Strickland with 25 points. She hit 4 3-point shots. John, you have the stats first for Jefferson County, then for Oak Ridge.
Thank you, Alex. With a total score of 26 points, number 0 has hit 1 3-pointer and 1 free throw for 4 points. Number 3, Zach Coffey, has hit 1 3-pointer for a total of 3 points, and he also has a foul. Number 10, Brody Carr, has hit 2 2-pointers for a total of 4 points. Number 11, Kip Parker, has 1 foul, 2 2-pointers, and a 3-pointer, as well as 1 scored free throw for a total of 8 points. Number 15, Jordan Wyatt, has a foul. And number 24, Tyler McMahon, has 4 fouls, 2 2-pointers, 1 3-pointer for a total of 7 points. And number 22 also has a foul. Now for your Oak Ridge Wildcats with a total score of 54 at the half. Brandon Hayward has a foul. Number 1, Price Davis, has a foul and a 3-pointer for a total score of 3 points. Number 2, Shamar Green, has a foul and a 1 free throw made for a total of 1 point. Number 4 has made 1 2-pointer for a total of 2 points. Number 5, Garrett Giles, has 2 fouls and 3 2-pointers and 1 3-pointer, as well as 2 free throws made for a total of 11 points. Number 10, Brennan Scott, has 1 2-pointer made, 5 3-pointers made for a total of 17 points. Number 11, Ray Watson, has 1 foul, 2 2-pointers, 2 3-pointers, and 1 free throw made for a total of 11 points. And number 20, Caden Brighthart, has 1 3-pointer made and 2 free throws made for a total of 5 points. And number 35, Cooper Williams, has 2 fouls, 2 2-pointers made for a total of 4 points. Back to you, Alex.
Back to you, Dave.
Alex, I'll let you take this one. I've got to do my tweets again. 54-26 the score. As we start play here, let's back the camera out just a bit. The people are telling me Wildcats have Brennan Scott, Garrett Giles, Brighthart, Cooper Williams, and Ray in the ball game. Alex, you've got it.
Thank you. 20 seconds into this third quarter. Jefferson County moving left to right. Trying to get something going offensively. Looks like a player got shaken up, and everybody just kind of stopped for a moment, except for Ray. Here he comes almost with a steal. Boy, unfortunately, somebody from Jefferson County is sort of writhing in pain down there. And you hate to see that. I don't see exactly what happened. I don't know if maybe somebody might have took an inadvertent low blow or what happened, but there's a player down right on the court. Let's take a 30-second timeout. And we'll come back with more action.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
As we're back here at Wildcat Arena, 7:20 to go here in the third quarter. Oak Ridge leading it big, 54-26, just outside of halftime. No one has scored. You know what, Nick? I will take a chip here in just a moment. Nick Suttle's offering me something from the concession stands here. Turnover after Oak Ridge forced Jefferson County out of bounds. As 7:06 to go here in the third quarter. As you can see, I'm easily distracted. Ray brings it across the court. Wildcats moving right to left in their all-white uniforms. Ray gives it on the right elbow outside the three-point line to Giles. Garrett Giles passes to Cooper. Back outside. Cooper sets a screen for a Caden three, and Caden's three is good. Beautiful shot, beautiful setup. Give a hockey assist, if you will. A little tip of the cap to Cooper for setting a great screen to help get Caden open for three. Back the other way, Jefferson County goes. They're really having no success. Ray creating a lot of difficulties for the guard here. 5-second count was on. They finally pass it to a teammate. Caden playing good defense as well as all the Wildcats are. Jefferson County's just going to settle for a three. I say settle. They made it. So that brings them within 30. It's 57-29. Wildcats with a big lead. Play was stopped momentarily as Big Cooper Williams was having to tie his shoe. Cooper Williams out there with Giles, Brennan Scott, Caden Brightheart, and Ray Ray. Ray Ray's pass to Caden is going to be stolen, and here comes a quick 2 on the other end. And 5 quick unanswered points from Jefferson County. Oak Ridge still with a big lead, but certainly need to be a little bit sharper here as we approach the midway point of the third quarter. Backdoor pass to Brennan Scott is stolen again. There's 2 turnovers in a row for the Wildcats. 5:43 to go here in the third quarter. Wildcats lead at 57-31 over the Patriots of Jefferson County. Jefferson County with it. Left elbow, thought about a 3. They're going to drive against Garrett Giles, going to back him down. Cooper comes over for the double team, knocks it away momentarily. Jefferson County regains control, tosses it up, but it's short off the rim, and Williams gets the rebound. Passes it up ahead to Ray Ray, now to Brennan Scott. Scott in traffic, he's going to kick out. Now it goes to Brightheart. Left wing, going to take a dribble in and shoot at the free throw line. It was short, but Cooper Williams gets the rebound, no good. Then Caden's down there fighting for it. It's a loose ball scramble. Brightheart comes out of there with it. Nearly traveled, but he's going to find Brennan Scott for 3. That one's off the mark, no good. One of the first and only misses from Brennan Scott beyond the arc all evening. Jefferson County's going to launch up a 3. That was no good. A little bit ill-advised if you ask me. Ray Ray gets the rebound, pushes it other side. Brennan Scott. Coach wanted a walk from Jefferson County. They won't call it. Brennan flips it back to Ray Ray, who launches a 3. It's off the iron, no good. And finally, I get to take a breath here as Jefferson County gets the rebound. Tossing it up court are the Patriots. They're going to drive inside. Cooper deflects the shot, but they're going to call Garrett Giles with a hold before the shot. I think it was before the shot at least, although both teams are lining up as if it will be a free throw, and they will say it's on the shot. Not sure if I agree about that one, but I guess my thought doesn't matter. Montez McCray to the line for 2 shots. He's a 6'2", 175-pound senior guard. First is off the mark. But Patriots trying to get back into this game. It will take a Herculean-type effort to do so. They trail 57-31 with 4:41 to go in the third quarter. Clang off the back iron. That one's off the mark as well. 0 for 2 was Giles from the free throw line. McCray. Giles with on the right elbow, gives it a little dribble handoff that time to Ray Ray. Right elbow outside the three-point line. It goes inside to Cooper Williams, who bulls over a player, passes to a Caden Brightheart, who is cutting. He lays it up off the glass, left side. That's good. 59-31 to go with 4:20 to go here in the third quarter. Ray Ray just playing tremendous defense all game. Brennan Scott comes over to help Ray Ray. They're going to double team, nearly get a turnover. Do they? No, they get a timeout. It's the only thing to stop that from being a turnover. We're going to take a timeout. David, if you can push the buttons, we will take a 30-second timeout and be back to the Wildcat Arena after this break.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community in the heart of historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee, offering 1, 2, and 3-bedroom newly built apartment homes. Enjoy the 24-hour modern fitness center, take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling area. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. Let's redefine your apartment living experience.
Welcome back to Wildcat Arena. As sometimes you just have to be at a ball game to experience the full experience, whether it's the nachos, the smell of the popcorn. Nick Suttles just told a great story that not sure that I can repeat, but interesting story. Some things just happen at ball games. Not to give you guys a cliffhanger, but 59-31 the score, 4:11 to go. In the third quarter, Wildcats playing defense here. It will be Shamar Green, Cooper Williams, Price Davis, Garrett Giles, and Cameron McCullough on the court, the 5 for the Wildcats. Again, Jefferson County moving left to right. Oak Ridge is in it looks like a 1-3-1 zone, an extended one, as Giles is 3/4 of the way towards the mid-court line. He nearly comes away with the steal at the top of the key. Jefferson County's just going to fire a 3, nothing going offensively, and that shot wasn't going either. Cooper Williams with the rebound. Here comes McCullough trying to direct traffic. He gets it to Price Davis, left elbow, thinking about a 3. Instead, he's going to find Shamar Green. Green fires a pass into Cooper Williams, and it goes off his fingertips, no good. It was a little bit high, but Cooper Williams pats his chest as if to say, that one's on me. 59-31. 3:40 to go here in the third quarter. Wildcats have led this one, and outside of a 2-0 lead, it's been all Wildcats really since the jump. Still in that trapping zone defense from the Wildcats. You don't see a lot of zone defense out of Coach Green, but why not experiment when you got some extra bodies? Cooper Williams gets a rebound. It was a long shot, no good. McCullough driving, trying to show off his handles here a little bit, trying to push the pace, and really nothing going. Shamar sets a nice screen down low. He drives baseline, does McCullough, gives off to Price Davis. Davis up top to Giles, and that's a three. Price Davis with the assist. Garrett Giles for three, and he is looking more and more comfortable as a Wildcat-ish in his second game. Here comes a turnover. Price Davis, 2-on-1 break. He lobs it to Giles. He slams it home. Giles takes flight, and that will not be the last we'll see of that. Garrett Giles is a high flyer, big-bodied guy for Oak Ridge. Here comes a flying shot on the other end. Circus shot, no good off the back rim. Here comes Price Davis. Can he nail a three? It's a little bit short off the mark that time, and the Patriots coming back with it. 2:31 to go here in the third quarter. Oak Ridge with a 33-point lead, 64-31 the score. Jefferson County going to pull up jumper, baseline. That shot's no good. Cooper Williams tips the rebound to himself, and he takes a deep breath, a sigh, and says, all right, let's go back the other way, gents. McCullough pushes the pace, gets it to Davis. Davis finds a cutting Cooper Williams, who runs into our cameraman, and everybody's okay, and the score says, I'm even better. 66-61 after Cooper Williams gets that shot to fall. And David, if you're done tweeting, boy, this has been a really, really fun third quarter offensively, especially for the Wildcats.
Yeah, what a nice dunk by Garrett Giles there. Wildcats, just like I've been saying from the start of this ball game to right now, the Wildcats just have so many different kind of weapons, and you could just see the frustration on the part of the Patriots. They're not a bad-looking skill-wise basketball team, but they just don't have the athleticism that Oak Ridge has, and Oak Ridge will just run you to death, and hopefully they haven't run out of energy. They'll have to play the Mavericks later on, and probably a shorthanded Maverick team as Charlie Taubenheim comes into the ball game. Justice West comes in, but just athletically, the Wildcats are just so gifted and so skilled as well. You couple that with the great coaching of Coach Green, you got a good basketball team, and that's what the fans have to look forward to all this season. And they're a fun team to watch, and hopefully we'll have some really big crowds here at the Wildcat Arena.
Absolutely.
Back to you.
Absolutely, and another part of that, the last part of that equation is how good the Oak Ridge is at just running. But part of that is just they got so many bodies that if the Oak Ridge gets tired, they can just sub another shooter in or sub another rebounder in. Speaking of rebounder, there's Shamar Green. He gets a rebound and puts it off the glass, and that's good. The Oak Ridge Wildcats are threatening 70 here with 1:20 to go in the third quarter. They lead at 68-32. They've more than doubled up the Patriots here with over a quarter left to play. Shamar Green guarding tightly out behind the three-point line for a big guy. It's pretty impressive. Price Davis now guarding as they flip the ball over to the left wing. Get it up top now with Jacob Schrader. Schrader doesn't really know what to do with it, so he's going to pass off to Parker. Parker just going to lazily launch a three. That's no good, and I say lazily because really just kind of decided that we're just going to jack a shot up here. We can't get anything going, so why not just throw one up? Oak Ridge throws one out of bounds that time. Unfortunately, it was Tyree Porter West. It was West who tried to get the ball into, I believe, Shamar Green, and it was just off the fingertips. Just a little bit wide was that pass. 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Wildcats up big, 68-32, as Jefferson County comes back the other way with it. Might settle for one, might try to get a couple of baskets here. I think if you're Jefferson County, you just run your offense and try to get a good look, whatever, if that comes in 5 seconds or 10 seconds, because at this rate, they haven't had really a good look in several minutes of basketball. Here's a good look. They get a drive. It's off the mark, no good. Charlie Taubenheim nods his first rebound. And here comes West the other way for Oak Ridge. Taubenheim at the top of the key. Trail three. Will it go? It will. He nestles it in. Charlie Taubenheim. Meet the sophomore. Number 21. He nestles that three in, and it's 71-32. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. They're not even going to jack a shot up at the end of the third quarter. That's kind of a sad sight. I'm not sure I've ever seen someone just concede a bucket. And, boy, his teammates are happy for him. David, let's take a 60-second timeout. When we come back, I'll get your thoughts on that third quarter.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County. Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench.
7:52 to
The
go
Republican
here as we
primary
just
is
are on
March
our way
5th.
in the fourth
Let's
quarter.
keep-
Johnson gives it up top to Taubenheim. Taubenheim gives it to West on the right elbow, back to Taubenheim. He hit a three from there a moment ago. He's going to dish it over to Howard. Howard drives middle with a floater off the back rim, no good. He tried to get it to fall, just would not settle down. 71-32 the score as we head into the fourth quarter. 30 seconds into the action here. Jefferson County just going to launch a three. Why not? That's all they've been doing, and they finally get one to go. Nice looking shot that time from Jacob Schrader. 7:20 to go in the fourth quarter. Taubenheim gives it to West, right elbow. Finds a cutting Price Davis underneath. Shot fake, makes a man miss, and the bucket was good, and an official immediately is going to call 33 with a push. I didn't really see it. It must have been after. He was emphatic, though, and that will be Grant Arnold, 6'6" sophomore. Some of his first action this game, maybe it was a frustration. I didn't really see it, to be honest with you, but the official certainly did. He was emphatic with that push call. 6:50 to go. Clock is running now with this big Oak Ridge lead. Price Davis with a 3 count, 4 count. He finally gets it into West up top, and now they're going to swing it over. Taubenheim, right elbow, gives it right back to West. Left elbow, thought about a 3, thought about driving. Now he's going to try to work against the defender. Passes to Howard. Howard, left corner 3, in and out, no good. Price Davis with the rebound, and then they're swatted away. There's a battle for the second opportunity as Price Davis missed the second chance opportunity. There was a third chance, and that will indeed be a third chance for the Wildcats, as they're going to say Jefferson County touched it last. Price Davis inbounds it to Howard. He's going to take one dribble inside the free throw line. He drives to the basket, and he's hammered by 2 different Jefferson County Patriots, and he earns himself a trip to the line. David Howard is a guy who, as the season progressed in football, really became a mainstay and one of the better players on that Oak Ridge defense, which is saying something because that was a loaded defense this year for Oak Ridge. Howard, I expect to see him much of the same, continue to get more and more comfortable as the basketball season goes along with his teammates out here.
Yeah, most definitely. Just look at his size. He's not only is he tall, he's very thick. He's one of those guys that, you're right, he did a really fine job as a freshman on the football team and knocks down the free throws. Little piece of trivia for you, and we're going to give away a pizza at some point today. Charlie Taubenheim's dad was a Major League Baseball pitcher. He has 1 career win. Do you know who that was against?
Well, who was Charlie Taubenheim's dad's 1 win against as a pitcher? I'm going to say, based off your knowledge, it was either the Braves or, since John Ulrich's in here and we love hating on the Mets, maybe he beat the Mets? Who did he win?
Unfortunately, it was our Atlanta Braves.
There's Charlie Taubenheim with a 3. That trail 3 position has been there for Charlie. He's hit 2 threes here in the last couple of minutes of play. He's got 6 points on the night. He fouls on the other end. Layup was missed, no good, but it will send Jefferson County's Jacob Schrader to the line for 2 free throws. Charlie's a kid. He has really sprouted up, and I don't know, I guess he doesn't play baseball, which is kind of surprising, but talk a little bit about Charlie and what Wildcat fans can expect out of the youngster.
Yeah, Charlie had a really good freshman year a year ago. He's gotten much taller. He likes the shot. I asked him on Wednesday if he would rather be a post or a guard, but he says he's always played post because of his height, but you can see that he could be a really long guard, kind of similar to Jeremy Miller a little bit as Camo takes a 3-point shot. He's got the ability to go inside and outside. He's got a great attitude. He comes from a good bloodline, as we mentioned earlier. His dad played Major League Baseball. His uncle was Rick Daniels Mulholland, who played football and basketball for the University of Tennessee.
Wow, I did not know that about him. That's pretty cool. They got the Wildcat ties as well, and I kind of always wondered how he ended up in Oak Ridge. His dad was a Major League pitcher. How did you end up kind of settling down into East Tennessee? And I guess that kind of explains it. And speaking of bloodline, is Malik Howard. He's obviously got some height, not quite the height that Charlie has to this point. He's just a freshman. I'm sure he's still growing. Is he in any bloodline to a lot of those Howards that we've seen come through Oak Ridge through the year? Otis Howard, but also on the girls' side, we've had some good Howards. Is he in that bloodline as well?
Yes, he is. In fact, that is the correct family. His dad is Alonzo Howard, who was a quarterback for the Wildcats back in the 90s, 2 seasons, as Charlie puts up a shot. Yeah, his dad was Alonzo Howard, who was a quarterback for the Wildcats back in the 90s.
Good. As here comes a three from Jefferson County, and I always find that so interesting in a tight-knit community like this that's certainly growing, but just got so much rich sports history. I always find it interesting when you've got relatives playing and carrying on that tradition. Here's a tradition. Oak Ridge hitting threes. Malik Howard finds a corner three. That's the second one he's taken from the opposite corner, actually. So 2 threes attempted from either side and 1 hit. So obviously a couple of these young, big players, post players for Oak Ridge are not afraid to shoot the ball. And that's typically what Coach Green likes. If you're a big post player, he wants you to be able to stretch the floor and kind of likes that positionless basketball, if you will. As here comes Jefferson County underneath. Howard contests the shot. He does a nice job doing so as it's off the mark, and Price Davis comes out of there with it for the Wildcats. 81-36 the score. 2:13 to go in the fourth. Howard's three's no good, but West comes out of there with a strong rebound. Kick back out up top. Here it is to Howard. Corner. Toppenheim thought about a three. Now he's going to dribble. Step back. Floater three is no good. The bench wanted that for him. The fans did as well here in the Wildcat Arena. Here comes Jefferson County, left corner three. That shot's well off the mark, doesn't hit anything except Price Davis's palms when he catches the rebound. Here comes Davis. Goes over to Howard.
Great
Howard
pass.
tries to slam it. It was a nice pass. I didn't know that Price Davis would see it. That it was a great pass, and Howard tried to go up and slam it himself and just got caught by the rim, it looked like. 1:35 to go here. Substitutes into the game for Oak Ridge. Howard's going to come out of there with the rebound. He was falling all over, but no call. And up it goes to Price Davis. Davis going to drive, hesitate, just calmly back the ball out. Price Davis is kind of reminds me of Seth Davis. You know, he's just calm with the basketball. He's a good shooter, and he just doesn't really get sped up offensively.
Yeah, nice look there by Charlie once again. The ball knocked off his body out of bounds. I think he was standing out of bounds. Well, we got a minute to go here in the ball game. I know we got to take a break at the end between games. The Lady Wildcats are going to come. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on this basketball team, your first look?
Just so deep. I mean, there's a lot of thoughts I have, a lot of adjectives I could use to describe. They got great shooters, they got great strength, they got length. I mean, they've got so much size, which a lot of times is the Achilles tendon for Oak Ridge programs throughout the years, is just they don't have the height. But I think the one thing I would say is just how much depth the Wildcats can throw at teams this year. Speaking of depth, here's one of those substitutes. Howard driving down the other way, and he gets the ball swatted. But David, running clock here, this one's about to end. But just the depth to me is that's the scariest thing. If I'm an opponent scouting Oak Ridge, I mean, who do you try to get to foul out? Because they're just going to bring another guy in.
Yeah, that's the way it is with this team. And it's going to, like I keep saying, it's going to be a fun year. And there's no really weak link. I mean, you could look at the top player all the way to the very end of the bench, and they're going to contribute on each given night. And Jefferson County's just ready to go on back to Dandridge here. The final score is posted. Oak Ridge wins at 81-36. Got to take a break here. The Lady Wildcats are up next. They'll take on Anderson County. Guys win at 81-36. The Lady Wildcats won their first game over the Lady Patriots, 52-48. We'll take a break. We'll come back and look at the final stats. Oak Ridge, Lady Wildcats take the floor. We'll be back in 5 minutes. They say that being a coach's wife is hard, but Laura Lynn Green, wife of Oak Ridge head coach Aaron Green, and a local State Farm insurance agent, makes buying insurance easy for you. Auto, homeowners, renters, business, life, health, and much more. Laura Lynn Green's office is located at 136 Marquette Road in Oak Ridge. Give her a call today at 483-5666 or say hello to her courtside at any Oak Ridge High School basketball game. She might be a coach's wife, but she was a Wildcat fan first. For State Farm Insurance, call Laura Lynn Green in Oak Ridge.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community in the heart of historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee, offering 1, 2, and 3-bedroom newly built apartment homes. Enjoy the 24-hour modern fitness center. Take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling area. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. Let's redefine your apartment living experience.
Need quality orthopedic care you can trust close to home? Count on KOC Oak Ridge. Our experts have been serving Wildcats and their families for more than 40 years. Whether you're a high school athlete or a weekend warrior, we've got you covered for sports injuries and beyond. At KOC Oak Ridge, we're committed to providing orthopedic excellence in this region. We strive to treat our patients with the respect and understanding they deserve. And we're a proud supporter of the Wildcats since 1979.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service is designed to assist customers providing a cost-effective means to having their clothes cleaned and processed. Our wash and fold attendants strive to meet the trust placed on them using a variety of fabric cleaning products of the customer's choice. Our customers have the choice of same-day wash, dry, and fold or another date that fits their schedule. The Washboard Wash and Fold drop-off service is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're located at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. After hours, the drop-off box is available for the customers who work late or need to be to work before 8 a.m. We offer our services to an array of the Oak Ridge community, working parents, persons working extended hours, and local businesses. We are proud of our service to ORHS and other local schools and associations. If time is not an issue, stop by and use the self-service laundry at Bob's Washboard Laundry at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. Call our staff at 865-951-3237 for any questions you may have.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 state championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at betsycolemanrealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
You've worked hard to build your business, and we want to help you protect it. The team at Fox Insurance Group believes your business deserves the expertise of a local insurance agent. With business insurance from Todd Fox at Fox Insurance Group and Encova Insurance, you can make sure your business stays up and running no matter what happens. If you own a business, make sure it's fully protected by contacting Fox Insurance Group. Visit www.grayfoxins.com or call 865-482-0513.
ORUD Natural Gas is proud to offer our customers a product that saves money, provides consistent service, and is a clean energy source. You can save over $1,000 on your annual utility bills when you make the switch to natural gas for heating, cooking, and clothes drying. ORUD is your one-stop shop. We sell and install gas appliances for our customers and make it easy to add your bill with our 0% interest financing. Learn more about how much you can save at ORUD.org. 10 Bank helps build our community so we can continue to win together. 10 Bank, member FDIC.
Mortgage Investors Group at the Oak Ridge office. We love our community and Oak Ridge Wildcat basketball. We pride ourselves in taking the same winning tradition in helping you find the perfect mortgage loan for your family. Ask for Norma Sheldon, Jackie Pullen, Shannon Ochiltree, Mandy Henry, or Darren Osborne at 865-482-8910 or visit us online at mortgageinvestorsgroup.com. Tennessee Mortgage License Number 109111. MIG is an equal housing lender.
Now back to the Fox Insurance Group Oak Ridge Wildcat Football live stream on YouTube. Come in, discover the difference of an independent insurance agency. Fox Insurance Group Oak Ridge.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena. You're listening to Alex Myers, David Clary, John Ulrich doing stats and camera work for us. Titus also, what's your last name, Titus? Titus Feder, excuse me, I should know that by now, doing camera work for us and stats as well. And then we've got Caleb Riker, who's doing camera work both on the ground and doing stats for us as well. As we appreciate them. Nick Suttle's joining us in the booth. Before we get the guys' stats, recap one last time on the first girls' game. We'll be happy to know and announce that Jenna is back out there shooting. Don't know if she's going to play, but she looks like she will. Sakari Stewart had 2 points. Ulisha Mitchell had 10 points. Paige Lawing had 3 points. Janiah Pippins had 3 points. and Jenna Johnson had 7 points. The top scorer was Demetria Strickland. She tallied 4 3-point shots on her way to a 25-point performance in game number 1. And as Oak Ridge went on their way to a 52-48 victory. David?
Yeah, most definitely. Good win for the Lady Wildcats to go 2-0. They're going to take on an Anderson County team that I don't know much about. I know I looked at some of their scores. I think they're very capable. I don't think they're going to be as athletic as the Jefferson County team that we've seen. The boys just winning just a moment ago, 81-36. Remember, we'll talk to the head coaches of the ball game, of the two teams, the Lady Wildcats, after this game. And we'll talk to Coach Green after the final game. Wildcats headed to the Bahamas on Tuesday, take on several teams, which hopefully we can get a chance to go down there and broadcast. We're going to raise some money for that. Let's take a break here. We're a minute away from the start of the girls' game. Anderson County and Oak Ridge back in 60 seconds.
Enjoy an extraordinary apartment living experience at Main Street Lofts in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. You will find extravagance, comfort, and convenience at its finest. Located within minutes of local shops, restaurants, and entertainment, Main Street Lofts offers residents an unprecedented location. Enjoy luxury modern features that include granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, and a washer and dryer in every apartment home. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. It's time to love where you live.
You got 17 seconds.
Enjoy an extraordinary apartment living experience at Main Street Lofts in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. You will find extravagance, comfort, and convenience at its finest. Located within minutes of local shops, restaurants, and entertainment.
Is that okay? Welcome back to Wildcat Arena. Alex Myers here with you. David Clary will bring you back into the fold as we get set. The starters for Oak Ridge will be Jenna Johnson. Nice to see her back out there. Also for Oak Ridge, Demetria Strickland. She had 25 points, which led the game, led all scorers in that first game. Yulisa Mitchell and Janiyah Pippins also out there, along with the girl who kind of surprised me on the first time I'd seen her in extended play, Paige Lawing. She's back out there. David, here comes the tip.
And we're about to get set. I think I spoke to Brian Leffler in between ball games, and he told me that it's going to be a recurring issue with Jenna with that knee injury. She's going to feel that pain, and she's just going to have to endure it for short periods of time. And you know how tough she is. She's going to play if she can play, as the tip goes to Anderson County. And we are underway, our third of 4 ball games today. Move the camera. As the Lady Wildcats have the ball coming down the floor. Quick flow down the right side. Camera. Gonna get our camera off the tripod here. 7:42 to play. 0-0 is our score. The game is taking place out on the floor.
Well, David, sorry, we've lost a cameraman momentarily, so I don't have Ulrich's number. If you could tell him he's still needed.
As the shot is on its way, it's up, no good. Rebounded by Jenna Johnson. And here's the shot. It's on its way, good. Jenna scores the first 2 points of the ball game. And down the floor of the basketball will come the Anderson County Mavericks. Here comes, I'll let you handle that until we get John up here. As they'll set up their offense. The Mavericks wearing their blue jerseys with silver. The Wildcats wearing their white. You said something a minute ago, and I don't know if you can talk while you're doing the camera, but Paige Lawing, what a good job she did in the first game. Earned herself a start as that shot is up, in and out, no good. Hustle rebound for the Mavericks. They go right back up with it, no good. Foul's going to be called against Jenna Johnson. 6:52 to play, first quarter just underway. 2-0 Wildcats.
Yeah, and here's John, thank you. I just tip my hat to Coach Paige Taylor because, you're good, John, because I think it's so refreshing to see immediate reward and immediate payoff. You know, sometimes in sports it's, hey, you did a great job in practice this week. Coach will come over and say, hey, we noticed that, keep going. And then next thing you know, it's a month and a half later, and maybe you're getting a little more playing time, but not much has changed, and it can kind of be a little discouraging. But to play as well as she did, and then to be rewarded an hour and a half later with, I guess, probably her first start of her career. I think that's really special, and I think that could really bode well for her confidence going forward.
I agree 100%. Lady Wildcat basketball in a 2-2 ball game. Oak Ridge setting it outside the three-point line. And let's talk about this. Here's another three. Shot is up, no good. Rebounded by Jenna. Jenna Johnson right back from about 5, in and out, no good. Rebounded by Anderson County. You and I had a conversation, I guess, I don't know, an hour or two ago, where we talked about whether you would rather play back-to-back ball games or skip a game. Talk about that as Anderson County gets a shot up and they take the lead.
Just personally as a player, I mean, first and foremost, I was usually kind of on the bench most of the game, so I guess it really doesn't matter in my opinion. But to me, you know, I would always rather just play back-to-back. I know you're tired, but to me, there's not much worse feeling than getting hot and sweaty, getting in the rhythm, you get warmed up, and you get some momentum and kind of get your sea legs, your bearings about you as a player, and then you just have to go sit for an hour and a half and just kind of, you know, you can't stay warm that whole time. You've got to rest yourself, so you kind of have to sit for 30 minutes. It's like having a second halftime, and then to kind of ramp back up and expect to go full speed with that same intensity. That's what's hard, David. You're out there physically, but to bring that same intensity, that's, to me, the biggest challenge, is to try to get back out there and replicate that, hey, this is our first game, we're fresh, when you're really not.
We're going to have an illegal screen, offensive player control foul against Oak Ridge. Mitch Couples is the head coach of the Anderson County Mavericks, longtime assistant coach for years at Anderson County. He's done a good job taking over the helm of the Lady Mavericks as they bring the ball down the floor. Lady Wildcats going to get back on defense as they set it up 4-2. Kind of similar to the first game, as here's a three-point shot on its way. Rims out, no good. Knocked out of bounds, I thought, by Anderson County. They're going to say Oak Ridge touched it. Kind of similar to Tuesday's game against Grace. Kind of similar to the start of the Jefferson County ball game. And kind of a slow beginning for the Lady Wildcats.
Yeah, and I expected that on this one. I think we talked about that before the game in our discussion about playing, you know, a game and then sitting and then playing. I kind of expect both of these teams, particularly Anderson County, because they've, you know, been off a couple of hours, and to come back out, it's like, you know, yeah, you're rested, but you've already played once. Your body's not really fresh, but I kind of expected a slow start, but I think it's who can weather that storm and ultimately get it going will really have the advantage.
Lady Wildcats looked a little bit out of place here as Demetria is going to work it all the way down the floor for a shot. No good. Rebound. Lady Wildcats got to get some boards here. It's something they were very good at in the first game. Got to get back on defense, too. It's a high shot off the arc, off the glass is up good, and Wildcats are down 6 points.
You know, David, when we get a timeout, I don't want to ask this question because I want to ask you a question that it may have a fairly lengthy response. It may not. But when we get a timeout, remind me to ask you a question about this Anderson County program.
Shot is up good, and Demetria Strickland, who had 25 points in the first game, gives up, Anderson County gives up a three, and you can see Coach Couples not happy. Knowing what Demetria did in the first ball game, nobody really picked her up, and we've got a 3-point game.
I'll tell you, Demetria Strickland is one player that would have liked to have not stopped playing. As hot as she was from beyond the arc, 4 threes, and like you said, 25 points total. She had a nice fourth quarter from the free throw stripe as well. There's a walk called. Oak Ridge will get possession back off the turnover, but Demetria Strickland, I'm sure, hey, if she could play 3 or 4 games, as well as she's shooting the ball, Brennan Scott as well from the boys, once you get on one of those heaters, those hot streaks as a shooter, the last thing you want to do is stop playing.
Jenna Johnson is just fouled. It was kind of a lazier pass that time by the Lady Wildcats, Demetria Strickland, and Jenna had to go get it, and she got creamed into by the Lady Mavericks. 8-5 our score, 4:20 to play first quarter. One more game to follow. The boys are going to take on Anderson County. Oak Ridge coming off a huge win just a moment ago over Jefferson County, 81-36. Jenna, little elbow shot, little strong, no good. Rebounded by Pippins. They kick it out for another three. Good. 3-point shot, Lady Wildcats. Boy, she is having herself a night.
Absolutely. I mean, I wish we could start just keeping cumulative stats between the two games because she'd already be in the mid-30s. I mean, she is having a whale of a ball game. A great turnover here.
Coast to
Never mind. Dave's good. Thank you so much.
And we apologize for the little bit of a break in the action there as we start play once again, 17-12. Alex, you never know about technical issues. We had an internet drop there. Lady Wildcats have the lead 17-12, just underway here in the second quarter.
Dave, sounds like you just tossed it to me just as I put the headphones back on, so I apologize. I wasn't ready for the setup, but I am back. 17-12, 6:53 to go, and thank you for hanging on through those difficulties, and thank you to our listeners for doing the same.
You know, things happen. Like I said, camera, as the internet went out on us for a second, we were kind of nowadays, in the old days, nice move there, missed shot there, rebounded by Jenna. In the old days, we used to do a telephone line as there's a three-point shot up, good. And the Lady Wildcats lead Anderson County 20-12. We're using the school's internet, hardwired. That should have been an offensive foul, but here's a steal. Lady Wildcats are going to get another layup. Here it is, good. Off the glass it goes with Ulisha Mitchell, and a timeout is asked for. Full timeout. And let's take it real quick. We'll be back. 22-12 Lady Wildcats back in 60 seconds. They say that being a coach's wife is hard, but Laura Lynn Green, wife of Oak Ridge head coach Aaron Green, and a local State Farm insurance agent, makes buying insurance easy for you. Auto, homeowners, renters, business, life, health, and much more. Laura Lynn Green's office is located at 136 Marquette Road in Oak Ridge. Give her a call today at 483-5666 or say hello to her courtside at any Oak Ridge High School basketball game. She might be a coach's wife, but she was a Wildcat fan first. For State Farm Insurance, call Laura Lynn Green in Oak Ridge.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
Welcome back once again to the Wildcat Arena. Like we said a moment ago, we don't know what happened to our internet, but it went out. The good news is, while you were gone, I think when we left, it was 8-8. When we came back, now the Lady Wildcats are up 10, Alex.
Yeah, 22-12, and it's just really been, again, how many times can we say this? It kind of seems like that first game, right, where it's all over again, where it's both teams come out kind of cold, kind of struggling offensively, and then Oak Ridge steps it up defensively, and it turns into greater offense. And there's another defensive play right there. Oak Ridge it's kind of a forced turnover, kind of was unforced, but regardless, they'll take it. It's a turnover, and the Lady Wildcats will get possession back once again.
Lady Wildcats have Demetria Strickland in the ball game. Ulisha Mitchell is in the ball game, along with, looks like Janiyah Pippins. The Lady Wildcats also having the contest. Top of the key. Jenna Johnson lost the handle, kicks it over left side. Baseline jumper is good by, it looked like Mitchell once again. And the Lady Wildcat lead is 12.
Yeah, great shot right there, and I love that little mid-range jumper on the baseline. You don't really have the backboard to go against as a shot, as a vision when you're shooting. It's a tough shot, but Anderson County responds.
The Wildcats run the floor, and a personal foul is going to be called against Anderson County. Lady Wildcats won the first ball game today over Jefferson County, 52-48. The guys won 81-36. We'll have a recap of the scoring of the boys' game at halftime of this game as Oak Ridge goes to the free throw line. And the toss is up, no good by Janiyah Pippins. She'll have another one.
You see so many youngsters getting opportunities at the free throw line, and those. Although last game was more pressure moments than this one appears to be, but these are all just repetitions that basketball. This is not unlike football, where you really need to win from day one. You obviously want to win every game, but in basketball season, it's really more about having the whole season to prepare you and to have it work as a tune-up, so that way you're playing at your top capacity, your top capability when it comes tournament time.
Great play by Jenna Johnson on the other end of the floor to get a steal. The Wildcats launch at three. This one's no good. Another great rebound by Jenna. Offensive rebound this time, and the Lady Wildcats will set it up. Leading by 10, 5:05 to play. Lady Wildcats will be heading to Greenville as Jenna has a nice turnaround jumper.
Really confident play right there. Just rose up over the defender and just dropped it in the bucket. It was a great, pretty play offensively. As Jenna, to me, looks like the type of player that would have the ability to shoot from range if she wanted to, but I haven't really seen that out of her.
She hit a three in the Grace game on Tuesday. Here's another long range shot. It's up, no good. Anderson County with the rebound. I honestly can tell you I'm surprised with the Lady Wildcats, and I don't know about the competition. I know Grace was very undermanned. Jefferson County looked like a pretty good team. Don't know much about Anderson County. But this is a Lady Wildcat team that really has struggled in the scrimmages, mainly because of the youth, obviously. But, Oak Ridge looks like a good basketball team right now, 3 games into it. A lot of work to be done for sure. And we're not going to hoist trophies right now. But for the most part, I'm very pleasantly pleased with the way the Lady Wildcats have responded without, a couple people off of last year's teams. Ayanna Stewart, the leading scorer, she's out with an injury. She should be back. Ayanna Porter, starting point guard, who was just great last couple of years, and she's not on the team this year, elected not to play. But with all that and joining us with all these freshmen, Lady Wildcats looks like another, potential pretty good team for Coach Paige Taylor.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, both these programs, the girls and the boys, it's just models of consistency, right? And it's not just the players and the coaches, but it's in the styles they play, and they almost mirror each other. They're both defensive-minded head coaches. They want to play defense, and they want to be really aggressive and in your face on the defensive end, and they want that defense to create offense, particularly in the way of fast breaks. And it's just been such a pleasure all these years as Anderson County hits a three to watch coaches and programs who really emphasize defense first.
Jenna Johnson comes cross court. Lady Wildcats have another open three. Good. Rattled in for the Lady Wildcats. Oak Ridge hits yet another shot. Oak Ridge just get hit from the outside. The Lady Wildcats back up by 11. 29-18 the score. 3:14 to play in the first half. We apologize once again. We lost our internet for a little while. Lady Wildcats have built up the lead. There's a missed shot. Rebounded by Evelyn Eubanks. Pulled down by Oak Ridge, and bringing the ball down the floor for Oak Ridge is Jenna Johnson. To Dimitri on the right wing, right in front of the Anderson County bench. Here's the lob to Jenna. Here's the drive by Jenna. Her shot is no good. Rebounded by Anderson County. Probably should have used the glass there. Ball floated over the top of the rim, and the Lady Mavericks have the ball. They've got a shot inside the arc. It's up off the rim. No good. Rebounded by Oak Ridge. Lady Wildcats wanting to run. Here they come down the floor. With it will come number 12. That's Ulisha Mitchell. Kicks it out to the top to Jenna. Back to Demetria Strickland, who dribbles left, dribbles in, drives to the hole, puts it up, no good. Knocked out of bounds, they say, by Evelyn Eubanks.
Yeah, I thought the spacing could have been a little bit better on that fast break. You kind of had two girls kind of run into each other. You got to have that spacing to make the defense choose who they're going to guard when you got a mismatch. Hey, David, they got a full timeout. Do you want to take a 30-second, and then I'll come back with my question?
Yeah, that's good.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
David, as we welcome you back here to Wildcat Arena, it's 29-18, Lady Wildcats in the lead late in the second quarter. My question is this. I know Anderson County, when you think of Anderson County sports, obviously you think football with the Mavericks and the success those coaches in that program has had over the past decade or so over there. But they've had other successful programs. I think about the track. I think about the volleyball team has been really good recently. For whatever reason, though, as long as I can remember, the girls' basketball program has just kind of struggled to take off. And I just wonder, I know they had a long-time coach at one point. I know they had, some change and turnover. But is there a reason in your mind, or what's your thoughts on that, why the women's basketball program, at least to my memory, hasn't seemed to take off? Or maybe I'm wrong and maybe they have in the past and I'm just not aware.
I remember a couple of years, about 10 years ago, I remember when Coach Jackson was the coach here, they had a really good team. They just haven't had the athletes that played. You're right about the volleyball. They've had some great volleyball teams. They've had some really good baseball teams over the years. But the girls' basketball program, with the exception of a couple of years, about 12 years ago, haven't been super, Camera, as the Lady Wildcats have the lead 29-18, and the ball kicked out of bounds. It'll be Oak Ridge basketball. I had a point I was going to make with you about that, but it's just it runs in cycles. I mean, here Clinton has been down in girls basketball, but their volleyball team won the district. As Jenna gets a shot up, they'll get its block, and their volleyball team won their district this year. So it's kind of cyclical. And I think a few years ago, Nikki Anasicki was the head coach for the Lady Anderson County Lady Mavericks, and I thought they were getting a good start. She kind of came into the program, looked at the facilities, didn't like them at all. Thought they were, just compared to the guys, they were just subpar. And one of the things she did in her 1 year, I think it was 1 year, there she improved that part of it, and you've got to make girls want to play for a program that cares about itself. And I think she did that. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to continue. And, Coach Couples has done a really good job. He's a good coach, but I just don't think they have the athletes that some of the schools around here, like Oak Ridge, has.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I just, it's just something I noticed, being around this area for so long, and just curious. It's always interesting to me when, schools and communities have tradition in certain sports and not in the others. I mean, Oak Ridge baseball, Coach Free has done an incredible job, but before him, I know Coach Froning, had some teams here and there, but, again, historically, that's just one of those anomalies where it's just kind of like, why can't they figure it out? And if Anderson County, that was kind of my question.
I think Demetria is getting tired. She shot a three there, and a little off the mark. And, you've got to figure the shooter's legs the first thing that goes. And she's had such a phenomenal 2 games today. And Lady Wildcats do get an opportunity at the free throw line. What do you think of these 2 freshmen, Mitchell and Pippins?
I think they look like they're not freshmen. Just body wise, they're tall, they're lengthy, and they're able to affect the game on both ends of the court. Which if you can't do that, you're not going to play for Coach Taylor, certainly. But I've been very impressed and impressed with their aggression. A lot of times freshmen are kind of tentative. These girls are ready to play, and they're eager, and they want to make plays, and they're looking to score, not just to be passers and facilitators.
Anderson County gets a bucket. One of the Lady Wildcats takes a tumble. We've got 1:04 to play in the first half. We are on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio. We're also on Oak Ridge Schools Television Channel 1082. We're on prepradio.com. This is our 3rd ball game. We're over halfway done. Alex, I know you're feeling good about that. We've seen some good basketball. This tournament began at 11 o'clock this morning and still rolling on here, past 7 o'clock as the Wildcats shoot a baseline jumper. It's up no good. The Lady Wildcats need a little break here. I think they need to sit a little bit. They look a little tired.
Yeah, I think here's a nice block from Paige right there. And I'll say this, commend those folks and the officials and everybody running this tournament, because almost every tournament in history it seems like they're behind. Oak Ridge has actually got this thing moving, and you're ahead of schedule if you look at the game times.
Camera. They work the ball left side. Out to the top it goes. They got a wide open three. Wildcats are now chasing right now. Oh, there's an air ball. I think Anderson County's getting tired as well as they work the ball around the left side, pull up and shoot about a 10-footer. It's up, no good. I think both teams are going to be looking forward to the break here. Oak Ridge by 9, 31-22. Play is halted.
Yeah, there's a player down on the other baseline. The player who really had a great effort play and tried to save that ball. I don't know if she came down weird or what, but she's favoring one lower extremity, no doubt. And so with 13 seconds to go, when the ball's inbounded near half court, it will be Anderson County ball, 31-22. The score, Oak Ridge in the lead.
What do you got going at halftime?
Well, we've got the score. The final score is double-checked from the boys' game, and so the first of two boys' games. So we'll have that, and we'll also have, of course, the halftime stats that Titus has been keeping for this game.
And is John doing camera right now?
He is, and he's a talker, so you can imagine.
31-22 the score. 4 seconds to play. They're going to get a three off to end the half. That's a brick. No good. They get the rebound back up. No good as the first half comes to a close. Well, the Lady Wildcats have the lead, 31-22. Alex, I'm going to take a break here. When we come back, we will run down the boys' stats, run down the girls' stats. 31-22 Lady Wildcats, back in 60 seconds.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community in the heart of historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee, offering 1, 2, and 3-bedroom newly built apartment homes. Enjoy the 24-hour modern fitness center, take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling area. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. Let's redefine your apartment living experience.
Welcome to Wildcat Arena. Alex Myers alongside David Clary and a plethora of Prep Radio helpers today. In the boys' game, Oak Ridge was victorious, and they scored 81 points, and just a ton of Wildcats in on the action. Basically almost every Wildcat played. Cooper Williams scored 6. Charlie Taubenheim hit a couple of second half three-point shots. He had 6 on the game. Caden Brightheart had 10. Ray Watson had 11. Price Davis had 5. Shamar Green had 3 points. Malik Howard had a nice game off the bench for the Wildcats. He had 7 points. Garrett Giles had 16 points in his second game as a Wildcat. And Brennan Scott filled it up from 3. I think he had 5 3-point shots and a couple of free throws. He finished the ball game leading scorer with 17 points. And Titus, if you are done, we will go ahead and recap that first half of the girls' game. And David, you know my situation, so as soon as we read these, I will toss it back to you, and you take the rest of the halftime, the shortened halftime, for whatever that is. Sakari Stewart has 2 points. Demetria Strickland, a little bit less than last game at this point. She has 6 points. Nothing to bat at, though. Elisha Mitchell has 10 points. She leads all scorers in this one. Janiyah Pippins, has 4 points, and Jenna Johnson has 7. That matches her total that she had all last game. David?
Thanks a lot. We're going to take a quick timeout. Oak Ridge on top, 31-22 in the girls' game. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community to do what you do, enjoy life, and thrive in historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Enjoy the lifestyle you deserve with amazing amenities and stunning modern features throughout your apartment home. Our community is sure to please. Enjoy the 24-hour cutting-edge fitness center. Take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling stations. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour of your new home today or visit us 24/7 at themainstreetlofts.com to view our floor plans and amenities. Our website has our current availability, and you can just apply for your new home from our website. It's time to love where you live.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service is designed to assist customers, providing a cost-effective means to having their clothes cleaned and processed. Our wash and fold attendants strive to meet the trust placed on them using a variety of fabric cleaning products of the customer's choice. Our customers have the choice of same-day wash, dry, and fold, or another date that fits their schedule. The Washboard Wash and Fold drop-off service is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're located at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. After hours, the drop-off box is available for the customers who work late or need to be to work before 8 a.m. We offer our services to an array of the Oak Ridge community, working parents, persons working extended hours, and local businesses. We are proud of our service to ORHS and other local schools and associations. If time is not an issue, stop by and use the self-service laundry at Bob's Washboard Laundry at 113 Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge. Call our staff at 865-951-3237 for any questions you may have.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 state championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at betsycolemanrealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
Come in, discover the difference of an independent insurance agency, Fox Insurance Group, Oak Ridge.
And we're about to get set once again. The Lady Wildcats have the lead 31-22. Lady Wildcats trying to get a double sweep here today. They knocked off Jefferson County 52-48, 31-22 the score. It'll be Anderson County with the basketball.
You know, David, you talked about some of the boys that were playing on the football team telling you on Wednesday's Off the Glass show that they were not in basketball shape. Well, I can confirm after my halftime jog, I am not either.
As the ball is knocked out of bounds, 31-22 the score. How was that jog, by the way?
A little longer than I would prefer, apparently, because I looked at John after I climbed the steps up here to the press box and said, I'm out of breath. The 72 steps, though, I got to do that a bunch this year, so that's not quite as bad as that.
Here come the Lady Wildcats shooting a three. It's off the rim, no good. Good rebounding position that time for the Lady Wildcats. The putback wouldn't go, and the Lady Wildcats will set it up once again. Wildcats trying to go 3-0 on the season, facing this Anderson County team. As Oak Ridge works it in with a little backdoor play. The Lady Wildcats come cross court with it, driving with it. Here comes the shot. It's blocked. Foul's going to be called against Anderson County. Got a lot of basketball in today. We got one more game to go. Tuesday, the guys are headed to the Bahamas. Alex Myers, you going with me?
Unfortunately, my work schedule will not allow that. But, you know, I know that in order to broadcast those games, we're going to need some additional donations. Because of the football season ending how it did, we now have the time to make the trip, but to at least delay the games for some of the broadcasts. If you're able to assist with this, please drop off a donation or contact you, David Clary, at dccatvoice@aol.com, or Give them a call once the broadcasts tonight are over, 865-310-7207. We need to raise about $1,000 in the next 24 hours. It's short notice, and you guys have done the Prep Radio fans, Oak Ridge faithful, have done a ton of fundraising for us in the last few weeks with football, and we appreciate every bit of it. But unfortunately, it takes a lot to do to make these things happen, especially when you're traveling.
Anderson County ball for a moment. They turn the ball over. Here comes Oak Ridge. Camera. Driving down the floor. Shot is on its way up. No good. And a foul is going to be called. Ask John about his passport and why he's not going to the Bahamas.
John, David teasing me a question. He wants you to explain to people listening about your passport. Says apparently you're not going to the Bahamas.
No. The last time I went out of the country was a little bit over, actually no, it was 10 years ago, and I went up to Canada. But yeah, it expired, and we didn't have enough time to get it done, and it would have been $800 for about a 50-50 chance to get it in time, so we weren't going to try to risk that and make the trip.
David, will you be going?
I don't know if we can raise some money. I plan to. I'd love to have a camera guy with me to go down there as the Lady Mavericks. They will not allow us, as they turn the ball over, they will not allow us to broadcast. Well, we can't broadcast live from there. We've been there. This will be, I guess, the third, maybe the fourth time. We won it, I guess, T. Higgins' year. But it's hard because of the international internet and cell phone rules. It's hard to get a signal, and we can't broadcast live, but we can tape delay them, and that's why we're going to try to raise some money. Here comes Anderson County, another turnover. And there's an air ball. They're getting tired for sure. Hopefully the Lady Wildcats can hold on to this lead here as they drive in. That shot is up. No good, and the foul is going to be called. Also, we're getting close to Christmas time. Alex Myers creating Christmas memories, something the Lady Wildcats and the guys have done the last several years where they try to raise money to let kids in the Oak Ridge area go shopping, $100 shopping, Christmas spree. That's something we like to raise money with, and I think you've got some more information about that as we get closer and closer to Christmas. I know we're not to Thanksgiving yet, but creating Christmas memories is always a great thing that the Wildcats and Lady Wildcats do.
Yeah, it is, and I'm sure I've got some information. I've got to find it. Dave, this is going to shock to you. I got to get organized here at the booth, but it's a great tradition, and one of my favorite parts about that is I remember we didn't do that when I was at Oak Ridge, but we did sort of give some community give back stuff, and that's some of the best memories you have as a player is some of that team building stuff, and whether or not the kids realize it at the time, that's teaching them so many valuable lessons just about life and about being able to give back when you're in a position to do so. And as much as that is a gift to the kids who receive those gifts, to me, long term, it's almost an even better gift to these young men and young women who are on these teams who get to feel the joy and see the smiles and what it can feel like to truly be a giver in life.
The inbounds pass is intercepted. Anderson County coming down the floor. Here they come. They work the ball. The style that Oak Ridge plays, you got to figure they're getting tired because they got after it, flat out got after it in defense. There's an easy bucket for Anderson County, and they're right back in the ball game. Lady Wildcats have not had very good possessions here as of late. Several turnovers as they work the ball in. Here comes Jenna wide open. Will she shoot a three? She does. No good. Rebounded right back by Oak Ridge. Lady Wildcats try to go up with it. Travel is going to be called. Coach Taylor might need a timeout here or get some fresh bodies in the ball game because they are flat out dead on their feet right now. Holding on to the lead, though, 34-27, 4:42 to play in the third quarter, trying to win their second game. It was a tough one against Jefferson County. They trailed most of the game, ended up winning 52-48, 25 points in that ball game by Demetria Strickland, but Anderson County coming right back in this one. There's a missed three. It's a good-looking shot, though. Jenna comes down with a rebound. Here comes Oak Ridge pushing it up the floor. Wildcats triple-teamed here. Cross court it goes. Demetria, left side. There's a wide-open three. It's on its way. It hits the rim. No good. Good rebounding position for the Lady Wildcats, and they come out of there with the basketball. Here comes Oak Ridge's Demetria Strickland driving right, kicking it off to the right wing for the shot, which is no good. Boy, they have struggled to shoot. I think they need a break.
Yeah.
3:59 to play. I know Coach Taylor wants them to work through it because she prides herself on having some of the best conditioned teams, but they look pretty leg weary right now.
Yeah, and it, maybe not even just a timeout, but I think some fresh legs could help. But I'll tell you right now, just looking at the Lady Wildcats and offensively, how they've struggled, especially in this third quarter, I'm really glad that we got to see Jefferson County when we had fresh legs.
Most definitely. As Anderson County making a run, the Wildcats almost with a steal there, saved by the Lady Mavericks. Wildcats got to recover on defense, and they do. The ball's knocked out of bounds. Anderson County's got some size. Lady Wildcats playing with Ulisha Mitchell, Janiyah Pippins, Demetria Strickland, Jenna Johnson, and Sakari Stewart, it looks like, in the ball game. They've got a shot off, no good. Rebounded by Oak Ridge. Lady Wildcats have some numbers here. Pushing it down the floor, driving all the way in for the shot, no good. Rebound by Jenna, back up, spinning shot, no good. When was the last time we made a shot? As that ball is ripped away and a foul is going to be called.
Yeah, and to me, if I'm Coach Taylor, I'm pulling Jenna out of the game for just a moment. I mean, even if it's just 30 seconds, she's visibly frustrated. I think part of it at herself. She's missed a couple shots that she normally would make, and Coach Taylor's talking to her, I think, trying to calm her down. But like you said, these girls just desperately, both sides, they need a blow. And unfortunately, an Anderson County Maverick appears to have been shaken up.
ORUD Natural Gas is proud to offer our customers a product that saves money, provides consistent service, and is a clean energy source. You can save over $1,000 on your annual utility bills when you make the switch to natural gas for heating, cooking, and clothes drying. ORUD is your one-stop shop. We sell and install gas appliances for our customers and make it easy to add your bill with our 0% interest financing. Learn more about how much you can save at ORUD.org.
Welcome back once again to Blankenship Field. Where am I? 34-27 the score. 3:14 to play third quarter. Lady Mavericks of Anderson County with the basketball trying to cut into the lead. The Lady Wildcats have led by double digits several times during the course of this one, but Anderson County making a little bit of a run. Lady Wildcats need a stop. They got one. Nice play by Oak Ridge, then they throw the ball away. Wildcats struggling here in the third quarter. Maintaining the lead, though, 34-27. But they're getting tired as that shot is up. No good. Rebound by Oak Ridge. Jenna falls down. Let's see if she's okay. Had to come out earlier. Might have been undercut and fouled. Jenna's going to be all right. She tore her ACL game in the PAL game last year. Missed the last 12 games of the season. Just right before practice began, maybe a week before practice began for this season, got cleared by her doctor to play, and our trainer Brian Leffler says she's just going to have to, endure this pain from time to time. And like we talked about earlier, she's a gamer. She doesn't want to come out of the game. She's a competitor, but she has the ball, wanting to drive in. She just can't do the things that she wants to do. And like you said, I think that's caused her a little frustration here as Lady Wildcats work their offense here, looking for a backdoor cut. Good defense, Anderson County. There's going to be a travel called against the Lady Wildcats. A lot of empty possessions here. The Lady Wildcats have only scored 3 points in almost 5.5 minutes of basketball here in the third quarter.
But thankfully, Anderson County's in a drought as well. I mean, this is what we talked about before the game when I told you I would expect that the second game for both the guys and the girls just to be, more low scoring, just kind of struggle to get going. It's just hard when you've sat out, and really even harder, I think, for Anderson County as they've sat out for almost double the length that Oak Ridge sat between these two games.
Good rebound again by Jenna Johnson. Here come the Lady Wildcats trying to score. Here comes Demetria, works the ball in. Nice drive. Here's the shot. It's blocked. Out of bounds and a foul. I think it's going to be called against the Lady Mavericks. And we might be able to score at the free throw line. No. Well, let's see.
That's got to be a shooting foul. Yeah, it's got to.
Well, it looked like it. Is that Sakari? Yes. I think the Wildcats are going to go to the free throw line. Sakari Stewart at the line. 34-27. Girls won earlier 52-48, and what was a slugfest ball game.
Yeah, and the thing about you think, you get to the free throw line, that's a great way to score. It is, but just as tired legs hurt you on a jump shot, there's a reason why coaches a lot of time at the end of conditioning and practices, after they've run you a bunch, they'll say, all right, now everybody's got to go hit 10 free throws or whatever they'll say, because it's harder to hit free throws. It's harder to keep concentration. It's harder to keep your form when you get tired, and you saw it there with 2 missed free throws.
Lady Wildcats do get the rebound, though, and Oak Ridge will drive in. penetrating against double team. Shot is good. That was a really nice move that time, I think, by Ulisha Mitchell.
It was great to see her continuing to attack, even as a freshman. So somebody's got to step up and make a play, and that time Ulisha did just that.
1:33 to play here, 1:29 now. Wildcats got a rebound there, and they're going to call a foul. It'll be against the Lady Wildcats, I believe, and that'll send, I don't know, I didn't exactly see it the way they saw it. It'll be Anderson County going to the line. 1:29 to play third quarter, 36-27 the score. Free throw is no good. Both teams are going to sleep well tonight, that's for sure.
Oh, and let me tell you, you know who else will? The Prep Radio crew.
Yeah, we've done a lot of work here today, and we got one more game to go.
Yeah.
That shot is good.
And I want to give a shout out and a thanks to listening for the folks at the ticket booth out front to, obviously they've been working these Oak Ridge games, but there's been somebody out there since, 11 o'clock this morning. So they've got us out there watching the game from their seats. They can't watch with their own eyes, so they've got to watch on our broadcast. So we appreciate everything they do as well.
We set up this morning at about 9 o'clock or so, 9:15, and the Wildcat boys team was out there warming up, and then Jefferson County's girls rolled in probably about 10 o'clock. So, and they had to have somebody at the gate an hour before the first game. So they have been out there since about 10 o'clock. The crowd's been okay for a Saturday, actually a little better than I thought it would be with the Tennessee-Georgia game going on. We've had, for a Saturday game, or 8 games, we've had a decent crowd, and student section not as big as we've seen in the past, but not a whole lot of publicity about this tournament. But for the most part, the crowd's been pretty good.
No, it has, and I think, like you said, my first thought, I thought this was going to kind of be like one of those summer deals tournaments where there's just friends, but there appears to be some true fans here as well, outside of just the friends and family of these teammates, because this game, maybe it not is showing as much, but the past several hours, there's been a really good crowds. If this was a Tuesday night, you'd think, wow, that was a really good crowd, and it's been that way really since I had gotten here.
Well, these teams are going to be fun to watch. They play so hard, and the guys are, so right now playing really good. That ball is launched into the stands. It's been a struggle here in the third quarter, but Oak Ridge still leads at 36-28. It's going to be a fun team to watch. That's all I can say. The boys especially, the girls are going to get better during the course of the year. And when we get Zayana Stewart back and Bella Boone back, it's going to even be deeper for them as the Lady Wildcats try to hold on to win their third game of the year. Down to 57 seconds to play in the third quarter, 36-28. She wanted to shoot a three. She didn't pull it back as they work the ball, top of the circle. A lot of movement. Lady Wildcats working hard defensively. Here's a steal. Great anticipation of the pass. Lady Wildcats drive in for the shot. Good. Really nice play. Nice shot there. And I think we're going to have a blocking foul on Anderson County. And maybe some cramping on the part of the Lady Wildcats. Brian Leffler is going to be busy, and he has been busy. He's the trainer of the Oak Ridge Wildcats. Let's hope she's okay. And let's see if she's okay. Oak Ridge by 10 once again, 38-28. Remember at halftime, well, actually at the end of the game, we've had a lot of halftimes. At the end of the game, we will have the final statistics of this game. And then at the conclusion, we'll have this game. We won't have much time to speak to Paige Taylor. I think they only give us like 5 minutes between ball games. And a little bit different. There might be a sprained ankle involved there as they carry her off the floor. 38.6 seconds to play. Lady Wildcats in the lead by 10, 38-28. Yes. Alex, are we going to make it through the nightcap ball game tonight?
Oh, we will. And, it's just like a dog, right? You got the carrot at the end that you're chasing. And for me, that would be I don't know if we can say the name on the broadcast. I guess we will. It'll be Taco Bell for me, Dave. I keep telling myself, we go make it another hour, so I get to go get some Taco Bell and eat, well, probably what might not be the most nutritious meal I've ever had, but it gives me something to look forward to, Dave. And hey, it is a lot of work doing 4 games back to back, and I want to commend you and John and Caleb and Titus and everybody who's helped us. But I will say, hey, this is basketball. This is a lot of fun doing it. It's a lot of fun getting together, and I appreciate you guys putting this on. I know the families and friends and fans that aren't able to be here certainly do as well. So, hey, this is a lot worse way to spend Saturday nights than by watching a bunch of basketball, that's for sure.
Honesty Thompson came into the game for Sakari, missed the free throws, knocked out by Oak Ridge. 10-point Lady Wildcat lead here, 38-28. Anderson County down the floor. Look at Caleb sitting down in the bleachers filming the ball game. We're a lot older than he is as the Wildcats get another steal. Here comes Anderson County down the floor. But I don't blame them. I mean, they've been having to stand. We've been trying to rotate. Sometime we need to get Titus down on the floor. I know he likes doing the top stuff and stats. Down to 15 seconds to play, third quarter, 38-28. Oak Ridge with the basketball. Dribbling, driving, a little one-handed floating shot is up. Missed by Ulisha Mitchell. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Too easy, but she missed a shot anyway as the third quarter comes to a close. So we have played 3 quarters of basketball. We've got 5 more quarters to go. 38-28 the score. We'll be back to the Wildcat Arena. Lady Wildcats by 10, back in 60 seconds.
Enjoy an extraordinary apartment living experience at Main Street Lofts in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. You will find extravagance, comfort, and convenience at its finest. Located within minutes of local shops, restaurants, and entertainment, Main Street Lofts offers residents an unprecedented location. Enjoy luxury modern features that include granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, and a washer and dryer in every apartment home. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. It's time to love where you live.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena, where the Lady Wildcats hold a 9-point lead, 37-28, as we get set to kick things off here tip things off here in the fourth and final quarter of Lady Wildcat basketball tonight. But we want to remind you, as we have all night, that there is still another game yet to come. The boys will be back in action facing Anderson County, the Mavericks. Probably about 10 minutes after this game goes by, if that. A lot of times it seems like they've been setting the timer for about 8 minutes and just letting her roll. So as soon as this one's over, we'll have more basketball to come. Again, 38-28 now. I guess they just corrected the tally. So it's a 10-point lead, 38-28, as the Lady Wildcats trying to hold on to move to 3-0 on the season. Out there right now, Pippins, Strickland, Johnson, Howard, and Mitchell, the 5 on the floor for the Lady Wildcats. As we'll tip things off. Strickland gets the inbound pass from Jenna Johnson, and Demetria going to pass it right side to Pippins. Pippins finds Honesty up top. And Thompson, not Howard, excuse me. As here comes a drive from Mitchell. She gets it knocked away, but is able to corral it, and she's going to give it back up to her point guard, Demetria Strickland, at the top of the key. Strickland finds a cutting Johnson on the baseline. She doesn't want to do anything with it. She's going to pass it out and to move it around the arc again. Around the horn we go. Strickland stops, thought about shooting it at the free throw line. Instead, they're going to get it out to Mitchell. Corner three, no good. Off the rim, and Anderson County corrals the rebound. 7:20 to play here. A 40-second possession for the Lady Wildcats to start the fourth quarter. They held a 10-point lead, and here comes a turnover. Honesty Thompson doesn't have the numbers. She's going to try to push anyway. She takes some contact. Right side off the glass and good, and the Lady Wildcats extend their lead to 12 with 7:05 remaining. So a minute into this fourth quarter, the Lady Wildcats have had possession for about 50 seconds of it. That's not a bad way to start here. 40-28 the lead for Oak Ridge. As Honesty Thompson again with a steal. This time she's going to give it up to a teammate. That's Pippins. Pippins is hammered as she went up for the layup. The shot was well off the mark after she was hit, but she will earn herself a trip to the free throw line for 2 shots. Nick Suttles, before we go back to Dave, you've seen a lot of Lady Wildcat basketball. What's impressing you about these girls? Is it the depth? Is it the speed? Is it he's got a lot of freshmen playing on this team. What have you liked so far you've seen tonight?
They actually have a lot of depth on the team this year, and seems like they're getting the ball around to each other a lot. They're making good shots, less turnovers in the games, and they're just coming together as a team and playing as one.
And that's what the goal is, especially by the end of the season, but the earlier you can do that, the better off you'll be. Here comes another turnover. This time, again, it's Howard that comes out of there with the steal. She passes to Mitchell. Left side, no good. Jenna Johnson comes out of there against 3 Lady Mavericks with the ball. Strickland is tackled, and she's going to be the beneficiary of a Lady Maverick foul. She was not shooting, though. So since the fouls reset, that will be the team's second of the quarter. And so Lady Wildcats will be inbounding it from underneath the Lady Maverick basket, leading 41-28. Oak Ridge with the ball. Thompson gets it into Strickland. Right elbow 3, pure. She just nestled it home. And the Lady Wildcats have their biggest lead of the game, I think. It's a 16-point lead, 44-28 with 6:14 to go here in the fourth quarter. David?
It is the biggest lead of the night for the Lady Wildcats. They, as Nick said just a moment ago, they've just been coming together as a team. They're tired, and we've said that all along, but they're shooting the ball. There's a nice defensive play. They try to get the ball away. Hey, send Nick down. Let's send Nick down to find out about Brandon Hayward's availability in the boys' game. As the ball's pushed up the floor, another foul's going to be called. 5 minutes, 43 seconds to play in the ball game. Wildcats in the lead, 44-30. Boys won earlier over Jefferson County, 81-36. The girls try to win their second game of the day, 52-48. Their next ball game after today won't be until December the 5th when they play their first district game against PAL. So I know coaches love to practice, players love to play. 17 days before their next ball game.
Wow. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm sure coaches don't either. That to me, taking that big of a break when you finally, after a long off season, start playing games, you play a couple back-to-back tonight, and then you just kind of stop. It's hard to get in a rhythm doing that, but sometimes you just can't really help with the scheduling.
Wednesday, the boys will be in the Bahamas. They'll be playing pool play. They'll play Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And they'll open up with the team out of the Bahamas on their first day. Then they'll play back-to-back games against teams out of Atlanta. Remember that trip down there a few years ago, how Wildcats took a few on the chin against the guys from the Peach State, but they'll be playing. And you go all the way down to the Bahamas to play 2 teams from Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I have to travel to Georgia for work to see folks, and I think I'd be happy to travel to Bahamas to go see some people from Georgia if they let me give that chance. I love Georgia. Georgia's a good state, although Tennessee lost to them unfortunately tonight. Georgia's a good state, but the Bahamas probably a little better scenery, I'd say.
4:39 to play. Anderson County gets a shot up, and it's good. Kind of rolled in for them. 44-32. Lady Wildcats by 12. 4.5 minutes to play. Here goes a long-range shot. Up, no good. Missed that time by Janiah Pippins. Alex will be talking to Coach Taylor after the ball game. We'll also have the stats. There's a long-range 3 and clang off the iron, no good. Rebounded by the Lady Wildcats. 44-32 the score. We're on Oak Ridge Schools Television, 1082. Here's a long 3. I think they're settling for shots now. They don't want to run their offense. They just want to pull up and shoot. 44-32. We're also on prepradio.com. Why don't we take a break here once again? We'll be back. 44-32, Lady Wildcats back in 30 seconds.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
And we appreciate the Jamie Brooks for Anderson County Chancellor campaign for being one of our sponsors. All of our sponsors. We have the Fox Insurance Group, 10 Bank of Oak Ridge, Main Street Lofts, Washboard, Wash and Fold, Jamie Brooks for Anderson County Chancellor, the Oak Ridge Utility District, Laura Lynn Green with State Farm Insurance, Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty, and Knoxville Orthopedic Clinic just on as of today. As we get ready once again, 3:58 to play in the ball game, 12-point lead for the Lady Wildcats 44-32. Oak Ridge trying to go 3-0 on the year. Alex, you've got it.
Thank you very much, David. And unfortunately, we did get an update on Brandon Hayward's status. He will not be available for the game, the second game tonight. But status on the Bahamas is, I think, a little bit up in the air. So let's hope that he can get back for that one. Turnover right here for the Lady Mavs. And David, I do want to ask you just publicly so we can get the folks to know, but I also want to know. I know that Robertsville and Jefferson typically play a couple of times during the year, and I'd love for you to you can tell me, but I also love to see a schedule when they play, because coaching some of those guys this fall, I told them I'd be there, and I don't want to miss those games this year. I know sometimes they sneak up. I always think, oh, it's January, and then sometimes they'll play in early December. So 3:34 to go here in the fourth quarter. Oak Ridge with a 12-point lead. They're up 44-33. Demetria Strickland now running a little bit more clock, using a little more patience and milking this thing a little bit more than maybe they would like normally. Here comes Strickland off the screen. She's going to find Pippins. Nearly falls out of bounds, but a nice save from Ulisha Mitchell. Ulisha Mitchell gets it to Strickland. Right elbow three, short again. And again another rebound, this time by Pippins. Pippins and Mitchell, really good effort all night and all day today, Dave, off the glass.
Yeah, Lady Wildcats just so quick. I mean, as Coach Pruden used to say, quick on quick, and that's what they've got. Little spinning turnaround jumper there. One thing the Lady Wildcats have got to get a little bit more of, with the exception of Jenna when she's played down low, Lady Wildcats have not had a lot of scoring. They've had some rebounding from Paige Long for sure in the first ball game. They've got to get a little bit more from Paige offensively. They got to get a little bit more from Evelyn Eubanks as well, and they're still waiting for Bella Boone to rejoin us. Bella, part of the all-tournament team a year ago at the district tournament. It's tough to have your leading scorer, Sayana Stewart, and your point guard from a year ago, and an all-tournament Bella Boone not on the floor. But, hey, the Lady Wildcats are 2.5 minutes away from going 3-0.
Yeah, they are. And hey, again, you're not, as they tell me every time I try to play golf, you're not painting pictures, thank goodness. You're just writing numbers on a card, and you're just trying to tally up as many wins as you can throughout a basketball season. So you got to do what you got to do, and not every game's going to be pretty, and especially when you're dealing with injuries and the ebbs and flows that come, the ups and downs that come with a season. And so, Oak Ridge is maybe not quite got the depth that they would like, as Anderson County finds a nice backdoor cut there for two. But, hey, it's about getting wins, and the Wildcats are on their way, but they've got to hold on to this lead with 2:20 to go here in the fourth quarter, up 44-34. Into the front court they go, and they turn it over and then immediately commit a foul, and that will be Oak Ridge's third team foul. So both teams 2 fouls away from being into the bonus now, each team with 3 fouls. That foul was on Janiyah Phillips. Excuse me, not Phillips.
Pippins.
Janiyah Pippins, excuse me. As we're going to get a timeout on the floor. I'm not sure who called it. Dave, you want to keep it here or you want to send it? It's a coach's timeout. 30 seconds.
Yeah, we'll keep it right here. Lady Wildcats in the lead 44-34. If you just tuned in, the Lady Wildcats beat Jefferson County 52-48 behind 25 points from Demetria Strickland. The Lady Wildcats. And that was a hard-fought ball game. This one not quite as physical as that other ball game, but very, very good win for the Lady Wildcats in their opener.
Very, very good win. I mean, that's a team. They were extremely tough, and they're probably already a little bit tired. Looking back at it, trying to be unbiased about it. That's a team that was a little bit winded, probably too. Had a little more depth than this Anderson County team appears to have, I think. But that's a quality win. That's an absolute quality win, whether that was to happen today, in a month from now, or in the tournament time. A win over that Jefferson County team is nothing to sneeze at.
2:15 to play in the ball game. It is a 10-point lead for the Lady Wildcats, 44-34. Our fourth ball game, the boys will take on Anderson County. That's tough about Brandon. Brian Leffler told me between ball games that he was dealing with a turned ankle, and it kind of happened to him, if you remember, his sophomore year in football. I think maybe the McMinn County ball game, he got hurt and never really got his ankle ready for basketball, and that kind of sidelined him, and he decided to kind of drop it. And hopefully it's just a mild sprain, and hopefully we'll get him back. We'd love to see what he can do, as there's a spinning jumper, and we've got an 8-point game.
Yeah, and Oak Ridge has to finish this out now. They were challenged at the end of that Jefferson County game, all game, but really at the end as well, trying to have to hit pressure free throws. And certainly you would assume that as Anderson County, the time ticks away, they're going to have to foul, and Oak Ridge is going to have to continue to prove that they can hit some free throws down the stretch.
Let's see if they can run a little offense here, run a little clock. Down to minute 28 to play. As I said, if you're a Lady Wildcat, it is not in your DNA, and there's a turnover. You got to slow it down just a bit. Oh, you can see the way Coach Taylor threw the ball to the official. She wasn't too happy about that, but for the most part, the Lady Wildcats have played pretty well, and with the limited depth, with the inexperience, you got to stop that girl. She drives in, shot is up, no good. Does draw a foul, and that stops the clock with a minute 11 to play in the ball game. 44-36. The Lady Wildcats are holding on to the lead, trying to go 3-0. Coach Couples looking over into his assistant coaches, not too happy with something as they go to the free throw line. The toss is up, rims out, no good. You got it.
We talk about in football a lot of times these teams that grind it out and they're slow and time control possession. When they have to when they have to speed up if they're down late in football, they don't like doing it. It's not comfortable. Same thing I think is true in basketball. It's not talked about as much, but these teams that run up and down and like to get after it and push the tempo, when they have to slow down, a lot of times they don't play as well because they're not comfortable doing that. A foul is going to be called against Anderson County, not in the bonus yet. Oak Ridge will be shooting free throws on the next foul. But I think that's something that, even in the boys' teams in the past and some of these tournament games when you try to play stall ball, I just think teams like Oak Ridge that are more comfortable when they're running up and down, they just don't like having to play stall ball.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I've kind of learned over the years that teams that like to press don't like to be pressed.
Exactly.
Which is kind of makes no sense to me, but that's the way it is sometimes.
Yep. No, I agree. It's kind of counterintuitive, but Oak Ridge is going to turn the ball over here, and immediately Coach Couples wants a timeout.
47.3 seconds. Lady Wildcats dead tired out on the floor. Anderson County has a little bit more depth. We will take this break here. Oak Ridge leads at 44-37. Back in 30 seconds.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
Welcome back to Wildcat Arena, where the Lady Wildcats are in the middle of a tightly contested fourth quarter. They're trying to hold on to move to 3-0 on the year. It's 44-37. They will inbound the ball. The next foul for either team will put the opposite team into the bonus, both with 4 fouls. You need 5 with the newfound rules to get into the bonus. No more 7 fouls. It resets at the end of the quarter. So the score is 44-37. Lady Wildcats in the lead. We appreciate you joining us tonight. We appreciate those sponsors that help us all football season, that especially at those that are helping us specifically with tonight's broadcast. Here comes the inbound.
Camera.
As Oak Ridge is trying to play defensive back there, and they're going to get called for essentially they didn't turn their head around, face guarding. As I guess Honesty Thompson, kind of didn't get her head around and kind of bumped into the Anderson County player. It wasn't the most blatant foul, to be honest with you, Dave, I've ever seen, but they called it, and unfortunately for the Lady Wildcat fans watching, they're going to have to see Anderson County go to the free throw line here with the 1-1.
44-37 is the score. Coach Couples kind of has his team huddled over there. That free throw is good.
Or is there a 1-1 anymore, or is it automatically double? Because, the way that the body language, nobody even tried to chase that if it were to be short.
That one was an air ball, so that was short. I don't guess there is. I mean, it's kind of like the women's rule, I guess, in college basketball. Wildcats have led by as many as 16, and right now it's only 6, and it's 44-38. Alex, boys game coming up next. The Wildcats also trying to go 3-0 on the year as they get ready to finish out this portion of their schedule and head to Freeport in the Bahamas coming up this Tuesday. They're leaving. They've got games Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and hopefully Saturday in the semifinals and the championship. They won the tournament several years ago. T. Higgins was the most valuable player. Are you surprised at that?
No, not at all. And, this is a prototypical what you would call a trap game as a coach, right? You got something you're looking forward to. These kids are probably mentally, I think they got one day of school next week on Monday before they go off to the Bahamas. And, they're like, mentally as a kid at that age, you're probably already, a lot of these kids, maybe they've never even traveled on a plane. They already played one game. They beat a team. They dominated. In their mind, now they've sat down for an hour and a half or so. Now they're kind of waiting. It's like, you, as a coach, I think your biggest challenge is just making sure that your team's ready to play and you're not overlooking this team and kind of looking forward to next week.
Lady Wildcats do get it in, but they're having trouble getting the ball up the floor, being harassed everywhere they go. Lady Wildcats across the line, swinging off to the right. 36 seconds to play. Here comes the trap. Lady Wildcats working past it along the baseline, swinging it out to the top. Good movement that time. Good ball movement by Oak Ridge, keeping the ball away from the Lady Mavericks. They got a foul here, as they finally do. And incidentally, Wednesday, 6:30, Oak Ridge will play Sunland Baptist Academy down there. And then Thursday, Oak Ridge will take on Jonesboro, Georgia. And then Friday, Oak Ridge will play South DeKalb, Georgia, down in the Bahamas. I've been trying to look for that schedule all night here. I guess I wasn't organized enough there, Alex.
Well, you just got to remember the details, Dave.
This is our third game, and the details are you've got to be getting tired like me.
Well, you know me, and, again, this is, who cares? But you know me, we'll text sometimes, and about 8:45, 9 o'clock through the weekdays, I'm pretty much in bed. This is sad for a 29-year-old on a Friday night. I was in bed at basically 9 o'clock last night. And so as the clock turns to 8 o'clock now, I'm kind of looking around like, all right, I need to eat dinner, and I'm about ready to lay down. But we got another game, and, a lot of people do a lot of hard jobs. But, Dave, I think we're going to find a way to persevere. I think we're going to do it.
Both free throws are good. Big free throws. The Lady Wildcat lead is back up to 8. 20 seconds to play in the ball game. Anderson County needs some threes here. Time ticking away. Oak Ridge's defense keeping them out. They get an easy look there. Shot is good. Lady Wildcats get it in. 8 seconds. Trapped in the rear court. Lady Wildcats are going to win this ball game as they'll set it up to the top. They're not going to foul. The game is over. Oak Ridge has defeated Anderson County 46-40. It was a struggle, but the Lady Wildcats prevail. And like we said earlier, they're going to sleep well. 46-40. Your thoughts on the win?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a pretty win, right? I'm sure Coach Taylor's got a lot that she can look at and go, hey, we didn't do this well, we didn't do that well, we could have done this better. But at the end of the day, you fought through some adversity, some physical ailments, and just some tired bodies and tired minds. And, mentally you get tired as well, and that's half the battle. People don't think about that, but it's hard to stay locked in and focused when you're tired. And certainly the Lady Wildcats just found a way to win it, and they found a way to hold on to the lead and hit enough shots in the end to hold off an Anderson County team that looks like they're on the rise. So congratulations to the Lady Wildcats. Coach Taylor, they'll get a couple and a half weeks off, I guess, now. But, good win, and hey, every win's a good win.
Take a break here. We'll come back and look at the stats. Lady Wildcats win it 46-40. Back with a look at the stats and maybe Coach Taylor in 3 minutes.
Main Street Lofts, a premier rental community to do what you do, enjoy life, and thrive in historic Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Enjoy the lifestyle you deserve with amazing amenities and stunning modern features throughout your apartment home. Our community is sure to please. Enjoy the 24-hour cutting-edge fitness center. Take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or cozy up on a chilly night at our fire pit by our grilling stations. Your furry four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Schedule a tour of your new home today or visit us 24/7 at themainstreetlofts.com to view our floor plans and amenities. Our website has our current availability, and you can just apply for your new home from our website. It's time to love where you live.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service is designed to assist customers providing a cost-effective means to having their clothes cleaned and processed. Our wash and fold attendants strive to meet the trust placed on them using a variety of fabric cleaning products of the customer's choice. Our customers have the choice of same-day wash, dry, and fold, or another date that fits their schedule. The Washboard Wash and Fold drop-off service is open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're located at 113
Well, enjoy it because it goes by way.
Robertsville Road in Oak Ridge.
Lady Wildcats victorious by a final score of 46-40. Wildcat boys team getting ready to warm up, or they are warming up against Anderson County. Earlier today, the Lady Wildcats knocked off Jefferson County 52-48. The guys knocked off Jefferson County 81-36, and Lady Wildcats win their second game of the night, their third game overall. 46-40 is the score. Waiting to speak to the head coach of the Lady Wildcats.
Hey, David.
Take another break here. Oh, Coach, congratulations on the 2 wins today. I think in the end, your girls got a little leg weary, and that's what happens when you play 2 games, especially as hard as you did. But you were able to survive and win after winning a really good Jefferson County team earlier. You were able to survive the Anderson County game. Your thoughts on both games?
Yeah, I was concerned about Jeff County just because they shoot it extremely well. They're super physical. They're a smart basketball team, super talented. But I was extremely pleased with our effort and just how well we played and we battled and we didn't back down from them. And it scared me a little bit coming back from Anderson County because you got an hour break and then you're right back at it. And Anderson County, we knew that they could shoot it well and would play hard and challenge us. And I do think we ran out of gas, lost our legs a little bit. But I think it's 2 very, very good wins for this young basketball team.
Yeah, most definitely. I thought in the first game, obviously your defense was really good. I thought your offensive rebounding was really good in that game. I don't know what the stats are. Yeah. I don't keep those, but I thought your offensive rebounding was really good.
I think we had, according to our stats from the bench, and we may miss a few, but I think we had 13 offensive and 13 defensive rebounds. Jenna had 10 rebounds total in that first game. I think it was really good. The crashing the boards, that was a point of emphasis coming into both games today, was crashing the offensive boards, and I was extremely pleased with that.
Coach, I'd love to talk to you more, but the way the format is set up here, there's only like 6 minutes between games. Yeah. Just your final comments. I know you've got about 17 days off before your next ball game.
Yeah, it'll give us some time to heal a little bit. We're banged up. I mean, I hate to say it this early, but, we started out the season banged up. But it's good. I feel like the next 2 weeks we'll take some time to learn. We've now got a lot of film to watch and learn from and practice. And, I'm excited. I'm excited for the start. The 3 games that we played so far, I see a lot of positive things. We obviously see some things we got to work on, but I'm excited about where this team is going.
Coach, thanks a lot, and have a good rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Lady Wildcats win both games today, knock off Jefferson County 52-48, and just now knocked off Mitch Couples' Anderson County Lady Mavericks 46-40. Get Alex back in here. We'll run down the final statistics of the girls here in a bit. Why don't we take about a 30-second break? When we come back, we'll have those stats, and we'll get ready for Oak Ridge and Anderson County on the boys' side. Back in 30 seconds.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks is our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
We'll go back to the Wildcat Arena as we've got the final stats for the girls' game. Sakari Stewart had 4 points. Honesty Thompson had 2 points. Janiyah Pippins had 7 points. Jenna Johnson had 9 points. Demetria Strickland, who had 25 points in the first game, finished with 10. And the leading scorer for the Lady Wildcats was Ulysha Mitchell with 14 points on the Wildcat the way to a Lady Wildcats 46-40 victory.
So now we're getting ready for our fourth ball game. Fourth game of the night against the Anderson County Mavericks, and Anderson County's football season ended last night, so I would assume they're a little short-handed. Oak Ridge is going to be without Brandon Hayward, who turned his ankle today. The Wildcats trying to go 3-0. So far, so good for the home team. The Wildcats won both of their games, even though, like she said just a moment ago, they were leg weary. But she was very pleased. And I knew she'd be most pleased with that Jefferson County win because that was not a bad team at all.
No, very, very good one, actually. And again, one I would expect locally to be highly involved come tournament time here in a few months.
So here we go once again. Cooper Williams, Garrett Giles, Brennan Scott, Caden Updegraff, Caden Breithart, and Raekwon Watson, the starting five. The Mavericks come out. Let's see. Ryan McGee's out there along with number 15, Brandon Dake. And apologize, I didn't get them all. This is one of those weird games where we just haven't had enough time in between games to get settled because we're already starting again. And Anderson County's going to get the tip, and we're underway here again from the Wildcat Arena. Ball's swept away almost by Ray, saved on the floor by the Mavericks. They'll set up their offense. 0-0 just underway, 7:48 to play first quarter. Anderson County basketball. Brandon Dake works the ball right side, deflection, and a steal by Caden Breithart. Breithart coming down the floor for the Wildcats, drives all the way to the hole. Shot is no good. He does draw the foul, and the senior will go to the free throw line. Oak Ridge wearing white, the Mavericks wearing blue. It'll be Oak Ridge shooting violation. I thought, nope. Yes, it is. Caden Breithart will go to the free throw line.
Kind of some contrast in the jerseys. Anderson County, it just says AC on their logo for the front of their jersey. It's kind of plain, and it reminds me of the Oak Ridge jersey a few years ago where it just said OR on the front. I like how Oak Ridge's their jerseys now, kind of those classic, older, almost throwback style block uniforms that just say Oak Ridge across. I like saying the full name, and then of course they've got the big OR patch on the side of the shorts. I think it's a good look this year, Dave. What do you think?
I agree. Caden missed both free throws. He had 10 points in the first game. Here come the Mavericks down the floor. 0-0 the score. Coach Taylor agreed with us, Alex, that the Lady Wildcats were leg weary after such a hard-fought game. The good news is Raekwon almost has the steal. He's rolling on the floor, gives it out to Breithart. He lost the ball. Cooper's going to have a massive block here, and he did, but he got massively into the body of the Anderson County Maverick to commit the personal foul. But leg weary. The good news is on the boys' side of things, Oak Ridge got to play a ton of players in the first game.
Yeah, no, they did, and that's good because I think as we talked about it over and over, one of the strengths of this team, maybe the best strength, was just be how much depth they have. And so I think the only question for me is okay, going forward, if Ray's in foul trouble or something, continuing to develop Cam at McCullough to make sure you've got somebody, because outside of that, everybody is just so sort of interchangeable. And so, I think Oak Ridge is going to be the beneficiary going into this game, having a little more fresh legs.
Turnaround jumper that time is no good. Brennan Scott, who hit 5 threes in the first ball game, was the leading scorer and missed that shot. Wildcats yet to score here. We're just about a minute into the ball game. A little over that as they work the ball top of the circle. Anderson County in the lead, 1-0. Maverick basketball, midcourt circle, nearly the deflection. Saved by the Mavericks. Number 3 with it, Cam Lawson.
And I'll tell
Lawson guarded by Breithart.
I'll tell
5-second count was all. Go ahead.
So I was going to say, sorry about that. I stepped on you a little bit there. I'm sure that was a shocker to you. Ryan McGee hits the three. Is that number 3 for them? In the game they played against Fulton earlier, it looked like he got tired as the game went on, but Cam Lawson, he's a guy who can score the basketball. He's a confident player, kind of slight, but is a guy that finds a way to score the basketball. He's a dangerous guy if he's got the ball in his hands.
Wildcats trying to find some offense here. We've gone almost 2 minutes without scoring, down 4-0. Garrett Giles with it. Nice pass into Breithart. Shot is good. First 2 points of the game by the senior Caden Breithart with a great pass, entry pass, and the Wildcats trail 4-2.
And that's just one that Giles just has to avoid. And I'm not sure in Giles' mind that he's committed a foul all night, David. And that was one that he didn't need to make. They had the guy trapped, and instead of just kind of letting the guy walk as he was about to trip, he just kind of leaned down in and I think tried to go for the tie-up. But there are times when you go for it and times when it wasn't necessary. That was one of those times.
Great steal there by Raekwon. The Wildcats have the basketball. Looked like a wide receiver going up for the ball as he picked off the pass. Oh, nice pass. Yeah, but Cooper can't finish the shot. It was a point-blank bucket. Cooper didn't have a whole lot of points in the first half, 4-6, I believe. I think he had 6 points maybe in the first half. Got to finish those shots when you got point-blank, especially as hard as Ray Ray got, had to work to get him the ball.
Yeah, especially it was a great dish, and that's just one that you've got to make. And Cooper's makes that 9 times out of 10, no doubt. It's just unfortunately that was one of the ones where, for whatever reason, it just didn't fall.
Here comes the three-point shot up, good. And the Wildcats are now trailing by a score of 7-2. Got to finish shots. Coach Green doesn't look too happy as the Wildcats bring the ball down the floor. Got a screen there. Here's a drive. Ray might have walked. Works the ball to the right corner. Here's a 3 up, no good. Wildcats got to quit settling for that shot. Here they go in for the shot. Good. Wildcats are down 9-2.
Yeah,
Wildcats.
I think Coach Green's getting ready to snap here in a second if Oak Ridge doesn't start playing defense. And it's one thing if you're cold offensively, but you've got to hustle back. And Oak Ridge had a couple guys back, but you've got to put a better effort than that, stopping a layup.
Got to work hard as the Wildcats work it in right side. Caden, three-pointer, left corner's up, no good. Cooper's got the rebound up, and no good. Missed another one. Gets his second opportunity and drops this one in. 9-4 the score.
I don't know if you saw Anderson County's coach was playing defense down there. He's an animated guy on the sidelines, and he was, 2 feet away from the shooter, and he jumped up and put his arms up like he was playing defense out there.
Wildcats down by 5, 9-4, 4:29 to play. They work the ball in, break the press with ease, get a layup. Blocked.
Oh.
Blocked by Shamar. Hey, did he call a foul on Shamar? That was a clean block.
That's just mano-a-mano, big boy basketball. A guy went up. If you're going to go up strong like you're going to dunk it, I have no problem with that, but you also got to allow the guy to go up and have a chance to block it. To me, Shamar used every bit of that 6'5" frame, went straight up with his arms straight up, and I don't know. I don't know how you call that one. To me, that's just a really good defensive play, and you tip your cap and play basketball.
10-4 the score. The Wildcats down 4:23 to play first quarter. Second toss up. Anderson County looks sharp here in the early going. Wildcats work the ball in. Ray brings it across the midcourt line. 4:19 to play first quarter, almost halfway through the first period of our fourth ball game of the night. Oak Ridge trailing 11-4. Good defense. Here comes Garrett driving in, a little floating shot, good. Very athletic shot that time by the junior.
Yeah, and his length on the top of that press is going to be so problematic because usually you've got a guard, but to have a guy with his wingspan at the top of that press is really going to create some issues this year.
Maverick basketball, they'll drive in, nearly a steal. The ball's loose on the floor. Caden almost got it. Picked up on the floor by the Mavericks. They shot again, and they drop in another 3. Got to extend out there, and the Wildcats are down 14-6.
Blink if you saw that coming. I sure didn't.
Here comes Oak Ridge. The shot is blocked, and that's got to be a foul, hard foul. We'll send Oak Ridge to the free throw line. Personal foul will go against Ethan Nelson of the Mavericks, and that'll send Oak Ridge to the free throw line. And at the line will go Raekwon Watson. I asked him Wednesday. Everyone calls him Ray. He's been called that most of his life. I asked him what he preferred to be called, and he said Raekwon. That's what we'll call him. Shot is up, good.
Interesting. You know, it's always funny how coaches, and a lot of times it's player-driven. By the time they get to high school, they've already sort of got nicknames. But it's funny how coaches kind of always seem to give. I know, you know, it was Nugget a few years ago. Coach Green loved calling one of our star guards that, and you know, Ray. I mean, everybody. Coaches are famous for kind of or infamous rather for just kind of calling guys a name and it just sticks.
Well, you know, Price Davis goes by Boosie. Yep. And we haven't called him that at all as they work the ball in for another wide open three. Before that, a foul is going to be called away from the ball before the shot.
That's on Raekwon.
And that'll send, let's see. Nope, it'll be their basketball underneath the goal. The clock is still moving.
Oh,
I think the clock keeper's getting tired himself. The clock just continues to roll.
It was an offensive foul, actually.
And they finally stopped the clock. Probably about 10 seconds ticked off the clock. 3:02 to play, but it has been a long day. I think they're going to correct nope, they're just going to bring the ball down the floor. I don't blame them. 6-point game. Wildcats with the basketball. Garrett Giles with it to Shamar Green. Shamar looks backdoor. Can't get the ball. Oh, nice drive. Raekwon can't get the shot off. Now does from the baseline. In and out. Rebound to Shamar, saved away by Anderson County. Wildcats need to strip the ball away. They get a driving shot off the glass. Good.
Yeah, but that started on
down the floor. That doesn't happen much.
That started on the other end. Green had an opportunity. Giles had an opportunity. At the end of the deal, an Anderson County guy came out of there with that defensive rebound over three white jerseys, and that just can't happen. If you got that many guys around, you've got to get the ball.
Ball goes off the fingertips of one of the Mavericks out of bounds. Price Davis is in the ball game as Wildcats are going to get Cooper and Caden back in the ball game. Oak Ridge trailing by 8, 2:17 to play first quarter. Wildcats won the first game today, 81-36 over Jefferson County. Against their cross-county rivals, though, they're struggling. Price for three, no good. The Wildcats were able to knock down threes in the first ball game. That ball goes off the backside of number 5, Dalen Cole, out of bounds to be Oak Ridge basketball. They are really, I don't say this very often, but they're really out hustling us here in the first quarter.
Yeah, and that's what Coach Green's going to harp on. There's no doubt. I mean, that's what Coach Green preaches. You know, you've got to give him hustle. You've got to give him intensity and effort on both sides. It starts on the defensive side. And, you know, Oak Ridge is not being, I don't want to say they're being lazy, but they're just not getting to those balls. And typically they're quicker to the ball tonight on this second matchup. They have not been so far.
Wildcats turn the ball over. They tried to get the ball down to Cooper, but the pass was errant. 2 minutes to play first quarter. It's been all Anderson County. They've put 16 on the board against the Wildcats to lead Oak Ridge 16-8. Maverick basketball for a moment. Then the Wildcats, Ray picks his pocket and brings the ball down the floor. Raekwon's got a three, didn't take it. Goes out to Garrett Giles. His shot is no good. Long Karam taken away by the Mavericks. Here they come down the floor. The Wildcats almost got another steal. Now they do. Nope. Ball's loose on the floor. Battling for it. Anderson County right in front of the Oak Ridge bench sets it up. Good hustle there, but a timeout is asked for. They'll take it with them. 1:43 to play first quarter. 16-8 our score. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena. 1:43 to play first quarter. 16-8. Anderson County leads Oak Ridge. You might remember a few years ago, the Wildcats had won 80 consecutive district ball games over a 5-year period, regular season district ball games. That ball deflected and a near steal by Oak Ridge, saved away by the Mavericks. They'll drive in. But Anderson County came to the Wildcat Arena and upset the Wildcats, ending that 80-game winning streak.
Wow.
And so the Mavericks trying to do it again here tonight. We're very early into the ball game, but they're shooting the ball very well, and once again they're up by 10.
They are, but to me, if I'm Coach Green, there's a lot of stuff I'm saying in my huddles. But I think one of the biggest things, I think Cooper Williams, I'm challenging him personally. I'm calling him out and saying, hey, you got a big guy down there matched up. You're the better athlete. go make a play. He's got to be aggressive. These loose balls that they're getting, I mean, number 15 for them right now, Brandon Drake, he's just dominating the glass. And credit to him, but if you're Cooper Williams, you got to take some pride and say, I'm going to go get this rebound. That all stops. Cooper has the height. He's got the length. Cooper should be strong enough to where he can kind of go down there and just kind of make some space, and I'm calling him out if I'm Coach Green.
Here's Ray going up for the shot, and ball's knocked out of bounds by the Mavericks. Clock keeper's letting a lot of time tick off. I think he's getting tired. 18-8 the score, 59.3 seconds to play. Look at John doing camera. He's already moved it. His Wildcats get an easy one. Nice inbounds there. John's on his feet once again. 8-point game, 18-10, 52 seconds to play first quarter. Trying to get the ball in. Took them forever. They finally do, and almost a steal by the Wildcats. They got to get back on defense. Mavericks, a wide open three. No good. Tipped and rebounded nicely by Ray. And here comes Oak Ridge running up the floor, and Wildcats get a layup with Brennan Scott. And I believe that might be his first 2 points.
Yeah, Brennan not quite as hot from beyond the arc as he was earlier in that first ball game.
Wildcats get another steal, get another opportunity to score. No good. Rebounded by the Mavericks. 21 seconds to play. Down to a 6-point game. 18-12 the score. Maverick ball. 13 seconds to play. Good defense being applied by Oak Ridge. The Wildcats watch Cam Lawson being harassed there by Caden Breithart. They work the ball in. Down to 3 seconds to play. 2, 1. They get a shot off. They do. It does count as the first quarter comes to a close. The Wildcats trail it here at the Wildcat Arena. 20-12 is our score. We'll be back with the second quarter with Alex Myers in 60 seconds. They say that being a coach's wife is hard, but Laura Lynn Green, wife of Oak Ridge head coach Aaron Green, and a local State Farm insurance agent, makes buying insurance easy for you. Auto, homeowners, renters, business, life, health, and much more. Laura Lynn Green's office is located at 136 Marquette Road in Oak Ridge. Give her a call today at 483-5666 or say hello to her courtside at any Oak Ridge High School basketball game. She might be a coach's wife, but she was a Wildcat fan first. For State Farm Insurance, call Laura Lynn Green in Oak Ridge.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 State Championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at betsycolemanrealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena. Alex Myers with you, David Clary alongside producing this, and Titus Freder, Caleb Riker, as well as John Ulrich and Nick Suttles, Nicholas Elray Suttles to be specific, up here helping out as well. As we start things off in the second quarter, Oak Ridge trailing Anderson County. The Mavericks lead at 20-12. The ball goes inbound to Raekwon Watson. He's going to pass left elbow to Caden Breithart. Breithart inside to Giles. He's triple teamed and then hacked. No, they're going to call a walk before the foul. He was fouled. He didn't like it. I actually think that's the right call. And nobody listening on the Wildcat faithful may agree with me, but if I'm not biased, I think that was the right call on that particular play. Back the other way it goes. Cooper Williams blocks a shot, and somehow it got hit off of Anderson County, and now they're going to change their mind. And the ref takes a shot. Well, I'll leave that one alone. Anderson County retains possession as everyone is thoroughly confused, and it's not just my doing this time, as the officials continue to change their mind. Anderson County will take the ball, and Coach Green's got to be careful. He said that's enough. Yeah. Well, I've about had enough as well, but that's beside the point, I guess. 20-12 the score. No one scored here in the second quarter. 7:38 to play here, just 22 seconds into this second quarter. Long three is long, no good. Oak Ridge gets the rebound. It's Brennan Scott up to Breithart. Breithart, 12-foot jumper off the rim, in and out, no good. He gets his own rebound, follows his shot, puts the layup off the glass and good. That's great hustle, great effort, and great offense from Caden Breithart. 7:17 to go here in the second quarter as we inch closer to halftime. 20-14 is the score. Anderson County in the lead. They're going to take a little 12-foot floater left side of the baseline. Air ball. Sound the air raids. That hit absolutely nothing but Brennan Scott's palms as it came down, and he got the rebound. He pushes it up. Now it goes inside. Left block to Giles. Giles, nothing to do. He's going to give it up top to Breitharp, who drives. Euro step. Hop. Shot no good, but here comes who else? Cooper Williams with the rebound, and he puts it back up. So, David, maybe Cooper Williams got the message. He has to be more aggressive in this ball game.
Yeah, maybe he heard you down there. Maybe Coach Green said what you wanted him to do. He definitely got aggressive on the boards there. Wildcats' entire defense looks a little bit more energetic. I think that might be the word here. The Wildcats playing really aggressive man-to-man right here.
They are, and they got to be careful. Brennan Scott nearly picked up a foul right there, but hey, I like it. If he takes a foul to get more aggressive, then by all means do it, because Oak Ridge, the intensity level has been turned up here in this second quarter. 6:19 to play in the second quarter. Oak Ridge has brought this game within 4. Mavs lead it 20-16 here at the Wildcat Arena. Drive baseline, do the Mavs, and they're going to step out of bounds. They dribble the ball out of bounds, and the fan base in Wildcat Arena has come alive as the Wildcats have brought the energy level starting on the defensive side of things. Giles, Watson, Breitharp, Williams, and Scott, the 5 into the ball game for the Wildcats. 6:07 to go, and the Wildcats inbound it to Raekwon Watson. Little solo man, singular full court pressure here on Watson. He's going to dish it off to Giles into the front court. It goes to Breitharp. Breitharp dish into Williams. Up, good. Count the basket and the foul. So Cooper Williams will go to the free throw line with a chance at an old-fashioned three-point play. This is a different Cooper Williams than we saw in that first quarter.
Yeah, great to see, too, as the Wildcats, they tried to lob the ball down a couple times to him earlier in the first quarter. Just didn't work. That time he's just using, as you said, his length, his size. He's not as wide as he was a year ago. He's obviously trimmed down. Of course, he was a lineman on the football team last year, did not play football this year. As I think this guy's had enough. He's already kind of warned Coach Green. He's getting some lip, I think, from the Anderson County side too. But you're exactly right. Cooper has come to play, and Wildcats at just a few moments ago were down 10, 18-8. But they pulled to within 2, and Cooper can make it a 1-point game if he can knock down this free throw. 5:51 to play, and a good breather there. I'm looking at John Ulrich down there doing our camera work, sitting on the baseline. It has been a long day for all of us.
David, it's a long day, and you don't often see many firsts when you've been doing it as long as we have. The official stopped the game looking for a Band-Aid, was pointing to its chin like somebody had been cut. Brian Leffler, the trainer, former Wildcat, comes over, gives him a Band-Aid. The official unwraps the Band-Aid, sticks it on his own chin. Cooper completes the three-point play, and the Mavs inbound the ball. Never seen that one before. 20-19 the lead as Anderson County fires a 3 from the corner, and that's good. And boy, Brandon Drake is just lighting the Wildcats up here in the first half. I had never seen that one. Is that a first for you as well?
Most definitely. I've never seen that. Usually they'll come over and ask the trainer to do that. As the Wildcats get a steal on the inbounds, I can tie it on this bucket. It's short, but a foul's going to be called. I have not, to be honest with you. But usually if there's a problem with the official, they'll come to the trainer and say, hey, I'm bleeding a little bit. Can you help me here? I've never seen him actually administer his own first aid as Garrett Giles goes to the free throw line.
Yeah, he's patting and just, I mean, it's not funny, but aesthetically, it kind of looks like he's grown a little bit of a soul patch all of a sudden, and I've got a sophomoric sense of humor, Dave. I know that's shocker to you, but we both kind of share the same humor. But it's a long day, late night. You know, hey, you got to find the humor in what you can. But I hope he's all right. Thankfully, it appears he is. Giles' second free throw attempt is no good, but who comes out of there? Caden Breitharp with the rebound. He misses a shot, gets another rebound, tosses it out to Raekwon for 3, off the front iron, no good, and Anderson County comes out of there with it. 5:14 to play here before halftime. Oak Ridge trails by 2, 23-21 the score. Anderson County Mavericks in the lead. They're on offense right now, trying to get something going. They drive, they kick, baseline 3, off the top of the backboard, no good. Cooper Williams got a deflection, I thought, and a late, L-A-T-E, late foul call comes in, and they're going to call Raekwon for a foul. I don't necessarily think that was the wrong call, but he made it about a second later than he should, and Oak Ridge was already off to the races starting their fast break. That's an unfortunate call, the timing of that one especially.
Well, I've told you all night we've got the C team officiating these ball games today as the free throw is up, and it's good. Back to a 3-point lead, but everybody's getting tired. It's been a long day. We started at 11 o'clock. Not all these same guys. And that toss is up, no good. The Wildcats do have the board with Cooper.
Here comes Raycon. 4:58 to go here in the second quarter, trailing by 3. Here's the 3, could tie it, off back rim, no good. Anderson County comes out of there with the rebound. Here comes Ryan McGee. McGee passes to a teammate, nearly a backcourt violation. Good defense by the Wildcats as Caden thought he took a shot. There. And here comes Cooper, good defense inside. Can he get a block shot right here? He absolutely does. He can and he does. Here comes Ray with the outlet. He's going to try to push the pace. He does. Euro steps around a defender and he brings the Wildcats within 1. It's 24-23. Wildcats just trailing by 1 now with 4:22 to go here in the second quarter. Anderson County nearly turned it over because the player ran into the official, the same one who was arguing with Coach Green earlier, the same one who stopped the game to administer his own chin Band-Aid, and now after the coach complained that he was in his player's way, which he was, he teed with a rather quick technical foul administered to Anderson County's coach, and now he's doing hand motion. You know, David Clary, I've got to say something. No one comes out here to watch these guys in the stripes. They're appreciated. We couldn't do these games without them, but you are not the show. You are not the show, sir.
Most definitely. I'm not going to comment, but...
Well, I will.
Yeah, I told you it's the C team out here today.
Well, you know, hey, with Mark and Shauna Haste out, you know, our listeners might think me subbing in here, we've got the C team on Prep Radio too, not just the officials. Brendan Scott hits the first of 2. And boy, you know, that's just, again, I'm all about other teams getting technical fouls, but that's a quick whistle. I mean, I'd be upset too if I was the coach because Anderson County, the way they've been shooting, had a wide open 3, and they couldn't take the shot because the official bumped the guy out of position because he wasn't back far enough. And that's, you know, hey, accidents happen, but to me, you got to give the coach a little bit of right to yap on that one. You can't have that quick of a trigger. Brendan Scott hits both free throws. The Wildcats have their first lead, 25-24. Brendan's 3-point attempt off the mark, but Caden Breithart, another offensive rebound. He passes inside to Scott. Scott out to Giles. 3, no good. Cooper Williams fighting for the rebound. He's going to tip it to his teammate. That's Caden Breithart. Great effort by Cooper. Breithart is slammed to the floor, and he will go to the free throw line for 2. This has gotten intense. It's gotten physical all of a sudden here halfway through the second quarter.
Yeah, you know, Anderson County is obviously just down the road, an intense rivalry. We don't play them much in basketball anymore. They're no longer in our district. We don't play them in football. But, you know, they would love to beat the big boys from up the road at Oak Ridge. As Wildcats, as you said, have their first lead, 25-24. It's been a struggle. The Wildcats have been down as many as 10 in the ball game, 18-8 with 1:18 to play back in the first quarter, and now they fall all the way back for a 2-point lead. It's been a fun game to watch. We've seen 4 really fun games to this point.
We have, and I'll tell you what, the game before ours was Fulton versus this Anderson County team, and it was a tough game to start. Anderson County, or Fulton rather, pulled away, but you know, it was a high-level basketball game for a little while there. Oak Ridge gets the steal momentarily, and then they dribble it out of bounds. Caden Breithart just not quite having enough room over there on the sideline. And now Anderson County going to adjust the Oak Ridge, the bench a little bit, move some seats so they have enough room on the side to pass it in. Now they're going to say, nope, throw it in from the baseline. So Anderson County trying to go 94 feet. They've got to get the ball in first to do so. Bryce Davis, Boozy in the ball game for Oak Ridge, along with Shamar Green, Brennan Scott, Garrett Giles, and Caden Breithart. 3:43 to go here in the second quarter. Mavs with the ball, trailing Oak Ridge 27-24. They work the ball around, thought about a 3, why not? They've been hot from out there. Instead, they're going to drive right side, take some contact off the top of the backboard, no good. Brennan Scott comes out of there with it. Ahead to Bryce Davis across half court. He tried to find Caden Breithart inside, who was cutting, and he just was covered up. And that's going to be a turnover. Here come the Mavs the other way. They're moving right to left as we see it. Here comes number 3 for Anderson County with a nice power dribble, strong drive. That's Lawson. He puts the Mavs on the board. Now they only lead it the Oak Ridge lead, is down to 1. Here comes a turnover. Anderson County back the other way. In and out, no good. And now here comes Brighthart. Doesn't have the numbers. Will he push the pace? He will. Tries to take some contact and initiate it. They don't get the foul, but he does get the layup to go, and the Wildcats lead 29-26. Back out to a 3-point lead with 2:51 to go here in the second quarter. Mavs, as this pace is picked up certainly here, Coach Green clapping, trying to get his team's attention on the defensive end. Anderson County nearly turned the ball over. They've got it outside. Hold their fist up. Here comes the screen. Will they switch it? They won't. As Anderson County tries to get something going offensively here, the Wildcats have stifled this offense the last couple of possessions, except for when they've kind of been able to get some runouts. Here they tried to get a little backdoor slip here off the pick and roll, and that's no good. Brighthart comes out of there. He is hammered. Shot was no good, and that almost looked intentional, but they're going to just give him 2 free throw shots. And boy, Dave, I'm rambling here, but that was a little bit intense. The speed of the game never fails to get to you those first few games of the season.
Yeah, most definitely. And as I look down there, I know Oak Ridge is a very well-conditioned team, but guys like Price Davis, as we talked about, being right off the football field, his conditioning has got to not be there as that free throw is good. And Caden's played well here in this ball game. The Wildcats have the lead now by 40, but I know, it hasn't been pretty, but you're right. The speed of the game has definitely picked up, the pace, both teams playing hard. One thing you can say, both coaches can say, they've played hard here, especially here in the second quarter, as Caden goes back to the free throw line.
He hits both free throws, and the Wildcats have their biggest lead of the night, 31-26, 5-point lead with 2:14 to go, and Anderson County is going to have to call a timeout. We'll take one with them. Let's take a 30-second timeout. When we come back, we'll finish things up here before halftime.
Chancellor Jamie Brooks has been practicing law in Anderson County for over 30 years. He knows our community, our people, and our values. He's a conservative with the experience and temperament you want in a judge. He listens courteously, considers thoughtfully, and upholds the law. That is why Governor Bill Lee appointed him to the bench. The Republican primary is March 5th. Let's keep Jamie Brooks as our Republican chancellor in Anderson County.
Welcome back to the Wildcat Arena. 2:11 to go before halftime. David, I know this is kind of random. Do you know when the Robertsville-Jefferson game, the first one edition, will be played? And I know you're a Jeffersonite. I'm a Robertsvillian. Do you know anything about that?
I do not. I apologize for that, and you put me on the spot. But you're right. Here in the old days, they used to play the first weekend in January, and then 2 weeks later they'd play the second one. But here recently, they have been playing the first one in December.
It's no problem. Hey, you got to know 101 things every game, and we asked you for the 102nd. It's all right if you missed that one. Here comes a turnover. Oak Ridge put some press, and the Anderson County player just kind of stumbled, and when he tried to roll over to get back up, it's obviously you can't do that. That's a travel. Easy call for the official. 2 minutes on the clock, and now the clock starts as Oak Ridge gets the inbound, up by 5, 31-26. Here comes Ray with it. Nice backdoor cut for the jam! Garrett Giles says hello! Oak Ridge can put on their full court press now. They do. It's broken rather quickly and easily by Anderson County, but now they have to face off against this terrifying man-to-man defense that's giving them all sorts of fits. Raekwon Watson is doing a terrific job. Did he get an elbow? He did. They are going to call an offensive foul. Raekwon Watson was all in the grill of Anderson County's point guard that time, and the only way he could get some separation was to reach around and hook him, and you can't do that. The official was an animated response, and it's an offensive foul. You don't see that call very much, but certainly Oak Ridge will take it.
All I know is you've gotten the 2 dunks by Garrett Giles in this game, while I've had to just watch you call it.
Well, hey. Them's the breaks sometimes, David. You do 110 games a year, and I sneak in here to do one, and all of a sudden I'm getting all the fancy stuff. Here comes Ray. Here's a fancy layup. He gets it to go, and Oak Ridge has gone out to a 9-point lead, 35-26, a minute 20 to go. Anderson County with it, trying to get something to go. Raekwon Watson is just causing all sorts of fits for this Maverick offense. Giles defending a man outside, may have got away with a reach. Here's another three-point attempt from the corner. That's an air ball. And who comes out of there with it? Brennan Scott. He wants to push the pace. He's a shooter, but now he wants to drive, and he tried to dish off last moment to Cooper Williams. Cooper couldn't quite handle it. They say it was last touch, knocked out of bounds by the Mavericks. 59 seconds remaining in this half. In the second quarter, Oak Ridge leads it 35-26. Brennan Scott will inbound. He's got Raekwon Watson, Cooper Williams, Garrett Giles, and Shamar Green out there alongside him. Those are the five for the Wildcats. Inbound goes inside to Cooper. He's hacked as they tried to double him, and they just don't have the size and I think the ability to stop Cooper if he's got an aggressive mindset.
Yeah, most definitely. He's improved so much. And you probably can notice he has definitely trimmed down. He's trimmer than he was a year ago. And, you know, he only had 6 or 7 points in the first half, but, you know, he can be a dominant force. I mean, he's only a junior. He's only a junior player, so he's got a lot of basketball to be played in front of him as the Wildcats get the other big guy in. This is what he talked about. He wanted to get we've got a really big lineup with Garrett, Shamar, and Cooper all in at the same time.
Yeah, you've got, 6'4", 6'5", and 6'6" all in there. And, you know, Brennan's, for a two-guard, Brennan's not a small guy either. Here comes.
Yep, he's about 6'1".
Oh, wow.
Oh, we were going to see Brennan, and I was going to call it right there. But it's going to be that's not the case here. As the Wildcats have a 10-point lead, they trailed by 8 after one quarter. They're up by 10 now. A big swing.
Well, now Anderson County thinks they have the ball. The officials clearly called a double dribble. That's why they stopped, and Oak Ridge should have the ball. There's some confusion. Boy, this is, you know, hey, it's early season. I guess we're giving us a break. We're giving the players a break. Got to give the officials a break, I guess. 43 seconds to go here before halftime. Raekwon tried to go off the Shamar Green screen to no avail. He's going to get it inside to Cooper. He's got a big mismatch, and he's got 2 more points to his total. 38-26, Oak Ridge's biggest lead of the game. We keep saying that as they've gone on a major run here. They're up by 12, 27 seconds to go. 26 now as Anderson County has the ball. Try to go off a screen. They're going to get it in the corner. A young guy with it, and it gives it up top. Around the horn, they work it. Right elbow. Thought about a three. They're going to drive against Shamar. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Highly contested shot from Shamar. Did a nice job staying with the smaller, quicker defender. And Cooper Williams comes out of there with the rebound after the miss. 8 seconds to go. Here comes Raekwon. Gives it to Cooper. Little give-and-go opportunity. Cooper's going to cycle for a three. Good! Cooper Williams finds 3 points, and the Wildcats open up a 41-26 lead here at the Wildcat Arena. What was a highly contested game for 2.5 quarters all of a sudden has turned into a rout. David Clary, your thoughts on that first half?
Yeah, great second quarter. Not a great first quarter. The Wildcats found themselves down by as many as 10, 18-8. Cut it to 20-12. But if you look, since the start of the second quarter, the Wildcats only gave up 6 points. It was 20 after one quarter. They only scored 6 points, while the Wildcats put 19 up on the board. Actually, more than that. I can't do the math in my head real quick. I'm trying to look down. It was 20-12, so they got it up almost 29 points there in the second quarter. Totally dominant performance in the second quarter for the Wildcats. We need a break here. We got to do the stats. We've got a lot of things to do. It's been a long day, a lot of basketball, but so far so good. Oak Ridge leads at 41-26. We'll be back with a look at the stats in 60 seconds.
60 seconds, no pressure.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 State Championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at BetsyColemanRealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
Welcome back to Wildcat Arena. Titus, do we have the final stats tallied up? All right, mister, you get to read them. You don't want to read them? I thought we were going to put the youngster on the spot, but, well, Dave will tell you I'll never miss an opportunity to talk, so here I go. It looks like at halftime Garrett Giles has 6 points. Brennan Scott has 4 points. Raekwon Watson has 8. Caden Brightheart has 12 points. And Cooper Williams, after a little bit of a slow start, he had a really great second quarter. He has 13 points, if my math's correct. We'll see. We'll make sure after the game. One more time, we talked about the girls' game earlier. We'll recap their final stats from their last game. They had a 46-40 win over Anderson County. Sakari Stewart had 4 points. Demetria Strickland had 25 points in her first game. She had a little bit less this time, 10 points in that game. Elisha Mitchell had 14. Honesty Thompson had 2. Janaea Pippins had 7, and Jenna Johnson had 9. Again, Lady Wildcats moved to 3-0. They beat Jefferson County, a good, talented, good quality Jefferson County team earlier, and then they beat Anderson County 46-40. Oak Ridge on top at half, 41-26. We're going to take a 60-second timeout. When we come back, we'll have a preview before we get things started here in the second half.
Need a foot and ankle specialist? KOC Oak Ridge is here to help. Our podiatrist has been serving the Oak Ridge community for 34 years. From consecutive care to surgical intervention, we treat our patients like family. We want to make you sure you're on your feet cheering for the Wildcats this season. So whether you're dealing with a recent injury or an ongoing condition, give us a call here at 865-481-2541. KOC Oak Ridge. We want to get you back to living the life you love.
Welcome back to Wildcat.
Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
We'll go back to Wildcat Arena. Just under 60 seconds until we get things tipped off here for the second half of basketball. David Clary, what do you think Oak Ridge needs to do? They haven't shown their depth as much as they did in that first game. This has been a little more tightly contested, but you wonder what Oak Ridge you'd like to see from this team in their last tune-up before the Bahamas trip.
You know, in the first quarter, I didn't think the Wildcats were really getting after it on defense like they normally do. I thought they took some quick shots. They settled for some threes. I think what we do best is play defense, get outlet passes, get the ball inside to the big guys. One thing, it's quite noticeable, obviously we talked about it in the girls' game, their legs are the first to go, and this is their second ball game. The three-point shots have not fallen. Of course, Cooper hit that one just a moment ago, but Brendan hit 5. Caden had some threes, Ray as well. Those shots are not falling, so they've got to be a little bit more patient on offense, and they definitely were in the second quarter. They hit some easier shots. They got some, much higher percentage shots, and their defense was phenomenal there. And you've got the play-by-play here in the third.
Thank you very much, Dave. 41-26 to score as we get set to go here in the second half. Third quarter action, and we're underway. Watson, Giles, Scott, Williams, and Brightheart, the 5 on the court for the Wildcats. Oak Ridge in their all-white uniforms. Pretty uniform, as I mentioned earlier. Anderson County moving left to right on offense. Oak Ridge will be moving right to left towards what is the students section. As there's a quick jump ball here to start the second half. There's 20 seconds in, and there's a turnover. The Wildcats will get credited for that when Raekwon Watson got on the floor. He was the first on the floor for that one, Coach Green. Any basketball coach in history loves to see their guys dive on the floor for the ball. Giles inbounds, 3/4 court away from the goal to Raekwon Watson, and he will kind of lazily just walk the ball across in no particular hurry, understandable. Gets it to Brightheart. Brightheart drives baseline, gets a nice little pick from Cooper Williams, and he gets a reverse layup to go. 43-26 to score, 7:25 to go in the third. Here comes Anderson County. Really not a lot of resistance here from the Wildcats until the rim. And there's where Cooper Williams steps up. He blocks the shot, and here comes Caden Brightheart. Brightheart breaks his man down, dribbles into some traffic, and he's going to turn the ball over. It was stripped away. Good defense by the Mavs. Here comes Anderson County. Raekwon Watson tries to take the charge. Easy block call. He just wasn't quite there in time, Dave.
I'm doing my tweets. Go ahead.
I caught you not paying attention. I've said it for a while, Dave. I think we need a social media manager for Prep Radio. We'll see.
Normally I hand the phone off to you. You've done a great job. Maybe you should be that guy.
I think you're cutting out. Your audio has some difficulty there. I wasn't able to quite understand you, David. Moving on, 43-26. Your score, Oak Ridge with a big lead. It was a tightly contested game really till late in the second quarter, and Oak Ridge kind of took over. Free throw is made. It's 43-27 as we hit the 7-minute mark to go here in the third quarter. Breitharp on the other end. Wide open corner three. That's no good, but Cooper Williams has the rebound. He bowls over a guy, and they're going to call a charge. He did. He lowered his shoulder, and he knows it. He pointed to himself and kind of said, hey, my bad. And I don't think the contact was as bad as the Anderson County player would have led you to believe, but hey, that's part of the game. A little gamesmanship there, and they get a turnover off the charging call. Oak Ridge will set up
the clock ticking.
Yeah, it continues to tick. And, hey, let me tell you, you can go down there and say something if you want, David Clary. I am not, as we're 4 games deep, I'm not going to say a thing about the clock ticking. Anderson County breaks the press. They had a little trouble, but they do get it across half court, and now they're trying to work into their offense. Working against Raekwon is their guard. Nice double move there, and he gets the rim in and out, no good. It was a good look. Here comes the entry pass to Brennan Scott. He cocked it back, tried to throw it down. It was missed, but Oak Ridge came out of there. Breitharp with it. He's in the corner. Wide open three. In and out, no good. Cooper Williams with the rebound. He turns around and puts it back up. So Oak Ridge got 3 looks at it that time. And if you're Anderson County's coaching staff, that's unacceptable. You just cannot give up three opportunities to a team who really doesn't need extra opportunities on the offensive end. Raekwon going to be called about 60 feet from the basket for a reach-in call. Probably the right call, but Oak Ridge frustrated because they nearly had him for a 10-second call. Anderson County, you talk about Oak Ridge not having quite the legs that they might normally have. Anderson County trying to force things against this Oak Ridge pressure. I think their defense is their legs are gone as well on offense, just trying to break the press. It's such a struggle, it looks like, for them.
Can you believe the turnaround in this ball game, Alex? I mean, Wildcats were down 10 and really struggling, watching Anderson County just toss in 3 after 3. Oak Ridge is up right now 18 points. What a disastrous second quarter for the Mavericks.
It really was, and things haven't been much better to start. They were shooting at such a high rate, though, to start that quarter. You just thought, is this sustainable? To this point, the answer is no. They've still got the ball, though, working things around. A little free throw line jumper, pretty looking shot, no good. Cooper Williams with another rebound. He gives it off to Scott, who will take things across the midcourt stripe and get Oak Ridge into their offense. A nice little pick and roll there, from Cooper Williams. He set the screen, and then a beautiful entry pass off the roll from Brennan Scott. Anderson County tries to throw it in, nearly turns the ball over, and now they're just going to try to do everything they can just to get this ball across into half the front court. Quick three, left side over the elbow over Brennan Scott, and that's good. And here comes the Wildcats picking up the pace now. Caden Breitharp into Williams. Williams gets undercut, and there's no call there. Not sure how he ended up on the ground and got undercut, and there was nothing called, but we'll keep playing basketball. Here comes Anderson County calling out their plays, and Anderson County can't stop. Every time they stop movement, they get stagnant, and Oak Ridge's defense just gets to turn up. Here's Cooper Williams with another block. He's got multiple in this game, if I'm not mistaken. Giles comes out of there after the block with it, gives it to Scott. Raekwon Watson now over to Breitharp. Drives baseline, up and under, layup, good. Breitharp has had a knack, David, of using Cooper Williams' positioning almost as an unintentional screen down low to get himself some open layups.
I don't blame him. And Cooper's a big, wide body down there. And, Caden is a very heady ball player. And he and Cooper have been playing together for a while now. And just a great play. Another missed shot here. But I agree with you 100%. And here's another layup, easy shot for Garrett Giles. And the Wildcats just rolling up now, up 21 points.
Yeah, Oak Ridge is just starting to dominate right now. And again, Anderson County, it looked like they had a good game plan to start. I just don't know that they've got the legs that Oak Ridge has, and credit that to conditioning, but also credit to the depth. And speaking of depth, Oak Ridge is getting ready to get a couple more guys in at the next dead ball. Watson trying to push the pace. Brennan Scott, he won a 3, you'd think so, but he's instead going to drive, turn around, little 8-foot shot, no good. And he was short on that. I think Brennan's legs, if he I think that dunk was good earlier. I think he had some adrenaline. I think if this was the first game, that dunk would have fallen just a little. Doesn't appear to have his legs like he did in that first game. Giles, nice defense, strips a defender. The ball goes into the hands of Cooper Williams, and Raekwon Watson will bring things back the other way. 3:10 to go in the third quarter, 51-30, the Wildcats lead. Here's Brennan Scott. He can increase it. He won't as he misses the shot, but here comes Watson. Another loose ball the Wildcats get early on in the game. David, we talked about Anderson County being the one of the loose ball. That has not been the case here recently. 3 Wildcats will check into the ball game. Shamar Green, that is Mr. West, I believe, coming into the ball game, along with
Gavin
Bridges,
Johnson.
Gavin Johnson. Yes, thank you so much. I see Jason Johnson across the way, so nice to see Gavin. Continuing that lineage, 2:55 to go here in the third quarter. The clock will start as it's inbounded. Wildcats with those 5 on the court, 2:50 to go, up 51-30. Bright Harp, left elbow where he's been so often in this ball game, trying to figure out something to do with it. He finds Green, left short corner, tries to find West on the right elbow. West tries to get it into Green. It's tipped away, and Anderson County comes out of there with the ball. Got to find the guard. They do, and they will retain possession. 51-30 the score. Oak Ridge with a big lead, 2:29 to go here in the third quarter. Bright Harp playing such good defense. It's truly, I think, Dave, one of the pleasures of watching this team is getting to watch guys like Caden Bright Harp and Raekwon Watson just defend out on the perimeter. They're relentless.
And they're totally 2 different kind of personalities. If you look at Ray, he plays with so much emotion. He'll be smiling, he'll be frowning, he'll be into it. You don't know what's going on in Caden Bright Harp. See, he looks the same all the time. It doesn't matter if he's, playing defense or, hitting a 3 from the outside. His demeanor never changes. 2 very good ball players, 2 totally different personalities.
And that's a good point you make. And I think as a coach, you say, well, which one of those personalities would you rather have? And I think the easy answer is both. You need some guys that are calm and cool and can kind of, they don't waver when things intensify, but you also need guys, maybe when you're not playing as well, like you weren't earlier, you need some fiery guys to be able to light a fire under the team like Raekwon. So those guys are just a joy to watch, especially on the defensive end, but they can both score it as well. Here comes Oak Ridge off the missed free throw. Hayden Brighthart got hammered, no call, and Anderson County will get the ball back. Here they come across half court, left wing. Thought about a 3 instead. They're going to work things around against Johnson. Goes Anderson County. They're going to go on right side. Little shot fake, trying to get the ball inside, nearly out of bounds, but Anderson County will retain possession. Boy, it's nice to see Giles out there defending really who's their point guard, and he could be our 5 at times. He's going to come away with the rebound right here. Oak Ridge just got numbers. Giles over to Bright Harp. Bright Harp takes some contact, and the foul. The bucket is good off the glass, and Caden Bright Harp will go to the line. 53-32 with the chance to make it 54-32. 1:20 to go. The clock is still running, and I'm not complaining.
I don't know about you. In the first quarter, I was a little concerned with the way the game had started, the way they were shooting, the way Oak Ridge was playing. It is a rout now. The Wildcats have just showing their dominance in terms of, as you said, depth and just the ability that the Wildcats have just to relentlessly attack, and they're up 54-32. Just over a minute to go in the third quarter.
Don't think I didn't, whether it was intentional or not, don't think I didn't catch and appreciate that Johnny Majors reference there. 3-point shot was long off the back iron. Shamar Green got it. Here comes Johnson for 3, and he gets it to go. Nothing but the bottom of the net for Mr. Gavin Johnson. He is a 3-point threat. We saw it in his middle school days at Jefferson, I believe he was at. We saw it last year on the freshman team. And you see it right there. He is instant offense from downtown.
Most definitely had 8 points on Tuesday. Did not score in the first ball game, but came in and knocked down 2 really big threes in the ball game against Grace on Tuesday. He's a gunner for sure. And the Wildcats have the lead now, 57-32, 25-point lead. They have only scored 12 points since the first quarter. Great defense by the Wildcats.
It has been. They got tired legs, but let's not act like Oak Ridge doesn't as well. But, again, this is what's going to be the problem with teams that try to beat Oak Ridge. Is Oak Ridge invincible? No, absolutely not. But, to beat Oak Ridge, you're going to really have to play really well for 4 quarters. I mean, you can't play a good game. You've got to play a great game, and you've got to play a great game really start to finish because of the depth that Oak Ridge has and because of their quick strike ability to be able to make up any deficit. There's the third quarter's buzzer as Anderson County got a quick bucket late. 57-34. We're going to take a 60-second timeout. When we come back, we'll toss it back to you, Dave.
I'm Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. I'm a proud graduate of Oak Ridge High School, class of 1982, and a member of the 1980 state championship football team. As a lifelong resident of Oak Ridge, I would love to put my knowledge of the area to work for you should you have any real estate needs. You can contact me at 865-919-5559 or at BetsyColemanRealty.com. Thank you, and roll Wildcats roll.
Looking for a new place to call home? Main Street Lofts in Oak Ridge, Tennessee has you covered. Offering newly built 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments, Main Street Lofts is a top-tier place to call home. Granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, and a washer and dryer are just a few of the elegant touches throughout every apartment home. Enjoy the 24-hour cutting-edge fitness center, the sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or our fire pit by our grilling stations. Schedule a tour or view floor plans today at themainstreetlofts.com. It's time to live the lifestyle you deserve.
David Clary back here at the Wildcat Arena. Alex, there's one fear I have. Our camera guys, Caleb Riker, John Ulrich, and Titus Fitters, they might not want to come back again after this long day. We have been at it since 4 o'clock. We've got 5 hours. We've got 8 minutes to go. Hopefully these guys had some fun. We alternated them doing different tasks today. Hopefully they'll return for more games later on in the season. Quick rundown. The girls won over Jefferson County today, 52-48. The guys beat Jefferson County 81-36. Lady Wildcats won their 3rd game of the year, knocking off Anderson County 46-40. And here in the boys game, in our final quarter of 4th game of the night, Oak Ridge on top 57-34. Missed shot there by Anderson County. Back up, blocked again, and a foul's going to be called. We got to talk our camera guys and to staying with the crew. I know it's been a long day, but we're almost done here, Alex Myers.
We are, and you talk about the camera guys. We got to convince them to be able to return. Most games and most evenings won't be this long. But speaking of returning, nice to see a few Lady Wildcats returning back in the building. Princess Bates, Jamie Golden back in the house, and so joining their fellow teammate from back in the day, Micaiah Dowdell, who is now on the staff for Lady Wildcats. It's always great to see folks coming back home.
Most definitely, as the Wildcats bring the ball down the floor, leading 57-36. Raekwon Watson with it to Caden Brightheart. We'll have a complete recap as Cooper gets a nice move and gets another bucket. And Cooper has been totally dominant, especially after the first quarter. You challenged him on the air, actually, and he has responded big time.
Well, of course, that had absolutely nothing to do with me, but you just look out there and you could see the reason, other than their shooting, that Anderson County is winning is they're just getting beat to it. They were getting to loose balls faster as Russell scores for Anderson County, but the main guy with doing it was the guy that Cooper was guarding. And Cooper, you just look at the strength and the length and the height advantage, and there was no reason why Cooper wasn't getting some of those rebounds. And you just thought if he kind of changed his mindset and got aggressive, that he could take over, because he's definitely just bigger than any option that they have. There's Malik Howard that scored on the other end. And Dave, I think Cooper just a junior. I think that Malik Howard could kind of become, in a lot of ways, the player that Cooper is now. And I'm interested and hopeful that Cooper is able to sort of take Malik Howard under his wing over the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's a nice shot by Anderson County. He's got the size. He's only a freshman, as we talked about in the first ball game. Such a great player on the Oak Ridge football team. Speaking of Oak Ridge football, tough loss for the Dragons last night.
Yeah, very tough. And, I know we're hard on Clinton. They're one of the bigger rivals. But, they had a tough season, and a lot of people were questioning a lot of things. And, even me, I was questioning, how is this team not winning more games? And, they found a way to get hot late. We talked about it in basketball. But, hey, to me, the TSSAA, if it was up to me, there wouldn't be as many teams making the playoffs. You got a losing record, in my opinion. You shouldn't be making the playoffs. But the rules are the rules, and they were able to make the playoffs. And, hey, everybody's 0-0 when the playoffs starts. Clinton was able to go on a little bit of a run there. And congratulations to them, as we've got a guy lost a shoe. But, it's weird, David, is I know I'm rambling, and Anderson County calls a timeout, but I want to mention, looking at the games Oliver Springs and Cofield played last night, so one of those teams had to win. Other than that, it seems like just about every team in our area is now out of it, except for Alcoa, unless I'm missing somebody. Anderson County's out of it. We're out of it. Clinton's out of it. Just all these teams around our area just pretty much gone.
I'll tell you what's going to be an exciting game next Friday is going to be that Bradley-Oakland ball game. I don't know if you saw the Oakland-Riverdale score, but it was like 45-0 at halftime with Riverdale had a pretty good season. But I think Bradley, with their 2 Tennessee commits against the defending state champion Oakland, that's going to be a really, really good ball game. But you're right, Greenville's still alive. They'll be playing. But the other in 5A, you got West still alive, and I think West will take down Walker Valley. I think West will win the state championship again. A lot of people thought that Powell would beat West, but West obviously has improved, and you don't win a state championship for nothing, and they definitely proved it last night by just thumping our friends from Powell.
Yeah, and and this is not salty grapes. It's just I told you this before the playoffs, so you can back me up on this. I've seen West play a couple times, and they're a good football team, but I just didn't know that there was a great football team on Oak Ridge's half of the bracket, which is part of what makes that loss a couple weeks ago so painful, is that you just really thought Oak Ridge had a great opportunity, a golden one, to make a deep run. And Anderson County hits a 3, but, and I guess you can include Oak Ridge. I guess they're not a great team, right, because they got beat, but, you just didn't. There was no powerhouse. Like West last year, they were the favorite, and for good reason. Powell last year, the last couple years, they've been really, really good. But I just didn't feel like there was a truly great team on our half of the bracket. And, I guess maybe it is salty grapes, because I'm sure a lot of teams are sitting at home right now going, hey, that was a golden opportunity. But I truly felt like it was for Oak Ridge.
One team that is not, though, I guess we can pull for our Bobcat friends down in Oliver Springs, because they'll be still alive. Let's get back to basketball here. 5:25 to play in the game, 61-44. One person who has not excelled in this ball game, which was good in the first, is this guy with the ball right now. Well, Brennan Scott. He has done other things well. Garrett's going to put up a shot, no good. Tip back up, no good. Again, no good. Pulled away by Giles, and there's going to be, going to call a foul, I think, against Garrett. But, that's the thing. Different days, different nights, different players are going to step up. Brennan had a good game, obviously, against Jefferson County offensively. Has not scored big numbers in this one, but Cooper Williams has stepped up. And Cooper only had, I think, 7 in the first game. So, that's just the way it goes on this team. And we keep going over and over. Different people are going to step up each and every night. And right now, the Wildcats in the lead, 61-44. Here comes number 3 for Garrett Giles. And I got one finally, Alex Myers.
I was just getting ready to say, why don't you toss it back to me? I want to see another dunk. And apparently it's not going to happen while you're making the call, but it just did. And, might almost get another one if they could get the ball up court.
Here they come across the line. The Wildcats, Caden Brighthart kicks it out. Brennan for 3. Good! 3-point shot for Brennan Scott. I believe that's his first 3 of this ball game. He had 5 in the first ball game. And Oak Ridge is back up by 22 points, 66-44, 4:14 to play in the ball game. Our 4th game of the night. And we appreciate all of you. We appreciate all of our sponsors. We haven't been able to get as many breaks in as we normally do because they haven't had any gaps between the games or at halftime. But let me get our sponsor. It is Brennan takes another 3. Good. He's on fire, Alex Myers.
David, it's hard for me to hear what you said just then, so apologies if you asked me something. But I know you keep all these stats for Oak Ridge, and one that I would be interested to see, Brennan Scott. Do we have the record? Here comes Giles again. He was hammered, no foul. I don't understand how you foul a guy midair. It's a completely dangerous play, and there's no foul. This is a guy who sailed 6 inches above the rim all night, and you think all of a sudden he just doesn't have enough lift? I mean, he got hacked. Anyways.
Yeah, that's the C team once again making no call there. 3:32 to play. Let me get the sponsors in real quick. Fox Insurance Group, 10 Bank of Oak Ridge. Main Street Lofts, a new sponsor for us. Washboard Wash and Fold, a new sponsor for us. Jamie Brooks for Anderson County Chancellor, a new sponsor. The Oak Ridge Utility District, an old sponsor of ours and very much valued. Laura Lynn Green with State Farm Insurance. Mike Kelly with Betsy Coleman Realty. and the Knoxville Orthopedic Clinic. Here comes another steal. Here comes Oak Ridge driving all the way in. The shot is blocked, and it goes out of bounds. We're down to 3:22 to play in the ball game. A 25-point lead for the Wildcats. Oak Ridge trailed 20-12 after one quarter, and they lead at 44-69. A lot of different players in the ball game right now. Shamar Green's in the ball game. Wildcats also with, let's see, Gavin Johnson. Looks like Charlie Taubenheim is in the ball game. Shamar's in the ball game. And Ray still in the game, shooting free throws. Shot is up, no good. 69-44. The Wildcats are going to win all 4 games tonight.
Hey, that's hard to beat. One question I had for you is, do we have a stat on most consecutive games with a 3 made? Because I just don't imagine, I don't want to jinx it, but it's hard to imagine a game that I've watched where Brennan's not hit at least 1 3. I know it took him a while to do it in this game, but with, a full senior year to go in front of him, I would think if anybody, Brennan Scott would be one of the ones that would be on the highest list up there.
We don't have that stat, but, I'll let you do the research on that one if you want to.
We'll continue to not have that stat.
Oak Ridge, almost a steal there. Here comes Shamar. Will he dunk it? Oh, no. The Wildcats get the rebound up and good. Gavin Johnson scores, and the Wildcat lead is 70-44. 2:50 to play in the ball game. I guess they didn't count the bucket there on Gavin. And the conversation between the officials once again. Coach Green coaches to the very last moment, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I don't know. He's calling it timeout just to get a substitute. He was saying, "Let's roll it. We don't want to have a discussion here. Let's keep the game going." And so, boy, I don't know if you're Shamar. He's beating himself up over that one. I understand why. I don't know that he's going to get a better opportunity in his career to have a dunk, and now he's coming out of the game, and he is highly upset. Here comes Malik Howard, and boy, he's going to lose some sleep over that one. His teams are going to gig him over that one too.
Yeah, well, Shamar's a good kid. He works at Outback Steakhouse. I don't know if anybody knew that, but he works there. Go say hi to him. Cheer him up if he's working tomorrow. 70-44 the score. The Wildcats headed for their 3rd win. The girls won their 3rd game tonight. There's a nice little jumper there. And they're headed for their 3rd win. The Wildcats' next ball game will be at St. George's High School in the Bahamas. They take on a team from the Big Island, the Grand Island, I guess. 70-46, Anderson County gets a shot up, good. Wildcat substitutes giving up some points here. Here comes Justice West down the floor, moving right to left here as we play the final 2 minutes and 9 seconds. As Justice goes in for the shot, no good. Rebounded by Malik for a moment, taken away by Anderson County. Alex, we're going to do it. This will be our 4th game, and we're almost done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the last time we had. I know there's been some days where you've probably had 4 games between Christmas tournaments, game here in Anderson County or game in Johnson City or whatever, but 4 in a row. I don't know that I've ever heard of that happening for us, but we did it.
A couple of years, about 2009, I believe, we played Bearden and Carter on the same day. The girls played Catholic, so we played 3, but the Catholic game was at Catholic, so never 4 in a row at the same place. Shot missed by the Wildcats. 20-point Oak Ridge lead, 70-50, a minute 33 to play in the ball game. The Lady Wildcats' next ball game won't be until December the 5th, as there's another turnover by Powell. By Anderson County. We'll play Powell coming up on the 5th of December. That's a road game, our first radio ball game. As I mentioned, the guys, as Gavin gets another opportunity to score, and he does. Gavin Johnson off the glass. The guys' next game will be Wednesday down in the Bahamas, and they're going to be 3-0 as they head out of the country to the sun and the fun of the Freeport in St. George's High School.
Hey, if you were a kid, our trip was to Paducah, Kentucky, and David, as you are well aware, I wasn't able to make that trip. Hey, hopefully, if we can, if
you have never forgiven me for that.
No, it's not that I don't forgive you. I'm not upset at you. The natural assumption would be that if I was in the walkthrough that I would be included. but that wasn't the case. We're airing dirty laundry here on Prep Radio tonight, and I know that nobody cares. But hey, hopefully, if we can raise the money needed be, that you can get somebody on the end of the bench or a camera guy somehow to do it, because I know that folks would love to watch this team play more basketball.
Man, that guy can shoot. I mean, he can shoot the basketball.
Absolutely. He's got a quick release, and that's so important. And, playing some defense as well is Johnson. He's got a quick release. It's a pretty shot, and I'm of the belief that the less movement you have in your basketball shot, the better, because there's less things that can go wrong. It's kind of like what people think about pitchers sometimes. The shorter your motion, the less things there are to have to perfect to get that shot down.
Wildcats going to get the ball. We're down to 5 seconds. 4 seconds. The clock ticked down to 3.9. Only person who hasn't played much in this game is Cameron McCullough, as the Wildcats have won the ball game by a final score of 75-52. So the Wildcats play 4 games here at home in the Hall of Champions Classic, and they win all 4. The Lady Wildcats winning both of their games, and the guys winning both of their games. 2 hard-fought ball games for the boys, 2 hard-fought games for the girls. And the Wildcats win them all. And fun night of basketball here at the Wildcat Arena. You want to take a break and run down all the stats of all the games, or because Coach Green will be up here in a bit? Why don't we do that? It's been a while, and we need to rest a little bit. Final score before I take that break, just your comments on the win here.
Yeah, just a good win. This is a different style of win than Oak Ridge had earlier. It was a little bit of a scare in that first quarter, but I think it was good for Oak Ridge to kind of have that adversity, get punched in the face a little bit, and then all of a sudden have to go, okay, well, we got to wake up and we got to make something happen. And boy, did they ever. They didn't just come back and get back in the ball game. They took over and totally turned that ball game around right before half with that amazing run, and it just happened in the blink of an eye, and the game was really never in question at that point. So, every time you win, it's a great night, and especially when you can find new ways to win, which, Oak Ridge wasn't really tested like that much to begin the season, but they were tested even if it was just for a short bit, and they got to feel that a little bit. Now, I'm sure they'll be tested a little bit more in the Bahamas, but, hey, it's a hard to beat starting the season undefeated. So it's a great night for basketball, and especially when both teams, girls and guys, win both games.
Take a break here. Final score of the ball game. Oak Ridge wins it 75-52. We'll be back with a look at all the stats following this timeout. They say that being a coach's wife is hard, but Laura Lynn Green, wife of Oak Ridge head coach Aaron Green, and a local State Farm insurance agent, makes buying insurance easy for you. Auto, homeowners, renters, business, life, health, and much more. Laura Lynn Green's office is located at 136 Marquette Road in Oak Ridge. Give her a call today at 483-5666 or say hello to her courtside at any Oak Ridge High School basketball game. She might be a coach's wife, but she was a Wildcat fan first. For State Farm Insurance, call Laura Lynn Green in Oak Ridge.
ORUD Natural Gas is proud to offer our customers a product that saves money, provides consistent service, and is a clean energy source. You can save over $1,000 on your annual utility bills when you make the switch to natural gas for heating, cooking, and clothes drying. ORUD is your one-stop shop. We sell and install gas appliances for our customers and make it easy to add your bill with our 0% interest financing. Learn more about how much you can save at ORUD.org.
Looking for a new place to call home? Main Street Lofts in Oak Ridge, Tennessee has you covered. Offering newly built 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments, Main Street Lofts is a top-tier place to call home. Within walking distance of shops, restaurants, and entertainment, our community is convenience at its finest. Enjoy the 24-hour state-of-the-art fitness center, take a dip in our sparkling saltwater swimming pool, or make that perfect steak at our grilling station, and then relax by our fire pit with friends and neighbors. Your furry, four-legged friends will surely love exercising in our pet park and getting pampered in our pet spa. Give us a call today to schedule a tour of your new home or visit our website at themainstreetlofts.com to check out our availability and apply for your new home. It's time to live the lifestyle you deserve.
Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry Service in Oak Ridge is not your typical laundromat. Drop off your dirty laundry today and see for yourself. You'll have the freshest, cleanest hung and folded laundry around. Do you need delivery? We can do that for you. Washboard Wash and Fold is also a trusted partner for all your commercial laundry needs. Here at Washboard Wash and Fold Laundry, we are proud of being voted the best in Anderson County. Located at 113 Robertsville Road, just a stone throw from Oak Ridge High School. Hey, don't wait until you're down to your last clean item. Drop them off today.
For personal, professional, and affordable accounting services, call Tracy Larrabee, CPA. Tracy's a 1978 graduate of Oak Ridge High School and can help with business, individual, estate, interest, tax accounting services, payroll processes for businesses, small business bookkeeping, tax planning, plus management advocacy services. Call Tracy Larrabee, CPA, 425-7736, or stop by 683 Emory Valley Road, Suite B. Tracy Larrabee, CPA.
Come in, discover the difference of an independent insurance agency. Fox Insurance Group, Oak Ridge.
Welcome back to Oak Ridge High School, the Wildcat Arena. Wildcats go 4-0 on the night. Lady Wildcats 2-0, and the Wildcats 2-0. So Oak Ridge was an undefeated night. It started off with an Oak Ridge Lady Wildcat victory over Jefferson County. Sakari Stewart had 2 points. Demetria Strickland was a star of the show with 25 points. Elisha Mitchell had 10 points. Honesty Thompson had 2 points. Paige Lawing had 3 points. Janaea Pippins, had 3 points. Jenna Johnson had 7 points, left the game early with an injury. Next up, they won that game, by the way, 52-48. It's a very good Jefferson County team that they beat by 4. Oak Ridge took on Jefferson County in a boys matchup after that. Price Davis had 5 points. Shamar Green had 3 points. Malik Howard dished in 7. Garrett Giles had 16, and Brennan Scott was the star of the show. Thank you, John, with 17 points. Raekwon Watson had 11 points. Caden Brightheart had 10 points. Charlie Taubenheim had a couple of threes late in the ball game. He finished with 6 points. Cooper Williams finished with 6 as well. And then Oak Ridge's girls team played Anderson County. And Oak Ridge won that boys matchup. Obviously, we talked about that earlier. Then the girls matchup against Anderson County, the third game of the 4-game sweep tonight. Sakari Stewart had 4 points. Demetria Strickland had 10 points. Elisha Mitchell had 14 points. She led all Lady Wildcats in scoring with that 14-point total. Honesty Thompson had 2 points. Janaea Pippins had 7 points. And Jenna Johnson bounced back a little bit healthier, I guess, and she had 9 points. For the Oak Ridge Wildcats in that fourth and final game, and I'll be remiss if I didn't mention the final score of that third game, the girls matchup. Oak Ridge won that one 46-40. It wasn't the prettiest game. It was, both teams appeared to be very tired, but the Lady Wildcats found a way to pull away in the end. For Oak Ridge in the fourth and final game, Malik Howard had 2 points. Garrett Giles had 8 points. Brennan Scott had 10 points. He got a couple threes to fall late. Raekwon Watson had 8 points. Gavin Johnson had 10 points. Caden Brightheart finished with 20 points to lead all Wildcats in scoring, and Cooper Williams bounced back with 19 points. And as Coach Aaron Green has joined me now, I appreciate you taking the time to do this. I know it's been a long day for you. I will kind of start where we left off with the scoring. Cooper Williams, I thought, had an opportunity to really dominate in this game. David Clary and I were talking about it on the air. He wasn't doing much in the first quarter. I thought he had an opportunity, was letting loose balls get by him, particularly on the offense, on the boards. I just thought he had an opportunity to dominate, and something happened in the second quarter. I don't know if you talked to him or if a switch just flipped in his head, but he got more aggressive, and he was dominant tonight with 19 points.
Yeah, he's practiced really well. This probably the best week of practice he's had since he's been in our program. A lot more aggressive, a little bit more sense of urgency, and I thought he played, that carried over to the games today. Yeah, our stats, just real quick, he had 19 points, 12 rebounds, and he can do that nightly, and that's something we kind of expect from him, and but he had, that's his best game he's played up to this point. I felt, just in, summary of the game, I thought we didn't get off to the greatest of start, so I think you give Anderson County some credit. Seemed like they made every shot they shot the first 5 or 6 minutes, really the first quarter for that matter. We gave up 20 points in the first quarter and only gave up 30, gave up, I guess, 32 the rest of the game. I think we had, at the end of at the end of the third quarter, they had 34. So we had them to 14 points in 2 quarters, and they had 20 points in the first quarter. So we didn't guard how we needed to guard the first quarter. I thought you saw our guys respond defensively there in the second, third, and fourth quarter, picked up the heat a little bit, and made it a little bit tougher on them when they couldn't get easy stuff.
One of the things that David and I were talking about is just as a player, and you've coached a lot of basketball, but first and foremost, you were a player. And I told Dave my opinion is I would rather play back-to-back with no breaks and be tired versus sit for an hour, then come back out and have to warm back up. And I think mentally, as a coach, what's the biggest challenge there? And then as a player, what would you rather do?
Well, I don't. It's a great question, but I guess I'm a little bit old school. I'm expecting to play the same way we play, regardless. Whether we play back to back or set 2 games. I don't know. I mean, I think most coaches would probably tell you it'd be tough to play back to back. 4 straight. I know in the summertime we have a lot of those games, and most coaches request no back to back. I don't really care to have back to back because, for example, in the summertime, it gets you out there a little quicker, that type of deal. But these guys are teenagers; they can handle it. But I thought, fatigue did set in a little bit. Even for us there, they're in that last game, and I thought Anderson County got tired. I thought that was, there's a little bit how one of the reasons I was able to stretch it out, and so. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Kids, I don't know if the kids would rather just play probably back to back. They're used to that. You got to sit around for a game. Of course, most of the teams here today had to sit. That's what I told the guys for the game. I said, hey, Anderson County's already played one, just like we have, so there's not going to be an excuse for fatigue or any of that stuff. So let's just compete and play how we play, and it's got to continue to get better. Good start to the season. I thought we've got some things obviously got to improve on. Hayward turned his ankle there early, so I was hoping to get him a little bit more reps, and he's done. And Camo was, our depth was a little bit shaky this game. Camo has been battling some illness, and he was not able to go, and that hurt us, at the backup point, really. So kind of had to piecemeal that together. But, our bench and our subbing is really important. It keeps us fresh and is a little bit out of kilter tonight. But hopefully these guys get well, and we'll get them back in the mix.
That's one of the things. This is my first time seeing you guys in person this year, and to me it's just so much. You got a lot of length, a lot more height than an Oak Ridge team typically has. A lot of great shooters, but to me, perhaps the biggest weapon you guys have is just how much depth. And it's, in the past, okay, maybe you foul one of your guards out, and now you're in trouble as an opposing coach. Well, all these guys, not that anybody's irreplaceable, but if you foul one guy out, well, you just got another 6'5", 6'6" guy you can bring in there. Or if you foul Raekwon out, okay, well now Caden, you got to deal with him defensively. And so I think the depth's a big key. And as you flip the switch, it's going to be a fairly short turnaround. You guys have some work to do in the Bahamas, and I'm sure it's talk about what these trips mean to a team. Obviously, you want to win, but as a coach and as a program, these trips are so much more than just the games, right?
Yeah, this is I think this is our 4th time going to the Bahamas. It is it's not only a great trip, it's a great tournament. This year, I don't know if you guys talked about it much, but there's 4 Atlanta teams that are also going on the trip, and there's 3 Bahamian teams, so there's 8 teams total. It's probably one of the better fields we've played against that I can remember going down there, just assuming most of those Atlanta teams are good. But yeah, we were going back in 20 and 21 and got canceled because of COVID. So we've been trying to go back for a while. Didn't really work it out last year. Just wanted to kind of stay local last year, but got it back on the radar. It's a really good trip. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity for most of these kids. Most of them have never been out of the country. Some of them never flown on a plane. So we stay on the ocean at a resort. And as a coach, I just told them in there, hey, let's talked about some packing stuff, those type things. But we're going to have fun, enjoy ourselves, a little bit of team building. Have an opportunity to kind of bond and enjoy ourselves. But at the same time, we're going down there and try to win the thing. So, but it'll be a tall task with the talent that's there. But it's interesting too. Rules are a little different. There's 30-second shot clock, which is interesting. It's the first time our guys will be able to experience a shot clock, which we don't necessarily have to worry about it too much because we play so fast. So that's one adjustment. And So it's a great trip. We're looking forward to it. Our booster club and parents have, raised a bunch of money to make it happen, and got to give them a lot of credit. And I just like to get down there and get it going. It seemed like we've been planning and doing a lot of stuff to try to get ready to go, and it's here. So we're ready to get down there and compete and play. Should be a fun trip. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, Coach Green. Good to see you as always. I'm sure we'll see you soon, and if we don't talk before then, David Clary is hoping to get some money together to be able to broadcast the games. There's some issues with doing it live, but we're trying to get down there and make it happen. Yeah, he is. I am not, unfortunately, but I'm certainly from David and certainly from me and everybody else with us. If we don't see you before then, wish you happy Thanksgiving and the great holidays. We'll see you before Christmas for sure. But David, thank you, Coach Green, as we send it back to you to wrap things up here on what's been a lengthy night. Appreciate you, Coach. David, I'll give you, I guess, another chance to kind of plug it. Coach talked about the Bahamas trip. You've trying to get down there to make it happen, but what do we need to do?
Well, we'll see. We'll raise some money, and we'll see if we can get enough money to do that. I know there's a lot of parents going down there and a lot of interest in it, and hopefully we'll be able to raise a little bit of money, and who knows, maybe I'll wind up on Wednesday night broadcasting a ball game against the team out of the Bahamas. Let me give you the final scores once again. 52-48, the Lady Wildcats knock off Jefferson County. The guys win 81-36 over Jefferson County. The girls beat Anderson County 46-40. And just now, the Oak Ridge Wildcats beat Anderson County's boys 75-52. That was the final score. We started about 5.5 hours ago with Titus Fetters, John Ulrich, Caleb Riker, Nick Suttles. Mark Hayes helped us up with our setup. And Alex, I didn't think we could do it, but we made it. All 4 ball games, and it made it even more special. We won all 4 of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The opportunity is almost never. You can have as good as a day as you want to have as an Oak Ridge fan, but almost never are you going to have the opportunity to win 4 games in a row in the same day within a matter of about 4 hours. And Oak Ridge did that tonight, and that's always a beautiful thing. And David, if I don't talk to you on the air, I know I talked to you off, but I want to wish all of our listeners and friends, family, loved ones that are of Wildcats that are listening, and sponsors as well. Wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and I'm thankful for you all and you guys letting me hang around and attempt to help out, and just thankful to be a part of this Wildcat community, because it's a special thing, and it means a lot to me and means a lot to a lot of people. So thank you.
We appreciate you helping us out. Mark and Shauna couldn't help us today, and I knew there was no way I could do the 4 ball games. And you were such a professional, and I enjoyed doing ball games with you. You're a lot of fun. You fill a lot of time. You're a gabber. Nobody's ever accused you of not being able to talk, and that is the perfect person to have on the broadcast. Let's close it out here. Wildcats win all 4. Next ball game for the guys will be Wednesday, 6:30 in the Bahamas. The Lady Wildcats' next ball game will be coming up on December the 5th at Powell, 6 o'clock tip-off. We'll have it on FM 92.7, prepradio.com, Oak Ridge Schools Television Channel 1082, and on our YouTube channel, Prep Radio. For Titus, John, Caleb, Nick, and Alex, this is David Clary. Until next time, saying so long, everybody.